was the perfect winter day. A layer of fresh snowfall made everything feel soft and quiet, but for the happy buzzing of the farm. I paused at the entry of the main barn and breathed it in, smiling at the soft lowing of the reindeer as they wandered into the pasture to greet the sunrise. With only a week until Christmas Eve, the North Star Reindeer Sanctuary was at the height of its busiest season. Out-of-town guests were flooding into the North Pole and traveling to the sanctuary to visit the reindeer, shop the small handmade market on site, and gobble up holiday treats by the basketful, straight from my grandmother's oven. "Lumi?" Turning, I raised a hand to get my mother's attention as her voice carried across the snow-covered pasture. I'd been up before the sun, working to get the farm ready for the day's visitors. Water troughs needed to be refilled, and de-iced in some cases. The reindeer all needed to be fed, and the older ones needed their daily medicines and supplements. "You're still in your coveralls?" Mom said, stepping underneath the overhang of the main barn to join me. My mother, Diana Northrop, was in her late 50s, with the same dark hair and prominent brows as me, though her chestnut hair was thinner and had a few streaks of silver, which she fussed about, but never bothered covering with dye. "Of course I am," I replied, heaving a bag of feed up to rest on my hip. "I haven't finished getting the troughs filled." "Lumi," she sighed, giving me a once-over. "I thought you were going to help your grandmother today. You can't serve the guests wearing dirty coveralls with your hair all windblown." I frowned. "I checked in with Grandma this morning. She said one of her friends from the bingo hall was going to help." My mother shot a flat look toward the large farmhouse, a few hundred feet from the barn. "I told her I needed you to—" She stopped short, capping her frustration with a little grunt. "What's the big deal?" I asked, moving into the barn, my gait a little off as I hauled the 50-pound bag of feed along with me. With Stephen and the family off at Santa's workshop for the day, I thought I'd lead the visitor tour. "It's just, well, "Mrs. Northrop?" a male voice called. Mom and I both swung around. At the entrance to the barn, a stocky man in his late 20s stood, wearing dark jeans, work boots, and a green flannel shirt. He smiled at me, raising one gloved hand. "Hey, Lumi." "Hi, Sven." I shot my mom a sideways glance. "I didn't know you were back in town." Mom wrung her hands together, then plastered on a smile. "Yes, we ran into each other last night at the Christmas bazaar. I thought he might like to come out and see the place. We've made a lot of changes since he was last here. What was it, 2 or 3 seasons ago?" "3, Sven replied, still smiling at me. "You look just as beautiful as ever, Lumi." I frowned down at my dirty coveralls. I hadn't seen my reflection since I'd splashed some water on my face that morning, but after 3 hours of hauling feed, scooping reindeer poop, and flinging hay bales down from the loft, I knew there was no way I looked anything close to beautiful. "That's so sweet of you to say, Sven." My mom beamed at me. "Don't you think, Lumi?" She didn't leave me space to answer before barreling on. "Tell you what, I was just about to take over in here. Why don't you take him up to Grandma's shop and see what she's got fresh from the oven? You two can get caught up." I raised an eyebrow at my mother, who wore a nice pair of black pants with black boots that were far from barn appropriate, and her most expensive wool coat. She wasn't dressed for farm work. She was dressed up, ready to receive the day's first batch of tourists and locals. It was the final visitors' weekend of the season, and likely to be our largest turnout of the year. With a coaxing smile, she opened her arms to me, and I raised an eyebrow. "This bag is covered in dust. I just got it down from storage this morning." "That's fine," she said, her voice overly cheerful. "I don't mind." We would see about that." With an exhale, I hoisted the bag into her arms, taking only a tiny amount of pleasure in knowing how dirty her coat would be when she set it down again. Served her right, trying to maneuver me into a matchmaker scenario on the busiest day of the season. A cloud of dust floated up in the chilly morning air as I brushed my gloved hands together. "See you later." "Oh, and Vixen Sr. still needs his glycerin suppository. He's been a little backed up lately." My mom just about gagged, and I smiled to myself. turning away to go and meet Sven at the entry of the barn. Sven was handsome and kind, and I knew him pretty well from working at the sanctuary together. He'd been one of the lead farmhands for several years before leaving to pursue a career in the big city, aka the North Pole. We'd all been sad to see him go, but it wasn't a huge surprise. Most of our workers and volunteers cycled through, eventually migrating to the city. The small town of Holiday Haven didn't have as much to offer as far as jobs went. Most of the population worked in the North Pole, at Santa's workshop, or one of the other businesses in the area that supported Santa's operation. Sven was a little taller than me, and nearly twice as wide. Not overweight, necessarily, but solid and strong. His dark hair was cut shorter than I remembered it, but other than that, he looked the same, with kind hazel eyes and a nice smile. "What brings you back to Holiday Haven?" I asked, as we started walking toward the pasture gate. "Kind of taking a beat, I guess," he replied, with a rueful smile. "I was working for a small startup company trying to land a contract with Santa, but our proposal was rejected. We ran out of money and had to dissolve the company. So, I'm back here, at least for now, while I figure out my next move. I've got some ideas in the hopper." "Oh," I replied. "Sorry about the business. That must have been rough." Sven shrugged one of his enormous shoulders. "It's all right. My partner and I were starting to butt heads a little as it was, so maybe not getting selected was something of a blessing." I smiled, reminded of Sven's outlook to always find the silver lining. He opened the pasture gate for me, and I went through. The sanctuary was set on over 200 acres of land, most of which was densely packed with trees, set back just a few miles from the fjord. We had snow year-round, though it did let up in the summer a little bit. The sanctuary's main purpose was to serve as a refuge for the reindeer retired from Santa Claus's team, though over time it had become something even bigger. There were now 3 big red barns on the property, each housing over a dozen reindeer. As the sanctuary became more and more of a local hotspot for annual visits, my parents had added new attractions: a small bakery that served holiday treats, a gift shop with local wares and handmade goods, and a visitor center where guests could interact with a select handful of the more social reindeer, including any babies born in the spring. There was also a stall to purchase hot cocoa and reindeer treats, and during this time of the year, it was also the place where some of the residents of Holiday Haven would come to purchase their Christmas trees, wreaths, and strings of garland. This weekend, there would also be a traveling fairy merchant on site. She did amazing things with poinsettia flowers, sprigs of fir, and holly branches, somehow crafting them into artisan bouquets and centerpieces. "The place looks the same to me," Sven said, as we reached the main driveway. The bakery and gift shop stood to the left, my parents' white farmhouse on the right. Guest parking was a ways down, so we had 2 reindeer-led sleighs that would shuttle visitors to and from the main part of the farm. The cocoa stall was illuminated by twinkling lights and glittering icicles. A blue-haired fairy named Arabella was inside, working on setting up the little bar of topping choices: crushed peppermint sprinkles, chocolate whipped cream, green and red sugar crystals, and of course an assortment of colorful candy cane spoons. I waved at the fairy as we passed. "Morning, Lumi," she called out in reply. "Not much changes around here," I told Sven, "but I guess that's why I love it so much." We came to a stop in front of my grandmother's bakery, and Sven reached for the doorknob. I started to step forward, then realized he wasn't moving and awkwardly rocked back on my heels. Sven looked down at me, his brows slightly furrowed. "Are you all right?" I asked. He blinked, his hazel eyes going a hair wider. "Yes, it's just, well, I was wondering, if you don't already have a date to the..." He paused and cleared his throat. "I was wondering if you'd like to be my date to the Yule Ball." I blinked. My tongue went dry. Sven's cheeks twinged with pink, and I didn't figure it had anything to do with the cold temperature. Quickly, he released his hold on the bakery's doorknob and stuffed both hands into the front pockets of his jeans. "Of course, you probably already have a date. I told your mom as much, but she thought you might still be free." "No," I said, a little too quickly. No, I mean, I don't have a date. But, the Yule Ball, well, it just really isn't my thing. I appreciate the offer, but my father, Harrison Northrop, a middle-aged man with a lean build and sandy brown hair, came out of the main house. Lumi, the pixies are late. Again. Noticing Sven, he smiled. Well, hey there. Long time no see. He rushed over and the two men exchanged a friendly handshake, then made small talk, during which Sven avoided making eye contact with me. Not that I could blame him. All I wanted to do was run and jump into a snowbank. My mom's transparent effort to prod me into a social encounter was awkward enough on its own, when I thought Sven was just humoring her. Finding out he was genuinely interested in me somehow made the whole thing feel even more embarrassing. I would be 27 on my next birthday, and somehow still had my mother trying to set up my social calendar as if I were a young girl again. My dad started to ask Sven about his business, and I interjected long enough to extract myself. It was good to see you again, Sven. Then, looking to my dad, I thumbed over my shoulder. I'll go get the pixies up and moving. Thanks, Lumi. Sven smiled at me, though it didn't illuminate his kind eyes. It was good to see you too, Lumi. Take care of yourself. Thanks. Turning away, I resisted the urge to bolt all the way back to my cottage. At the rear of my parents' house, there were two small cottages. One of them was my residence. My brother, Stephen, lived in the one next door with his two kids. The three of them were gone today, up in the pole, spending the day with Stephen's ex-wife, my niece and nephew's mother. The exes tried to make the holidays feel normal for the sake of their kids, and did their best to set aside their differences and hurt feelings long enough to do a few festive family outings. It was good for the kids, of course, but hard on my brother. He wouldn't say it out loud, but I knew he missed Nicole and wanted her back. Playing a happy family of four was bound to demolish his emotional energy. My cabin was the smaller of the two, a simple 3-room affair, an open multi-purpose living space, a tiny bedroom, and even tinier bathroom. It worked for me. I'd moved into the cabin at 19 and had lived there quite comfortably for the past 7 years with my familiar, an Arctic hare named Sugarplum. I paused to stomp the snow from my boots off on the welcome mat in front of my door, just as a black and brown hare jetted around the side of the cabin. There you are, Sugarplum declared, his small voice a touch squeaky. I went all the way to the barn looking for you. Sorry, I got sidetracked. What's up? I stamped my feet once more, then opened the cabin door and hustled inside out of the cold. I'm only here for a few minutes. I have to go wake the pixies. Oh, those lazy dolts, Sugarplum complained, following me inside. He shook himself off, his back feet thumping on the wood floors. Grinning, I went to the kitchen and poured the remaining contents of the coffee pot into the mug I'd used earlier that morning, then turned off the machine. They were probably up too late last night celebrating. It is the week before Christmas, you know. Yeah, Sugarplum said, jumping toward the fireplace. The flames were low, but the embers and coals were still putting off a decent amount of heat. One perk of living in such a small space was that it didn't take much to keep it properly heated. What's so urgent? I asked, leaning back against the counter to sip at my mug. Oh, right. The hare climbed into a wicker basket, piled high with fluffy blankets. Your mom is on a matchmaking quest. I just overheard her telling your grandmother to keep you in the bakery this morning so she can show you off to some guy named Sven. I laughed. Well, I appreciate the heads up, but you're about 20 minutes too late. Sugarplum's ears went straight. How is that woman so fast? She mainlines coffee and sugar all day? I replied with a snort. It's fine. And it wasn't some guy, it was Sven Hazelton. He used to work here. Sugarplum canted his head, whiskers twitching. The one that resembles the Greed Ogre in that cartoon movie you made us watch? Shrek? I said, suppressing a giggle. Now, Sugarplum, that's not very nice. Sven is much more handsome than an ogre. The hare turned in 3 circles, fluffing his blankets, then laid down, his ears relaxed. Whatever you say, Lumi. Finishing my last sips of coffee, I felt ready to go back out and finish the morning chores, hopefully without running into Mom again. She was not going to be happy when she heard I turned down an invite to the Yule Ball. Before leaving the cabin, I went to the corner beside the front door. A basket of oddities overflowed onto the floor. Mismatched gloves, scarves, knit hats, and way too many woolly socks. Stuck in the middle, like a knitting needle in a ball of yarn, was a gnarled old piece of wood, fashioned into a tall walking stick. Yanking it free, I turned to leave. Maybe your mother has a point, Sugar Plum said. Maybe you should go to the ball. Whipping around, I frowned at the hare. Traitor? Sugar Plum thumped his back feet against the blanket pile. It wouldn't kill you to get out of the house. I'm barely ever here, I protested. I meant going somewhere that doesn't involve scooping reindeer droppings and coming home with straw in your hair. I sighed. I'm not going to the ball, Sugar Plum. It will be the first free night I've had in weeks, and I plan on spending it right here in front of that fire with a good book. I've had one out of the library since September. Sugar Plum's whiskers twitched as he lowered his chin to the blankets. See you later, I told the dejected hare, before slipping out of the cottage back into the snow. Maybe she has a point, I muttered, shaking my head as I trudged back up to the main house. It was a bad sign when even one's familiar was starting to turn toward the dark side. Lumi! Cringing, I stopped in my tracks. Mom was rushing out of the barn, her coat absolutely filthy from carrying the feed bag. Where is Fen? She asked. I think he left, I replied. Or maybe he's still up at the front talking with Dad. Mom planted one gloved hand against her face, before remembering it was caked with dust and debris, and quickly recoiled. No one could question whether or not my mother truly loved my father. The fact that she'd agreed to move from the North Pole to Holiday Haven in order to live on a reindeer farm with him said it all. She'd gone from working in a bank, wearing designer shoes and expensive cashmere sweaters, to wearing muck boots and winter-proof coveralls. Granted, when we kids were old enough, she'd been more than happy to foist the chores off on us and took over more of the business side of things. Her stall shoveling days were long gone now, but I sometimes wondered if there was a part of her that would rather be back in the big city, living in some fancy condo, with a view of Santa's glittering mansion on the hill. Maybe she'd convince my father to retire to the pole when they were of that age. I certainly wasn't planning on leaving the sanctuary anytime soon, and I didn't think my brother Stephen would either. Ugh, Mom grumbled, wiping her hand off on her pants. I need to go and get changed. When you're done here, would you mind running to Aunt Viv's? She called yesterday and told me my dress is finished. You had Aunt Viv make you a dress? I asked. Yes. I meant to get there yesterday, but time got away from me, and now I have a meeting with Connie Blitzen from Santa's Little Helpers. They've been running a cookie stall at the Christmas market to raise funds for us. Oh, that's right. I glanced out toward the back pasture. Okay, I can go pick up your dress. I'll leave as soon as I summon the pixies. They overslept. Thank you. She started to walk away, then turned back and called, Oh, and you're on your own with the whole suppository thing. Nice try, though. Summoning the frost pixies wasn't terribly complicated or time-consuming, but I did have to trek out into the back pasture, closer to the tree line. The colony of pixies lived on the back acreage of the farm, tucked away amongst the evergreens. They'd been residents of the North Star Reindeer Sanctuary far longer than the Northrop family, which was saying something, as the farm had been in my father's family for centuries, passed down one generation to the next. In exchange for protection and supplies, the pixies helped work the farm. They enjoyed interacting with the guests, especially on busy weekends like this one, and were great assets to the farm. There was only one thing they liked more than visitor weekends: sleep. They were notorious for oversleeping, sometimes for days on end when the temperatures dipped even lower than normal, only to wake up upset over having missed all the excitement. Luckily, there was a simple solution for everyone. Raising the walking stick, I fed some of my magic into the core, and bright blue runes burst to life all along the staff as I whispered an ancient enchantment. Pixies and sprites, come enjoy the delight. There's work to be done, and also some fun. Wake from your slumber, underneath the lumber. Rise up and come near. There's no need to fear. Winter is calling, so no more stalling. Pixies and sprites, come join the delight. With the last of the spell cast, I plunged the end of the stick into the snow-covered ground. The ice-blue runes faded from the wood as the magic surged from the staff, taking on the shape of tiny horses as it raced toward the woods to call forth the pixies. Smiling, I leaned into the staff and waited. It didn't take long for a rush of giggles and laughter and the sound of beating wings to reach me as the pixies came into sight. The pixies were about the size of my hand, with pale skin, silvery white hair, and large eyes, ranging from blue to green. Their wings were shaped like large snowflakes, and their pixie dust resembled freshly fallen snow. At one time, their clothing had been crafted from things found in nature, but over the years they decided they much preferred real fabric. The females wore little gowns in an array of colors, while the males wore tunics over brown pants. Shoes were another matter. Even most doll shoes were too large. But somewhere along the line, Santa's elves had come up with a solution. And every year, right after Christmas, a box of fresh shoes would arrive, perfectly sized for the pixies' feet. "Good morning, Lumi," a tiny sprite named Pinecone called as he buzzed past my ear. "You look beautiful as ever." Now, save some of that charm for the guests," I called back, laughing as he blew me a kiss before flittering out of sight over the slight hill toward the house. "Good morning, Lumi," another tiny voice called. "Morning, Astrid," I replied, waving to the silver-haired sprite. A third pixie zoomed into view, still stretching their arms overhead, even as their crystalline wings beat together. "It's a lovely morning." "'Tis indeed, Fern. I think we'll have you do frosting duty if you're feeling up for it." Fern let out a jubilant cheer and buzzed out of sight to join the others. I smiled. I'll take that as a yes. With their unique pixie dust, the small sprites were able to quickly frost various Christmas decorations with a layer of non-melting snow. One of their favorite jobs during the visitor weekends was to work the so-called frosting station and coat wreaths, trees, and swags of garland with layers of decorative snow at a customer's request. The magic dust faded after a week or two, and the guests loved the extra wintry touch. A dozen more pixies zoomed past, each calling out a greeting before flying out of sight. When I'd counted off the last one, I recalled the magic back into the staff and headed back toward my cabin. I needed to change clothes before heading into town. Aunt Viv likely wouldn't appreciate me showing up to her high-end boutique in dirty coveralls and mucky boots. When I was bundled up good and tight, I went to the smallest of the 3 barns. Each of the stalls was decorated with soft, twinkling lights, another gift of the pixies, and the sight of the glowing lights, along with the smell of fresh hay and pine garland, always felt like coming home to me. I could be anywhere in the world, not that I'd ever gone too far from the north, and that smell combo would make me feel at peace. Each stall also had a silver nameplate hanging above the door. I greeted each of the fuzzy faces as I walked to the third one, where a white nose peeked over the stall, sniffing eagerly. "Aha! You're quick this morning," I told the reindeer, digging in my pocket to pull out a small slice of apple. But shh, don't tell the others. Starly, my personal reindeer, was a snow-white beauty with big, dark eyes. She was smaller than most of the other reindeer on the farm, but she was the perfect size for me and was one of the fastest reindeer I'd ever seen. When she was young, Santa himself had kept an eye on her, but once she was full grown, he'd had to pass, given she wouldn't match up with the others on the team, height-wise. Secretly, I'd been glad when he passed her over at the final selection, as I'd already made my father promise to give her to me if she was not recruited. Stroking her velvet nose, I smiled. "We're going on a little adventure this morning. What do you say?" Starly made a soft grunt in agreement. "Good," I laughed. We had our routine down pat, and it didn't take more than a handful of minutes for me to get her out of her stall and properly equipped with a saddle and reins. I climbed aboard, and we set off through the snow. She picked up speed on the packed snow along the driveway, and when we reached the end, she lifted effortlessly off the ground. The handful of visitors who'd already arrived for the event all gave a delighted cheer as we soared overhead. "Good girl," I said, leaning into her neck as we set off for Holiday Haven. Chapter 2. Downtown Holiday Haven was a 10-minute jaunt from the farm, at least when traveling by flying reindeer. The small community was technically a suburb of the North Pole, where Santa's workshop served as the area's main employer. Many who lived in Holiday Haven took the tinsel transit into the pole for work. Tourists visited the North Pole year-round, but in the weeks leading up to Christmas, things kicked into overdrive, and the streets were swamped with visitors. Holiday Haven had its fair share of out-of-towners, too. The town's charm and proximity to the pole drew hundreds of visitors. A large outdoor Christmas market dominated the center of town, with vendors selling gifts, household items, and seasonal specialties. Visitors staying in one of the town's quaint hotels or inns could easily travel into the pole for a tour of Santa's workshop, or to catch a show, or visit the many upscale restaurants in the center of the metropolis. This afternoon, the cobblestone streets were wall to wall with visitors shopping the handmade wares at the various vendor booths, each of which were festooned with swags of garland and soft twinkle lights. As I urged Starly to begin our descent, the smells of the market rose up to meet me in a cloud of nostalgic comfort. Spiced cider, kettle corn, chocolate confections, and peppermint hot cocoa. Normally, the open-air ice rink in the center of the town square was the best place to make my landing, but at present it was far too congested with skaters. I smiled as I watched a couple stringing their small daughter between them, urging her along as she took her first steps out onto the ice. A group of teen boys zipped around, trying to outdo each other with little tricks, all while casting glances at a trio of young ladies standing at the wall, sipping hot cocoa and chatting excitedly, their breath rising in puffs of white clouds. Guiding Starly onward, I navigated toward the stone town hall building, separated from the market by a large circular path, the center of which was dominated by a towering Christmas tree, all aglow with ornaments, tinsel, and lights, with a fresh dusting of snow clinging to the branches. At the base of the tree, some of Santa's gnomes were handing out candy to passers-by, while a group of old-timey carolers stood a few yards away, belting out the words to "We wish you a Merry Christmas." Starly made a perfect landing alongside the town hall building, and a group of folks burst into applause, as if the whole thing had been some type of performance. I returned the polite waves of a few people before scurrying down the sidewalk, Starly's reins in one hand. Silver and Gold Garments is one of Holiday Haven's most well-known shops, thanks to Vivian Lamont's designs. She called the Haven home, but had spent the better part of the last 2 decades traveling the world, showcasing her fashions. She'd garnered a following around the world and had a waiting list a mile long. Luckily, she and my mom were old-time friends, having gone to school together. They were so close that my brothers and I had grown up calling her Aunt Viv, though there was no blood relation between us. My mother didn't order a new Yule Ball dress every year, but when she did, you better believe Aunt Viv made space in her books. I brought Starly to a halt outside the shop and tied her to one of the candy cane-striped posts out front, used for tethering animals or propping up bicycles. Most people in town traveled via horse, reindeer, snowmobile, or even sled dog. Unlike most places in the world, Holiday Haven wasn't built for cars. I preferred it this way. Without the typical street noise, the faint Christmas music playing throughout the town was easy to hear, punctuated by the merriment of passers-by and animals. "I'll be right back," I told Starly as I finished tying the knot. With a reassuring pat to the side of her neck, I turned and stepped inside the dress shop. As usual, things were buzzing. As seamstresses, most of whom were fairies, zipped around, leaving trails of thread and fabric in their wake. The air was thick with fairy dust from all the commotion, and I nearly got sideswiped by a 2-foot-tall fairy carrying a pair of scissors as she dashed in front of me. "Kimber!" a woman barked at the fairy. "Be careful before you impale someone!" "Hi, Aunt Viv," I said, smiling at the source of the stern warning. Vivian Lamont was a tall woman with generous curves, and while she insisted they were in all the wrong places, there wasn't a man in the North Pole who would agree with her. Her warm brown skin was flawless, and while she kept her eye makeup subtle, she always made sure to have a bold lip color. Today, it was deep Merlot. "Good morning, my dear Lumi," she said, hurrying to embrace me. "You're right on time. Winterbell and Sterling are just finishing up." She reached toward the satchel I had slung across my chest. "Here, let me take that bag from you and free up your arms." Narrowing my eyes, I glanced around the shop. Winterbell and Sterling, two sparrow-sized fairies, waved from a nearby dress form, where they appeared to be working on a full-skirted gown. Sterling, a green-haired beauty with deep ochre skin and wide eyes, had a silver needle clenched between her teeth. Winterbell, the fair-skinned fairy with periwinkle hair and a splash of blue freckles across her tiny nose, nearly dropped the spool of thread she held clutched to her chest. Suddenly, I realized what was happening. "She ordered me a dress, didn't she?" Aunt Vivian looked confused. "Well, of course, dear. What else would you wear to a ball? Something off the rack?" Somewhere, a fairy gasped. To Aunt Viv and her seamstresses, it would have been preferable to roll me in honey and send me running through a pile of feathers and straw, rather than don a ready-to-wear dress. At least the feather getup could be considered avant-garde. Aunt Viv wasn't so much a snob as... Well, okay, she was a snob. But I loved her for it, even in times like this when she was actively taking part in an entrapment plot cooked up by my mother. The fairies, and Aunt Viv, had likely put in dozens of hours on the dress, and I didn't want to be rude. And, to be fair, the gown was stunning. The midnight blue satin fit the dress form like a glove, fitted through the waist and hip before flaring out into a mermaid cut. A sheer overlay material lay over the deep blue, with a painstaking amount of tiny gems that made the gown look as though it had been cut straight out of the night sky. A blanket of stars to wrap myself up in. "There's a headpiece, too," Aunt Viv said, bustling to the other side of the small shop. She gestured at a mannequin head, and I bit back a cringe. It wasn't a headpiece. It was a full-blown tiara. "Oh, wow," I said, forcing a polite smile. "That's really something." Aunt Viv smiled. "The Frost Queen herself will be jealous." "Frost Queen?" I repeated, turning away from the gown. There hadn't been a Frost Queen for nearly a decade, ever since the king's wife had passed away. "Well, future Frost Queen, I suppose," Aunt Viv corrected as she came back toward me. She lowered her voice conspiratorially. "It's supposed to be a secret, but I've been making a gown for Everly Grayson, Jack Frost's longtime love. Well, long for Jack." Aunt Viv laughed. "Word is, Jack is set to propose to her, and that she will be presented as the future queen at the coronation." The coronation. I'd forgotten all about it. The Frost Kingdom was nearly 800 miles south of the North Pole, but Jack Frost kept a residence in Holiday Haven, something of a vacation home, though why he would need a vacation from life in a gorgeous castle was beyond me. With his proximity, there were what some called royal watchers, who knew everything, even the imaginary things, about the Frost family and all of their drama. Even the Arctic was not immune to palace intrigue.
"I still can't believe the king is letting Jack take the reins,"
Winterbell chimed in from across the room.
"He might be a grown man, but he certainly doesn't act like one."
Sterling nodded in vigorous agreement, teeth still clenched around the needle as she worked at the long sleeve on the gown. Removing it, she chimed in.
"He's a menace, if you ask me. Not 2 nights ago, he zoomed through town on that blasted snowmobile of his, and I got caught up in the backdraft and nearly slammed into a telephone pole. I was wearing my best dress, too."
Jack's snowmobile was something of a sore spot with most in town. Jet black, with 2 frost wyverns painted on the sides, icy flames shooting from their gaping maws. He drove it like he stole it, all over town, and for an added layer of fun, he often careened wildly, only to craft a half-pipe or loop out of ice to use just in time to keep from crashing into the side of a building. The town council almost always had one complaint per session specifically about Jack and his antics, but no one had the power to do much more than give him a stern word on the street. He was a princeling and relished the immunity it gave him, especially when so far from home. "He is quite handsome," Kimber, the scissor-wielding fairy, sighed from across the shop. Winterbell and Sterling shot her a pair of murderous glances, their wings beating furiously at the suggestion. "I remember in school, all of the girls were in love with him," I said. "They kept posters of him in their lockers and sat around daydreaming he'd come to a school dance someday and sweep them all off their feet." Aunt Viv smiled. "Not you?" Laughing, I shook my head. "No, I'm not sure there would be a more polar opposite to my personality than Jack Frost." Aunt Viv placed a hand on my shoulder. "You've always had such a good head on your shoulders." She crossed to the dress. "Speaking of your shoulders, we went with a boat neckline, but we could alter it to a sweetheart if you'd rather. I think we'll know for sure which way to go once we get you fitted. I need to check the length of the sleeves, too, so we'd best get started." There was no use in arguing. The die was already cast. I was getting the dress, and now, if I didn't show up at the Yule Ball, Aunt Viv would be crushed. "Right, let me go and tell Starly it will be a little longer," I said, already heading back toward the shop's entrance. "I'll get the fitting room ready," Aunt Viv said. "Should we pop open a bottle of something? Or I could have Kimber whip up a hot toddy if you'd rather." I blinked. "Aunt Viv, it's barely 10 o'clock. She waved a hand and bustled back toward the fitting room. Laughing to myself, I ducked back outside and went to give Starly the update. We didn't communicate quite as clearly as Sugarplum and I did, but she understood more than most humans would credit her. I felt it was only fair to let her know the wait would be a little longer. I was starting to turn back when a quartet of winged horses pulling a silver carriage zoomed around the corner and raced down the street, barely allowing the other traffic and pedestrians time to get out of the way. "Sweet hollyberries," I muttered. "What's got their tinsel in a tangle?" The carriage screeched to an abrupt halt outside one of the fancy chalets, sending a spray of snow and ice chips in an arc. The homes were set back from the street, forming one of the most expensive neighborhoods in Holiday Haven. In fact, I was almost certain one of the chalets belonged to Jack Frost himself. No sooner had the thought flown through my mind than the icy blue and silver doors of the carriage swung open and 2 6-foot elves jumped out. The elves wore emerald military-style uniforms. My brows peaked. Royal Guards? Here? In Holiday Haven? A small crowd was gathering to watch, coming from both sides of the sidewalk in front of the expensive chalets. The 2 elves ignored the onlookers and marched directly up the stairs to the front door of the chalet in the middle. The one on the right used the brass knocker to pound on the door 3 times. They paused a moment, then exchanged a glance. The second elf raised his hand and snapped his fingers. A blast of magic blew the door right off its hinges. The crowd jumped back, a few yelling out in surprise. The guards ignored the crowd and stormed into the house, their jaws set and attention focused. My heart climbed a little higher in my chest, and without my active consent, my legs propelled me across the street toward the luxury chalets. Starly made a rumbling of protest, wanting to go with me, but I left her in place and hurried toward the swelling crowd. "What happened?" I asked a petite woman on the outskirts of the cluster of onlookers. "Whose house is that?" "It's Jack Frost's," she replied, her voice frantic. "Why would Palace Guards be breaking into Jack Frost's house?" someone wondered aloud. "He was at Wet Your Wassail just last night," one of the others said, a tall man with hooded eyes. "He bought everyone the first round." "Was Everly with him?" a middle-aged woman asked, her eyes alight. "Is it true that he's going to make her the queen?" I recalled what Aunt Viv told me about the dress she was making for the coronation ceremony. She'd said it was a secret, so I didn't offer the tidbit up to the gossip-hungry crowd. One of the elves emerged from the chalet, his pale face stretched tight with a stern look. "Depart! This is royal business," he barked to the crowd. A few people startled and wandered off, but most of the crowd took the opportunity to hurl questions at the guard. "Where's Jack? Has something happened to him?" The elf barked out more orders, telling the people to leave. After the second attempt failed, he raised his hand once again, this time sending a blast of frost magic out to form a barrier around the house. The barrier was formed from spiked shards of ice that rose nearly 4 feet off the ground. "Yikes," I whispered, taking a few steps away from the newly formed perimeter. I was about to go back to Aunt Viv's shop when I spotted something in the snow to the right of the elf's ice barrier. There were hoof prints in the snow, leading toward the cobblestone street from around the back of the row of chalets. My pulse quickened again. They weren't just any hoof prints. They were reindeer, more specifically. And the shoe print bore an insignia that was exclusive to the North Pole, to Santa himself. One of Santa's reindeer had recently been here, at Jack Frost's house, which didn't make any sense, seeing as how Santa's stables were miles away and the reindeer were never allowed to wander freely. All of the retired reindeer now lived at the farm, with me and my family. I'd personally fed all the reindeer this morning before leaving on my mother's errand. I would know if one of them had gone missing. The elves were distracted with crowd control, so I slipped away, following the tracks to try and find the starting point. The trail led away from the back of the chalets, each of which had a small fenced yard. The gate to Jack's unit in the middle stood open. At the gate, I realized there were actually 2 trails, one leading to the yard, and the other, the ones I'd first spotted, leading away to the street on the other side of the row of chalets. Glancing over my shoulder to make sure I hadn't been followed, I tiptoed into the yard, following the tracks back to their origin beside a raised patio. Expensive furniture sat around a sleek, modern-looking fire pit, and the outdoor couch was draped with cozy blankets and throws. One of them lay on the ground, near a long oval in the snow, a few feet away from the furnishings. But otherwise, everything looked in order. I couldn't be sure, but the depression in the snow looked like the ones the reindeer left behind after taking a snooze under a tree. Bending over, I inspected the prints. The individual animals all wore the same shoes, so there was no way to know which of Santa's fleet, past or present, the shoes belonged to. The back door of the chalet flew open. "Hey, you there! You're trespassing on royal property!" Jumping, I held my hands out. I'm sorry. I just wanted to..." "This is an active investigation," the elf interrupted, crossing his arms over his chest. Elves weren't burly, but they packed a magical punch that made them dangerous even without being loaded down by bulky muscles or huge biceps. "I might be able to help," I said, gesturing at the tracks. "These are reindeer tracks." "You have 5 seconds to leave the premises," the elf replied, his frosty eyes going steely. "We don't need you paparazzi scourge buzzing around hoping to get an exclusive with some trashy tabloid." "But He raised his hand, fingers ready. I didn't wait around to try and plead my case further. Bolting from the small yard, I didn't stop until I hit the street, careful not to trample the prints. The crowd had dispersed slightly, and as I passed a cluster of 3 people speaking, a few snatches of conversation floated to me. "Kidnapped! Right before the coronation! Everly will be crushed!" I stopped. "Did you just say Jack Frost has been kidnapped?" A woman with deep blue eyes nodded. "That's what it looks like." Out of the corner of my eye, a blur of movement caught my attention. The second royal guard was wrestling with the tall man I'd seen earlier. The elf got him in handcuffs and dragged him towards the carriage. "That's Maxwell Parks," the woman told me. "He managed to get a look inside while the guards were distracted. He said the place has been torn apart. Definitely some kind of scuffle, and no sign of Jack anywhere." "Wow," I blinked. Who could have done such a thing? After all, Jack had magic, more than most. His full capabilities would make the guards' magic look like child's play. The chalets weren't connected, but they were close enough that I had a hard time imagining sound didn't transfer between them. Surely one of the neighbors must have heard something. Abandoning the whispering crowd, I went to the carriage to try and plead my case before the second guard once he slammed the carriage door on the man who'd trespassed. "Get back!" the elf barked at me. Holding up my hands, I stammered, "Sir, I'm sorry, but you need to know there are reindeer prints in Jack's yard." "What about them?" the elf asked. "Do you know why one of Santa's reindeer would have been here?" I asked. The elf glared at me. "Who are you?" "I'm Lumi Northrop, one of the reindeer guardians of the North." The elf didn't look impressed. "Listen, we've got things under control here." "But why would there be—" The elf stepped around me and went to refresh the barrier of spiked ice to keep out any other prying eyes. Once in place, he went to work dispersing the crowd. Reluctantly, most of them moved across the street from Jack's house, only to regroup and watch from afar. I stayed a few minutes longer, but with such little information, it didn't take long for the facts to become repetitive and the speculations and conspiracies to run wild. Turning to go back to the dress shop, I noticed a tall man with dark, tousled brown hair and a stubble-coated jaw staring intently at the chalet. His arms were folded across his chest and his legs planted wide, as though he were there to supervise, not spy, though I hadn't seen him emerge from the royal carriage when it arrived. A sled zipped by, and I hurried to Silver and Gold Garments, reaching out to pat Starly on the neck before bursting back into the dress shop. "There you are! I was beginning to think we'd lost you," Aunt Viv called. "I've got you a glass of mulled cider. Sterling can help you with the zipper when you're ready, and—" "Aunt Viv," I said, one hand still on the door. "Jack Frost has been kidnapped." "Kidnapped?" Aunt Viv repeated. As the tiny fairies scattered through the shop, all went still. I quickly explained what I'd seen and heard. "But that's impossible," Aunt Viv exclaimed. "Who would kidnap the heir to the Frost throne?" I shook my head. "I don't—" The door behind me flew open, sending a gust of frosty air into the shop. Turning, I found myself face to face with the brooding man I'd seen at Jack's house. "Who are you?" he demanded, his near onyx eyes locked on mine. Me? I'm Lumi Northrop." I desperately wanted to look back at Aunt Viv, but there was something about the stranger's eyes, like those of a hungry wolf. If I dared to look away, he'd devour me whole. "Tell me what you saw out there," he said. I faltered, unsure what he meant. "What did you tell the guard about the prints in the snow?" "Oh, they're from reindeer hooves. Shoes, technically. They belong to Santa's reindeer." "That's odd," Aunt Viv chimed in, coming to stand beside me. "What would one of Santa's reindeer be doing all the way down here?" "That's what I'm going to find out," the man said, still staring intently at me. "And you're going to help me." Chapter 3. "Who are you?" Aunt Viv asked, when my tongue failed me. She placed a hand on my shoulder. "This is my niece, and I'm not letting her go anywhere until you explain yourself." The fairies let up a cheer. The man gave an annoyed scowl. "I'm Corbin Frost, and the idiot that's gone missing is my brother." Frowning, I looked to Aunt Viv. She was more of a royal watcher than me. When her cheeks flushed, I knew the man had spoken the truth. Aunt Viv ducked her chin. "My apologies, Your Highness." Following her lead, I bent my knees in a slight curtsy, which I immediately regretted when I dared to meet eyes with the prince once more. If anything, he looked more annoyed than before. "With all due respect, Your, Grace," I stammered, "but I'm not sure how I can help." "The townspeople said you're a reindeer woman," Corbin replied. I bristled at the term. It made me sound like I slept in the barn and occasionally sprouted antlers or something. "I suppose you could say that," I replied slowly. "My family runs the North Star Reindeer Sanctuary. I'm one of the reindeer guardians." "Good. Then you can help me track the reindeer that left the prints at my brother's home." Wherever it went, he went too.
I thought he was kidnapped?
Corbin's jaw flexed, his eyes glittering. That's probably what he wants everyone to think. It would be just like him to stir up some kind of panic right before his triumphant return on the night of his coronation. Either that or the little weasel finally cracked under the pressure and took off. I don't really care what it is. All that matters is that we find him and drag him back. Aunt Viv and I exchanged a sidelong glance. I can deliver the dresses to the farm, she told me. I'll send Winterbell and Sterling tomorrow to help with any alterations. But my tongue went dry. I wanted to argue. The farm needed me. It was the busiest weekend of the season, after all. And I'd already told Corbin everything I knew from the brief look I'd had at his brother's residence. What more could I do? Lumi, Aunt Viv said gently, you'd best go with the prince. Come on, Corbin said, turning to leave. Lurching forward, I hurried to follow him out the door and onto the sidewalk. Your Highness, please. Corbin spun around so fast I stumbled back a step to keep from crashing into his chest. Listen, let's cut the royal crap. I'm not some fragile princeling that needs his ego stroked with the bowing and the titles. I'm Corbin. That's it. Nodding, I drew in a breath. Sorry. Understood. With that settled, he continued down the sidewalk, his gait agitated and brisk. He stormed right past Starly, and I cleared my throat loudly. Corbin, if you don't mind, I said, gesturing at the reindeer when he turned back to glance at me. We'll be much faster on Starly. She can bear both of us. And where are we going? He asked. To see Santa, I replied. We need to figure out which reindeer is missing before I can do anything. Corbin took a beat, then gave a quick nod. Right. Have you ever flown on a reindeer before? I asked, removing the knot tethering Starly to the post. No, can't say I have, he replied, giving the reindeer a once-over. But it can't be all that different from horseback, I suppose. It's not hard, I told him as I climbed into the saddle. We teach kids to fly every summer at the sanctuary, when they come for a day trip. You'll be fine. Corbin glanced over his shoulder, then exhaled, resigning himself to the mode of transportation. He climbed on to Starly's back, and I realized how awkward it was to suddenly find myself so close to this unpleasant man I'd just met, a prince, no less. My cheeks warmed, and I wished I'd kept my mouth shut and waited for him to offer up transportation. There wasn't time for it, though. We needed to move. My family needed me back as soon as possible. With that in mind, I gave Starly the instructions, and she took off at a trot, her steps sure and sound, even on the slick sidewalk. We reached the intersection, and for a moment we looked ready to barrel into the side of a passing dog sled team. Corbin briefly gripped my waist as Starly launched us upward, skimming just shy of a collision. Corbin quickly loosened his hold on me as we soared over a row of shops and swung around, heading toward the giant ice palace looming in the distance. The air was brisk and cold as tiny shards of ice pelted our cheeks. So you live on a reindeer farm? He asked when we leveled out. Sort of, I replied, frowning as I reached up to flick a fat snowflake off my cheek. It's more of a sanctuary, as we don't sell any of the reindeer. Santa Claus comes every year to take a look at the new babies and selects the ones he thinks would work on his team. Each reindeer generally does 3 to 5 years. Then they get to retire, back on my family's property. Sounds fun, he replied. I wasn't sure if he meant it sarcastically or not, but I imagined that life on a farm couldn't compete with being a royal, living in a huge castle, with every creature comfort only a bells jingle away, or however it worked. How about you? I asked. Do you live at Frost Castle? No, I have a condo in the North Pole. That's where I spend most of my time. Neither of us lives at the castle full time, Corbin answered. Jack got booted from the pole for his snowmobile hijinks, so he bought that chalet a few years back. Same nonsense, different playground. I see. Of course, after the 20th, that will change, Corbin continued, when Jack is coronated and takes over for our father. What happens if he... I stopped myself from finishing the question. I'm the spare, Corbin replied, his tone even crisper than before. Second in line to the throne. Right. I swallowed hard, regretting that I'd ever raised such a dark thought. Of course Jack was okay. Like Corbin had said, he probably was off on some caper. It certainly wouldn't be the first time. What happened last night? Does anyone know when he went missing? I asked, as we flew over the swaths of tundra separating Holiday Haven from the North Pole and the other neighboring suburbs. I don't know yet, Corbin began. I had business here in Holiday Haven and rented a room at one of the inns rather than taking the train home late at night. I got a call this morning from my father. He was screaming about Jack missing their scheduled meeting and told me he was sending guards to collect him. I headed over to get Jack up and sober before they arrived. But you don't think he's been taken? I asked. No. More than likely he's avoiding our father's wrath, hunkered down somewhere, apparently with a stolen reindeer. Corbin muttered something under his breath, but the wind carried the words away before I could hear all of them. The North Pole appeared on the horizon, and I urged Starly to fly a little faster. From the air, it looked like mini-cities, with warehouse buildings on the outskirts, clusters of homes and residential buildings, then large factory buildings a few streets away from the shopping district. Of course, the air was cleaner than normal cities, and everything was painted red and green, with candy cane light posts and stop signs, and a myriad of creatures wandered the streets. Elves, gnomes, fairies, witches, and wizards, and even the occasional Yeti, off duty from working security at Santa's palace. The North Pole held the same Christmas spirit and charm as Holiday Haven, just on a much bigger scale. Bypassing the rows of cute shops and bustling streets, I steered Starly up to the hillside where Santa's mansion stood, overlooking the city. There's the stable, I said, pointing ahead at a large red structure to the left of the main house. Hold on. Starly zoomed toward the stables and landed gracefully in the snow. No sooner had we landed than a female elf raced out, an auburn braid trailing behind her. Lumi! Oh, thank goodness you're here, she called. Gingerberry, I said, waiting half a second for Corbin to dismount before swinging myself down from Starly's back. The elf woman stood nearly to my height, her willowy frame clothed in the red and green uniform all of Santa's employees wore, complete with a floppy red hat. A bell fastened to the end of her hat jangled as she scurried closer. Lumi, Rudolph is missing. It's Rudolph? My heart plunged into a fresh panic spiral. How did this happen? Rudolph, Corbin said. The one from the song? Gingerberry started to answer. Then her green eyes went wide as she turned toward him. Oh, Prince Corbin! She ducked her head. I didn't realize it was you, the elf said, straightening. Jack Frost is also missing, I told her. It looks like one of Santa's reindeer was recently at his home in Holiday Haven. None of our reindeer are missing, so we came to see if any were missing from here. Gingerberry wrung her hands together. I personally checked Rudolph into his stall last night, around 7 o'clock. He's been battling a little bug, and Mr. Claus has been so worried. We've all been making sure to give him extra rest as we keep an eye on him. Who has access to the stable? Corbin asked. There are 6 of us, Gingerberry replied. I'm the head elf in this department and have 5 others below me. But no one saw anything. He was here. Then this morning, the stall was left open and there's been no sign of him. How is Santa taking the news? I asked. Santa loved all of his reindeer, both past and present, but Rudolph held a special place in his heart. Gingerberry wrung her hands together, peeking around. We haven't told him quite yet? My brows lifted. Oh. We will, Gingerberry insisted. Just with everything going on, you know how it is, the week of Christmas. He's so busy, and it's all such important work. We simply didn't want anything to derail him. It was a risky move. If the big man found out after the fact, he would be upset over not having been told sooner. Santa was holly jolly and had the bowl full of jelly, but he was also a little type A, especially this close to the big night. He wanted to know everything going on under the roof of his workshop, which included the stables. Lumi, Gingerberry said, her voice frantic. Will you help us, please? Can you use some of your family's magic to search for him? Corbin looked at me, his interest piqued. I don't know if it will work like that, I told the elf. But I'll try, I added quickly, seeing her crestfallen expression. And Prince Corbin will help too. Gingerberry bounced on her toes, the jingle bells on her red slippers jangling as she clapped her hands together.
"Oh, excellent! I'll tell the others."
"Can I take a look at his stall?" I asked. Gingerberry rushed toward the stables.
"Of course!"
My family often came out to Santa's stables once or twice a year, transporting reindeers to and from, so I knew my way around. When Gingerberry was called away by another elf, I gestured for Corbin to follow me. We walked through the stable together, though I wasn't sure what I expected to find. Rudolph had been at the North Pole most of his long life. He knew his way home, having accompanied Santa on his Christmas Eve ride more than a dozen times, the most of any of the other reindeer. If he was missing, it had to be because someone had taken him. The question was, where? And maybe more importantly, why? "I'm confused," Corbin said, stopping at one stall. He gestured at the silver name placard on the stall's gate. "I don't remember a reindeer named Heather. You know, in the song, Dasher, Dancer, Donna, Blitzen, yada yada." I smiled. It was a commonly asked question. The reindeer on Santa's team only go on a handful of trips before retiring to my family's property. That's the sanctuary part of the whole thing. We take in the retired reindeer. So these reindeer, like Heather here. I paused to smile at the familiar nose that poked over the stall gate, sniffing for a snack. Are Santa's current team. She was born on our property 3 years ago. This will be her first trip. She's a descendant of Vixen, so she'll wear that sash. But it's more of a costume, I guess you could say. "Cosplaying reindeer?" Corbin said, his expression puzzled, as though the tidbit of information had sent him spiraling into an existential crisis. Laughing softly, I grabbed a leftover apple slice from my coat pocket and fed it to Heather. "I guess you could say that. It's one piece of the folklore of Santa that is maintained as tradition rather than how things practically work. I mean, Rudolph himself is nearly 200 years old. He's still in good health, but he's not in any kind of shape to pull a sleigh all around the world in a single night." "So, what if there's fog?" Corbin asked. Still smiling, I moved to the next inquisitive nose and handed out another treat. Technology kind of caught up after Rudolph's retirement. The sleigh has fog lights now. Corbin was frozen, standing before Heather. The reindeer nosed at his jacket, looking for more snacks, and he patted the side of her face with the tiniest hint of a smile. "You coming?" I asked, already 2 stalls away. As expected, Rudolph's stall was empty. The stalls weren't locked up at night, mainly because Santa's residence was heavily guarded by elves and even a handful of yetis. Whoever got into the stables had to be someone who would have been able to get past the guards. Someone trusted. Stepping into the stall, I started sifting through the layer of straw. It was mostly clean. Rudolph clearly hadn't spent much time in the stall since it was last cleaned. The elves working the stables ran a tight ship, mucking stalls near constantly to keep everything fresh, especially this time of year when visitors were more frequent. Santa's stables weren't open to the public, but there were some who could finagle their way into a private tour. Then there were people like Corbin and Jack, public figures who were basically given the keys to the kingdom and able to go anywhere they wanted without raising too many brows or prompting questions. Turning to Corbin, I braced myself. "You really think Jack took Rudolph?" Corbin ran a hand along the back of his neck. "I wouldn't put it past him, although it would easily top the list of the stupidest things he's ever done." "I'm not trying to implicate him," I said quickly. "It's just, I'm trying to think of who would have access to the stables, and someone like Jack would have been able to get past the guards, no problem. And he does have a reputation as something of a, trickster. But then why was the inside of his house trashed?" Corbin wondered aloud. "I can buy the part about him coming up here, swiping the reindeer for a joyride. But why trash his own house?" Wincing, I realized I should have worked through the theory another minute or two on my own before asking. "You're right," I said, turning away before he could see my red cheeks. "I'm sorry, I don't know why I—" As my boot pushed aside a pile of straw, a speck of silver caught my eye. Leaning down, I plucked it from the ground. It was a money clip, an expensive one, with a monogram engraved in the platinum, a trio of precious stones, a diamond flanked by 2 sapphires at the top. Judging from the thick stack of bills wedged between the 2 metal clasps, the owner would be missing it. Corbin snatched it away from me and swore loudly. JDF? I said. Jack, what the hex have you gotten yourself into? Corbin growled, stuffing the money clip into his pocket. That's Jack's? I asked. So he was here? Apparently. Corbin raked a hand through his dark waves as he scanned the rest of the stall. We continued to search for more clues, but came up empty. The money clip was the only foreign object in the stall. What do we do now? I asked quietly. Now, we have to go see my father, Corbin said. And something told me it was a trip neither of us wanted to take. Chapter 4. Frost Castle was some 800 miles south of the North Pole, heading toward Greenland. The full journey was too far to go via reindeer, and while tinsel transit was an option, it would take the better part of a day via train. We didn't have that kind of time. The elves working at the stable could only keep Rudolph's disappearance a secret for so long. Gossip spread through Santa's workshop just as quickly as a small-town grapevine. Luckily, Corbin had an alternative. We hopped on Starly's back and flew south. We flew for what seemed like an hour, judging by the stinging cold in my face and hands, when suddenly I spotted an enormous archway of ice, jutting up from the snow in the distance. As we neared, a glittering green and blue light pulsated between the enormous pillars of ice. A portal, I breathed. Fly straight at it, Corbin instructed in my ear, his voice raised above the gusts of frosty wind. My stomach tightened. I'd never taken one of the portals to or from the pole, or to anywhere outside of it before. Plenty of people had. It was how the majority of visitors and tourists got to the pole every year. But there was an uncertainty that tugged at my nerves. My eyes squeezed closed as we neared the arch. Starly didn't balk. At my urging, she soared right through. A faint buzz sounded in my ears, and for a moment my body felt the way it did in the aftermath of a shiver. A little tingly, but overall fine. My eyes fluttered open again, and I gasped. The entire kingdom was made of ice. The homes and shops and the hulking castle built into the side of a huge white mountainside. Home sweet home, Corbin said, his tone flat. The Frost Kingdom was larger than the North Pole, spanning for miles and miles, surrounded by white tundra. I'm even colder just looking at it, I gasped. How do people live in all this ice? It's mainly an illusion, Corbin replied. The insides are heated. We don't live in igloos. It's beautiful, I told him, and meant it. As we flew lower, I was able to take in the beauty of the sculpted ice. The castle was especially breathtaking, with towers and spires of solid ice gleaming in the sun. It's something, Corbin replied. Head toward the gatehouse, he said, outstretching one arm to point. If we hurry, we can catch the old geezer while he's at lunch. He'll be in a better mood if he has a goblet of wine in one hand. I blinked. What were we walking into? Starly flew us right up to the castle gates, where 2 elves stood at attention. The lead guard, his emerald jacket festooned with colorful ribbons, took one look at Prince Corbin and barked out for the other guards to raise the gate. The guards eyed me as I squeezed against Starly's sides, prompting her forward. Even after we passed through the archway, I could feel them watching us. In the courtyard, I brought Starly to a halt, and Corbin dismounted. He reached up to offer me a hand, almost on autopilot. I climbed down just as a petite woman with blonde hair and doe eyes raced out to greet us. Morning, Carlotta, Corbin said, grabbing hold of Starly's reins. Will you take this one to the stables and see that she gets a good meal and plenty of water? The young woman dipped her head and then reached for the reins. Yes, Your Majesty. She likes apples, I told her. If you have any, I mean. She bobbed her head. Yes, miss. Thank you, Carlotta, Corbin said, before taking my elbow and guiding me toward a set of huge doors, also made of intricately carved ice. 2 guards leaped into action and opened the doors ahead of us, and then we were in a great hall. It stretched on, nearly as large as the venue where the Yule Ball was held each year. As Corbin had assured me, the temperature was not as frigid as I'd assumed based on the exterior. If anything, it felt too warm with all my layers. The interior also appeared to be carved from ice, but I'd have guessed it to be in the upper 60s. I wanted to go to the wall and put my hand against the ice to see if it was cold to the touch, but Corbin was already striding ahead, with his shoulders set. I followed along, a step or two behind, as he made his way to the ice throne at the far end. A man in emerald green stood on the dais, his face red, as another man in a guard's uniform stood before him.
"Don't understand why it's taking so long," the king bellowed. "Where are Sparks and Topher? They should be back by now."
The king whipped around, and his cold blue eyes found Corbin and me. Fighting the urge to stop dead in my tracks, I took a stumbling step forward, sticking close to the prince.
"What are you doing here?" he snapped at his son. "You're supposed to be out looking for your brother."
"Good afternoon to you too, father," Corbin muttered.
"Who is this?"
the king demanded, his sharp eyes snapping toward me. I shrank back.
"Is she the reason for the broken engagement?"
Corbin strode forward.
"Jack stole Rudolph right out from under Santa Claus's nose last night."
The king froze, his jaw clenched.
"I don't think Jack was kidnapped," Corbin declared. "I think the coward ran away, although why he needed the pole's most famous reindeer is beyond me. But then, it's Jack. Maybe he just thought it would be good for a laugh. One final caper before he vanished into the night."
The harshness in Corbin's voice surprised me. There didn't appear to be much love lost between the 2 brothers, at least not on Corbin's end of the relationship. My brothers and I had gone through our squabbles as kids, but I couldn't imagine how I would feel if one of them went missing in the middle of the night, without a word, his home left ravaged. Panic wouldn't even begin to cover it. Even if I thought he'd gone off voluntarily, the uncertainty would claw at me all the same.
"What proof do you have of this wild accusation?"
the king barked at his youngest son. Corbin dug in his pocket and produced the money clip we'd found in Rudolph's stall.
"This was in the stables."
The king's face paled ever so slightly.
"Why would he want the beast?"
My blood ran hot at the word, but I pressed my lips together and kept my outrage bottled up.
"And who is this woman?"
the king demanded, pointing at me.
"This is Lumi Northrop," Corbin replied, his jaw clenched. "She is one of the reindeer guardians. She spotted the hoof prints in the snow leading away from Jack's home. Your guards wouldn't listen to her when she tried to help, but she has graciously agreed to help me recover the reindeer, and now, it appears, Jack as well."
At his sides, the king's fingers clenched into fists. I noted a sapphire ring on the middle finger of his right hand. It must have been the family stone, seeing as it matched the one in Jack's money clip.
"What did you say about a broken engagement?" Corbin asked, keeping his tone cool despite the rage pouring from his father. "Your brother was with Everly last night," the king said, through clenched teeth, as though he could no longer bear to say Jack's name. "He was supposed to be proposing to the girl, but it would appear things took a turn." "What do you mean?" Corbin asked.
The king's eyes snapped to the left, where a frozen archway stood at the mouth of a hallway.
"She came back sometime after 10, escorted by Frederick, and immediately went to Jack's chambers and packed up her things. She stormed out of here, throwing a fit, cursing at the staff." "He was going to propose?" Corbin asked, one brow lifted. "How did you manage to get him to agree to that?"
The king looked at me, and I wished I could make myself invisible. Corbin followed his father's glance. With a sigh, he returned his attention to his father and held up a hand.
"Where is Everly now?" "She's likely the last to have seen Jack. Maybe she has some idea what he's up to." "Frederick took her home," the king replied, sinking down into his throne as though he were suddenly exhausted. "From my understanding, she has a home in Holiday Haven."
Corbin took a beat to think, then asked,
If Frederick was escorting her, then who was with Jack? Where was Crane? The king's upper lip curled back. According to him, he was dismissed from his post. I've already fired him and revoked his access to the castle. He never should have left Jack alone. Corbin's jaw flexed, but he remained silent. The king looked up, his eyes hard once more. Find him and bring him back to me, or we both know what will have to be done. Corbin met his father's eyes for a long moment, then dipped his chin and spun on his heels. The king's gaze darted to me, and I hurried to chase after Corbin. I didn't take a full breath until we were back in the courtyard. Corbin paced to one end and back again, before coming to a stop beside an enormous fountain that was spraying arcs of glittering frost into the air. If not for the tension, the courtyard would have been a nice place to relax and observe the architecture of the castle surrounding it. Are you all right? I asked quietly. No, Corbin fired back, dragging a hand through his thick hair as he turned away again and resumed pacing. He began muttering to himself as he walked. Crane must be in on the plan. There's no way he would have left him alone last night. Jack must have promised him something, some payout. He had to have known he'd lose his post with the guard. Corbin scoffed. He's lucky that's all my father did. The worm's probably gone into hiding now. Or maybe he's wherever Jack is. Crane is the bodyguard. Yes, Jack has, or rather had, two of them. Jameson Crane and George Frederick. If Frederick was busy dealing with Everly, then all Jack had to do was slip away from Crane, or, more likely, pay him to disappear. Doubt clawed at my insides. I tried to wrestle it back down, but it refused to be silent. Corbin pivoted and strode closer once more, and I cleared my throat. Corbin, what if Jack didn't plan any of this? What if someone really did kidnap him? The prince froze in place. I mean, hopefully not, but, well, it doesn't sound like your brother is really the planning type. At least not long term. Without your father's money and influence, where would he go? I have a hard time imagining him getting a regular job and paying his own bills. At that, Corbin coughed out a dry laugh. Who knows? It's Jack. Maybe he's planning to sell Rudolph and live off the proceeds until he figures something else out. He's always been like this, going through life, making choices like he's a kid on a set of monkey bars. He just doesn't realize that out there in the real world, things don't line up so neatly. My lower lip twisted to one side as I worried at it with my teeth. Corbin cringed. We're going to find them, Lumi. Both of them. I nodded and tried to smile, but it didn't make it all the way to my lips. Corbin gestured with his head. In any case, we need to go speak with Everly. She might know what he was up to. Chapter 5. Corbin led the way to the royal stables, and we found Starly tucked into one of the stalls. She gave a happy grunt at my appearance, but from the looks of things, she'd settled in quite nicely to her temporary digs. Just like the main structures, the stable looked to be made of solid ice, but the stalls were warm and cozy, with plenty of straw and fresh water. Starly was munching on a trough of grain, while Carlotta, the blonde woman who'd met us at the gate, was working to comb out her near-platinum mane. Careful, or she won't want to go home with me, I teased as I approached the content pair. Carlotta smiled at me. She's beautiful. I've never seen a reindeer with her coloring before. I couldn't help but flash a grin. I didn't have children yet, but I imagine my smile was something like that of a proud parent watching a dance recital or spelling bee. Thank you, I replied, running my hand over Starly's once again smoothed locks. If she was a little bigger, there's no doubt she would have been picked for Santa's team. I'm kind of happy it didn't work out, though. Carlotta laughed softly. I can see why. The young woman set down the brush and gave Starly a final pat. Are you leaving so soon? She asked me before turning to Corbin for confirmation. He nodded. Did you need anything for the trip back, Your Grace? Some food or water? Corbin started to decline, then stopped himself and deferred to me. Are you hungry? I held up a hand. No, thank you, though. Carlotta gave a slight nod of her head and handed me Starly's reins. Well, then, have a safe trip. Thank you, Carlotta, Corbin said, stepping closer to me. We could take one of my father's carriages if you prefer, he said, before gesturing at Starly, if she needs more rest. I looked Starly in the eye. I'd never left her behind for more than a few hours. Even back at the sanctuary, she followed me around most of the day while I did my chores. Shaking my head, I glanced up at the prince. I think she'd prefer to come along. We're going back to Holiday Haven? Yes. I can always follow you if you'd rather take your own transportation, I stammered, suddenly wondering if he was trying to find a way to keep from getting so close to me again. It was a rather intimate thing to be so close, especially with a virtual stranger. That might be best, I added. Corbin met my eyes, then ducked his chin. Of course. Turning to Carlotta, he rattled off some instructions. She hurried off to fulfill them, leaving us alone again. Can I ask you a question? I said, still running my fingers absently through Starly's mane. He shrugged. Sure. Why don't you have a bodyguard? I asked. I mean, you're the second in line to the throne, so shouldn't you have security as well? Corbin looked up, almost smiling. No one cares about me, Lumi. I'm not the superstar. Heck, most of the people in the poll don't even know who I am. They know Jack, sure, but the spare? Nah, I'm a nobody. My face isn't the one splashed all over the magazines and tabloids, or the one out doing events with my father. Gingerberry knew who you were, I insisted. She works at Santa's palace, Corbin replied. That's a little different than the average townsperson in Holiday Haven, or even residents of the North Pole. Is that why you live there? I asked. Jack likes Holiday Haven because he gets more attention. You live at the pole so you can hide? I'm not hiding, he insisted. Okay, well, fly under the radar, I guess. Not having to be addressed as Your Highness and all that. It is a perk, Corbin answered with a fleeting smile. I thought about that for a moment, then readied my next inquiry. And back there with your father, what did he mean when he said, you know what will happen if we can't find Jack? Corbin's dark eyes flashed, his jaw tight. If Jack doesn't get back here, I'll have to take his place at the coronation. My eyes widened. You would be the new Frost King? Kind of the whole thing about being the spare, he said, his tone dry. Why can't the king put off the coronation? Postpone it, or do it next year? Corbin looked away, a new emotion showing on his face, one I couldn't place. It doesn't work like that, Lumi. A stilted silence fell. I rocked back on my heels, dragging my gaze around the enormous stables. The ceiling had to be 20 feet above us, vaulted with a glittering chandelier made entirely of ice, sending sparkles and rays bouncing around the impressive space. What would it have been like to grow up in a place like this, surrounded by such beauty and opulence? The sanctuary was cozy and comfortable, but it was far from being considered luxurious or decadent. Everything was practical and measured. Everything had to serve a purpose. One would be hard-pressed to find so much as a matching pair of dish towels. Things were organized, but not beautiful. At least, not in comparison to where I was standing now. Glancing at Corbin, I licked my lips. Back at the dress shop, my aunt, she said she'd been hired to make Everly a gown for the coronation, that everyone said she was going to be introduced as a future member of the court. That's what my father wanted, Corbin said. He wanted Jack to be crowned and also to introduce his bride-to-be as part of some campaign to overhaul Jack's frat boy image. He thought if Jack announced his engagement at the coronation, and again at the Yule Ball, people would start seeing him as a king. I just don't know how he got Jack to finally agree to the plan. From the snort Corbin gave, I decided he'd thought it a pointless effort, which, from what I'd heard of Jack, didn't seem cruel, simply realistic. Jack Frost walked around Holiday Haven and the pole like an A-list celebrity. He didn't act in movies or have a hit record, but he'd graced more than a few magazine covers. Granted, most of them were tabloids after one of his stumbles. I wasn't a royal watcher, and I certainly didn't follow local celebrity gossip.
There was rarely time in my day to even read the books I'd been hoarding from the local library. When I had free time, I spent it with my family or with the animals. Starly and I like to go out deep into the woods around the sanctuary to spend an afternoon in absolute peace and quiet. Corbin would probably think that made me boring. His brother certainly would. I supposed when you grew up in a literal castle, anything less would likely seem quaint and inconsequential. "Here we go, Your Grace," Carlotta's voice carried from the other end of the stable. Behind her stood a huge, winged horse. I gasped, stunned by the creature's beauty. The horse's coat was as pure white as the snow outside the stable, with huge feathered wings tucked against its sides. She walked the horse forward, smiling at me. "He's a beauty, isn't he? This is Ullr, named after the Norse god of snow." "He's stunning," I exclaimed. Starly gave a low grunt. Clearly, she wasn't impressed. Smiling, I patted her side. "Is he yours?" I asked Corbin. Corbin smiled. The first genuine smile I'd seen. "He is now. My father bought him for Jack, but Jack's not much of an animal person." Carlotta barked out a laugh and quickly tried to stifle it, returning her face to a neutral expression. Corbin chuckled and strode forward to take the reins from her. "Thank you, Carlotta." The horse wore a saddle and bridle, all black and emerald green, like the uniforms on the guards outside. Corbin swung up into the saddle with ease, and Ullr let out a happy whinny. He was ready to stretch his wings. "Shall we?" Corbin asked, leaning forward to pat the side of the horse's neck. I drew Starly out of the stall and climbed onto her back. Corbin waited for me to get settled before directing his horse out of the stables. Corbin took the lead, flying us toward the portal where we'd entered the Frost Kingdom, which dropped us off at the one just south of the pole. As we flew toward Holiday Haven, I started wondering if we should swing by the farm to check in. My mother had sent me out to pick up the Yule Ball dresses hours ago. Aunt Viv had promised to courier them over, but by now, my parents must have been wondering what had happened to me. It was the busiest weekend of the year. I couldn't just leave them stranded. And yet, with Rudolph missing, I felt like I couldn't go home either. I decided I would call them as soon as we landed, although I wasn't quite sure what to tell them. Should I tell them about Jack's disappearance? Or Rudolph's apparent reindeer napping? I didn't want to panic them. Maybe I'd wait another hour. Knowing my mom, she'd probably just be happy to hear I was spending time with a man. Sighing at that thought, I directed my attention to the magnificent horse ahead of us. Ullr was somehow even more breathtaking in flight, and Corbin looked like a natural astride the powerful animal. No wonder he hadn't been intimidated by hopping astride Starly when I'd first suggested it. The clock tower chimed 1 o'clock, just as we circled the Holiday Haven town square. The streets were even busier than they'd been that morning, and the smell of roasting chestnuts and caramel corn floated up toward me. My stomach rumbled, reminding me that breakfast, hearty as it may have been, was long gone. Maybe we should have taken Carlotta up on her offer to get us some snacks for the trip. We landed on a street a few blocks from the town square, and Corbin hopped off Ullr in a graceful arc. He tethered the horse to a candy cane-striped post in front of a row of professional buildings. "Everly's place isn't too far from here," he said. "I thought of something when we were on our way here," I told him as I finished the knot on Starly's reins. She wouldn't wander off by herself, but it was better to be safe than sorry. Glancing up, I tucked a stray strand of hair back behind my ear. With all the flying, my ponytail was likely quite a sight. I wasn't sure I wanted to see my reflection at the moment. "What's that?" Corbin asked. "When I was outside Jack's chalet this morning, I heard someone in the crowd say he was at Wet Your Wassail last night. It's this little English-style pub a few blocks from here. The guy was saying that Jack was there and that he bought a round for everyone. If Everly doesn't know where he was, maybe we should check with the bar staff." Corbin nodded. "Yes, I was at the pub too." "You were?" I blinked. "Why didn't you say so, back at the castle?" Corbin looked away for a beat. "There are some things my father doesn't need to know." I frowned. Okay, so what? You were the third wheel on his date with Everly? When he was supposed to propose? Were you there to take pictures or something? No, he replied, his tone rougher. Jack was the party crasher. What do you mean? I was there for the open mic night, Corbin replied. I was performing. You sing? He nodded. And play guitar. Oh, wow, that's really cool. Corbin lifted one shoulder, a half shrug. I didn't tell Jack about it, but somehow he found out and dragged Everly along to watch. He horned his way into the front row. He was already halfway drunk when he showed up, and it went downhill from there. I hadn't been there, but the scene played through my head with shocking clarity. I'd been in a bar a year or two ago when Jack had stopped by and riled up the whole crowd. He was a relentless attention hog, not satisfied until all eyes were on him. A gregarious spotlight magnet. The two brothers really couldn't be more different, not just in looks, but in personality. Where Jack was loud and devil-may-care, Corbin was reserved and brooding. So what happened? Corbin hitched one shoulder. I told him to buzz off, and when he didn't, I left instead. Went for a ride around town trying to clear my head, mainly to keep myself from going back to the bar and knocking his teeth in. It was that bad? I was playing a song I wrote, and Jack decided to drop a quarter in the jukebox and get the crowd doing some karaoke sing-along version of Bohemian Rhapsody. I winced. Wow, that was a jerk move. Corbin barked out a laugh. That's one way to put it. Is he always like that? About your music? It's not just music. It's any time someone else has the spotlight. He can't stand to not be at the center of everyone's universe. I'm sorry that happened. Corbin didn't respond, his gaze fixed across the street at a row of bustling storefronts. What will happen to you when Jack becomes king? I asked. That's still to be determined, Corbin replied. His tone was calm, but there was some undercurrent radiating from him that told me not to pick at the thread any further. Corbin started walking, and I fell into step beside him. We went 2 blocks, in a reflective silence, before he stopped in front of a cluster of tri-level townhouses styled with a Bavarian flair. This is Everly's place, he said, gesturing at a green and gold-painted unit in the center. Drawing in a breath, I followed him up the set of steps and hung back while he knocked on the door. It opened after a brief pause, and from the look on the face of the woman who answered, we weren't who she'd expected. Corbin? She said, folding her arms. What, did he send you here to grovel on his behalf? Because if so, you can save it. Hello, Everly, Corbin said dryly. Everly Grayson was a stunning woman. Even with half-smeared mascara and bloodshot eyes, likely from a night of crying, she was one of the most beautiful women I'd seen in person. I could only imagine what she looked like when she had a fresh face of makeup and styled locks. Her complexion was tanned, with a hint of olive coloring, like her ancestry was Mediterranean. Her dark brown, nearly black hair hung past her shoulders in loose curls. Her golden brown eyes were somewhat wide-set, framing her high cheekbones and delicate nose. Corbin cut right to the point. Do you know where Jack is? Everly coughed. No, and I don't care. Everly, he's missing, Corbin said, his tone firm but gentle. He was supposed to meet with my father this morning and he didn't show up. His place has been ransacked and no one can reach him. Surprise registered in Everly's eyes. She glanced at me as though to confirm, and I gave a small nod. Rudolph is missing too. We think they might be together. She blinked. Rudolph? As in... The reindeer, yes, Corbin interjected, before glancing over his shoulder to the steady stream of pedestrians. Can we come in? Everly took a step back, her expression still twisted with confusion as she granted us entrance. As we stepped into her living room, I spotted a framed photograph and realized I'd seen the image before, in a jewelry ad in some magazine. Everly was posed on a velvet couch, wearing a little black dress and absolutely dripping in diamonds, her mile-long legs on display. The ad was tastefully done, her hair and makeup almost a callback to Audrey Hepburn. A very blinged-out Audrey Hepburn, that is. The townhome was tastefully decorated. The kind of home where every item had a place and clutter wasn't welcome. A bank of picture windows provided a nice view of the mountains over the tops of a row of single-level shops on the other side of the residential street. Everly dropped onto a cream-colored sectional with a chaise lounge at one end. She immediately crossed one leg over the other and looked at Corbin expectantly. "How could Jack go missing?" she asked. Corbin exhaled as he sat down on one of the two wingback chairs placed on either side of a walnut end table. I took the other, perching on the edge, my hands clasped together. I'd never felt comfortable in fancy settings. Life on a farm meant constant dirt and grime, which didn't mesh well with cream furniture and plush carpeting. "He's not answering his phone. His snowmobile is gone," Corbin began. Everly shrugged, still keeping her arms wrapped around her middle. "So, he's probably off on some joyride, celebrating getting rid of me or something." Bitterness dripped from her words like acid. "My father has had guards out looking for him all morning," Corbin replied, keeping his own voice measured. "You know I'm not his champion, Everly, but this is real. He's gone. Now either he trashed his place because he wanted us to think he'd been taken, or he's really in trouble. Either way, I need to find him. As you know, there are only 2 more days until the coronation." Everly made a harumph sound as she readjusted her position on the couch. "My father said you were escorted to the castle by Frederick last night. What happened after I left the pub?" Everly scoffed, flipping her dark waves out of her face. She didn't show a glimmer of regret over helping Jack crash Corbin's performance. "What happened was that I realized I just wasted 9 months of my life chasing that scoundrel around, all for nothing." "So, he broke up with you?" Corbin asked. "Yes. Just like that." She snapped her fingers. "No warning, just boom. It's over. No remorse." Everly snarled and muttered something under her breath, her eyes distant as she looked at the wall behind Corbin, as though she could almost picture her ex-lover standing there. Corbin slid a glance at me. He looked like he would rather be just about anywhere else in the world. Exhaling, he leaned forward, propping his elbows on his thighs. "He didn't give you a reason?" Everly rolled her eyes. "He said I was being too pushy, that he wasn't going to propose before the coronation, even though his father all but demanded it. He told me I could stay or go, and that it didn't really matter to him which option I chose." "Yikes," I whispered, looking down at my hands. "Yeah," Everly snapped. "He's going to regret it." Corbin straightened and held up one hand. "What happened then?" Everly shrugged one shoulder. "I threw a rocks glass at his head, and Freddie dragged me out of the pub. Jack didn't even bother to come check on me. Freddie took me back to the castle, and I packed up the things I kept at Jack's, and then he brought me back here." "So, Jack stayed in the pub?" "As far as I know, yes." Corbin frowned. We'd hit a dead end. "Did Jack ever talk about Rudolph?" I asked. "Do you have any idea why he might want to take him?" Everly looked at me like I'd sprouted a second head. "No," she snapped. "Who cares about a stupid Christmas horse or whatever?" "He's not a horse, he's a reindeer," I said, scowling at her. "Whatever." Corbin got to his feet. "If you hear from him, call me." Everly shot him a dark look. "Everly, please. I know you're upset. Believe me, I get it, but please, for me." Okay, fine, I'll call." She didn't bother to escort us out, so I followed after Corbin, my pulse still elevated from the little spat. Corbin jogged down the front steps and stopped on the sidewalk, pocketing his gloved hands as he surveyed the street. "What now?" I asked. Suddenly, the door behind me opened, and the brunette appeared, this time holding a wine glass in one hand. A very full wine glass. "I thought of something," she said, mostly to Corbin. "A few nights ago, we were in the Pole eating at that new restaurant, Sub-Zero. It's really exclusive, but Jack got us reservations." A ghost of a smile flitted across her full lips. "Anyway, someone tipped off the paparazzi, and we had to leave out the back through the kitchens. When we got outside, it was kind of this alley, right next to the trash bins. I remember I ruined one of my new suede boots stepping in a puddle of something." Her nose wrinkled. Corbin's jaw flexed. I could almost feel him resisting the urge to tell her to get on with it. Everly tossed her hair back. Anyway, we were heading back to the valet when all of a sudden, out of nowhere, this, ice troll shows up and grabs Jack by the front of his coat. I screamed and went for help, but when I got back with one of the valets, the troll was gone, and Jack said everything was fine, that it was just some kind of misunderstanding. But what if it wasn't? When Corbin didn't respond, Everly shrugged again and sipped at her wine. Anyway, just thought you might want to know about that. Corbin nodded. Thank you. And remember, call if you hear anything. Yeah, I got it. Everly rolled her eyes and ducked back into her townhome. She'd given us a lead. The question was, where would it take us? Chapter 6. Where are we supposed to find a sketchy ice troll in Holiday Haven? I asked, once the door to Everly's townhome was closed behind us. I may not come into town all that often, but I'm pretty sure something like that would have stuck out to me. Corbin flipped up the collar of his coat and started down the sidewalk, back toward where we'd left Starley and Uller. I know where we need to go. Jogging a step to catch up, I cleared my throat. Listen, Corbin, I really don't know how much longer I can stay out. It's the busiest weekend of the year at my family's farm. It's past lunchtime now. They're probably wondering where I am. I was only supposed to be here in town long enough to pick up my mother's dress. Well, and apparently my dress, too. Corbin glanced at me. For the Yule Ball? Yes. I wasn't planning on going, but my mom ordered a dress as a surprise, and now my Aunt Viv will be expecting to see me in it at the ball. I sighed, and my exhale formed a puff of white. I guess I should have taken Sven up on his offer. Who is Sven? He used to work at the sanctuary. My mom tried to play matchmaker this morning, out in the barn. Corbin's mouth quirked to one side. Sounds overwhelmingly romantic. How could you possibly resist? Hey, it sounds like we both do things our parents make us do, whether we like it or not, so I'm not sure you can really throw snowballs here. Fair enough. Corbin chuckled, and I noted again how nice his smile was. His teeth were uniform and white, and when he smiled, lines appeared on either side of his mouth, making him somehow look younger and older all at once. What about you? I asked. Are you going to the Yule Ball? I have tickets, he replied. That's not really an answer, I said, shooting him a little grin. The planning committee always sends tickets to the royal family. I tend to go and make an appearance at least, but I never stay long. I haven't been the past few years, I told him. But I remember seeing Jack there at the last one I attended. Was that the year he got sloppy drunk and tried to hit on Mrs. Claus in front of Santa? Or the year he got sloppy drunk and turned the entire dance floor into an indoor skating rink? I sighed. The second one? I nearly fell and broke my ankle. Corbin shook his head. Irresponsible fool. Has he always been that way? Pretty much. My parents spoiled him from birth, gave him everything he ever wanted, and never dished out any consequences when he acted up. When he hit his preteen years, things kicked into another level and they sent him to this fancy boarding school in Europe. He became someone else's problem for a few years, and when he finally came home at 16, he'd bloomed into a full-on menace. But he's a smooth talker, and used to using his looks or his royal status as a get-out-of-jail-free card. And it works. What about you? What about me? You didn't go to the fancy school? Corbin shook his head. No, I stayed in the castle, with tutors and a handful of age-appropriate friends, most of whom were the children of the castle's staff. I wondered if he'd ever missed his brother during their time apart. It felt like too personal of a question to ask, though, so I stayed quiet. We reached the animals, and Corbin sighed, one hand resting on Uller's hindquarter. Listen, if you need to get back home, I understand, he said. I appreciate the help you've given me today. I'm still not sure how Rudolph got tangled up into this mess, but if I know my brother, he's up to something. And while he's a menace, he's not a monster. The reindeer won't be in danger. He pulled a cell phone from his pocket. If you want, I can take your number and call when I get word. I chewed my lower lip. As much as I wanted to get home, I'd also made a promise to Gingerberry that I would help find Rudolph. It wasn't that I didn't trust Corbin to follow through, but it felt as though going home meant giving up on the search. Besides that, there was something in Corbin's face, a weariness, that made my heart ache a little at the idea of going off and leaving him to deal with everything on his own. He was capable, from the sound of it, but I couldn't help feeling sorry for him always having to shoulder the burden of his brother's mischief on his own. Corbin mistook my silence and smiled. I promise not to creep on you or anything. No, it's not that. I laughed, caught off guard. Tell you what, let me just call my mom and let her know what's going on. Then we can go to... I paused, my brows furrowed. Where is it we're going? We're going to the break room. The break room? What is that? Corbin chuckled. I'll tell you when we get there. Oh, good. That was just the not at all creepy answer I was hoping for, I teased. Corbin laughed, and I pulled my phone out of my pocket. I held it up and then turned to take a few paces down the sidewalk. The ringtone droned as I came to a stop in front of St. Knickknack's shop, a quirky little shop that sold all manner of Christmas-themed items. My mom answered on the second ring and sounded a little breathless. Lumi, for the love of Kris Kringle, where are you? I'm in Holiday Haven, I replied, glancing down the sidewalk towards Starley and Uller. Corbin wasn't standing there beside them anymore, and a little flutter of anxiety swirled through my stomach. Don't tell me you're lost in the bookstore, Mom huffed. We have a record-breaking crowd here today, and you're supposed to be here giving tours. Dewdrop volunteered to take over for you, and I couldn't tell her no, so she's leading the tours. And, well, you know how she can be. I cringed. Dewdrop was one of the Frost pixies, and while she was capable of giving a tour, having lived on the property for her entire life, she also had the attention span of a moth looking at a disco ball. I could just picture her zipping back and forth, talking a mile a minute until the guests got dizzy. I'll be home as soon as I can, I told her. But, Mom, something's come up. Rudolph is missing. Mom gasped. And then I heard a sound like she'd slapped a hand against her mouth to stifle the sound. Either that or she'd momentarily dropped her cell phone. I promised Gingerberry I'd help find him, I continued, my words tumbling out fast and anxious. He's not there, by chance. No, Mom exclaimed. Of course not. Oh, frozen fruitcakes. This is bad, Lumi. I'll bet Santa is out of his mind with worry. Should I send the pixies to you? They could help with the search. It was tempting. But if the pixies were on the hunt, they'd no doubt tell anyone they ran into exactly what was going on, and by dusk, the entire community would be in a panic. Pixies were incapable of lying, and didn't have much of a filter when it came to most things. If someone asked a question, they'd answer it, and then some. No, I said, shaking my head. I'm fine. Lumi? My mom exhaled. This is a big job. You can't cover the entire pole by yourself. I'm not by myself, I said, then bit the inside of my cheek, mentally kicking myself. Well, the Arctic fox was halfway out of the bag now. Corbin Frost is with me, I said, my eyes squeezed closed, bracing myself. Corbin Frost? I could picture Mom's dark brows so high they could almost blend in with her bangs. Yes, it's a long story. I promise to explain once I get home. A gust of wind rolled down the street and I shivered. I should get going. I just wanted to check in. Please don't tell anyone. Santa doesn't know about Rudolph yet, and we're trying to keep it that way as long as possible. Oh, Lumi, Mom sighed. I know. Just please. All right. But you call if you need help, okay? I will. We said goodbye, and I hung up the phone. Shoving it into my front pocket, I hurried back to the animals. Corbin wasn't standing beside Uller and Starley, and a little flutter of panic rushed through my stomach. Boo! Screaming, I jolted and swirled around. Corbin chuckled, his eyes aglow with amusement. Don't do that! You almost gave me a heart attack. Still smiling, he extended one hand toward me, and I realized he was holding 2 paper cups with the Candy Cane Cafe logo printed on the side. Here, he said. Please accept this as an apology. Frowning, I took the cup.
It's a peppermint cocoa, he said. I figured we could both use a little pick-me-up. Holding up the other cup, he added, This one is eggnog if you want to trade. I haven't taken a drink yet. Shaking my head, I wrapped both hands around the cocoa. Even through my gloves, the warmth seeped through a little bit. This one is good, I said. Thank you. You're welcome. I stashed a couple cookies in my coat pocket, too, he added, patting at his pocket. Everything good at home? I nodded. More or less. All right. Then shall we head to our next stop? We can leave the animals here. It's not too far of a walk. Oh. I looked at Starly, then nodded. Okay. Corbin led the way as we walked down the sidewalk. We fell into an easy cadence, mostly side by side, but occasionally falling into a single-file line when the foot traffic got thicker. When we got a block away, things thinned out, and the noise of other pedestrians and the Christmas market faded. Thanks for the cocoa, I said, after taking a sip. Corbin waved a hand. Don't worry about it. Honestly, it's the least I can do, dragging you away from your work for the day. Smiling, I took another sip and nodded. My family has been doing this for generations now. We have the occasional hiccup, but overall it's a well-oiled machine by now. Good. Corbin returned my smile. Do you like it? Working on a farm? I do. It's a quiet, peaceful life, aside from the visitor weekends at least. I get plenty of fresh air and sunshine, and time with my family. Do you have brothers or sisters? I have 2 brothers, one older and one younger. Steven, my older brother, is a dad. He lives on site with my niece and nephew. His ex-wife lives at the pole, so that situation gets a little sticky, shuffling the kiddos back and forth. But they seem to like splitting their time between the big city and the farm. Corbin nodded along as he listened. It's probably great for them to have both experiences. I think so. Of course, as Auntie Lumi, I wish they could be at the farm all the time. I smiled. Then Klein, my younger brother, he's in the city too. He works in banking and travels all over the world. He never really liked the small-town farm life. He comes to dinner once every few weeks and usually stays for a week around the holidays, but other than that, he's off conquering his corner of the world. I guess I can relate to a little bit of both, Corbin said, his focus shifting to the red lid on his cocoa cup. Frost Castle is smaller than you'd think, and can be kind of suffocating. But I do travel quite a bit, usually chasing after Jack. Didn't you say you have a condo in the Pole? That's right. I just don't get to spend much time there anymore, he said, a twinge of bitterness to the reply. I've spent the better part of the last year here in Holiday Haven, to be honest. When my father decided to coronate Jack, he gave me a specific set of instructions. He snorted, giving his head a slight shake. I'd say that mission has failed almost entirely. Do you like it here, at least? Corbin shrugged and took another drink of eggnog. It's a nice place to live. I've found a handful of venues where I can play my music, and there are lots of little places, like this cafe. He raised his cup, where you can disappear for a few hours and read a book. Although peace and quiet can be something of a rarity these days. I sipped my cocoa as the conversation slid into a lull. There were other questions I wanted to ask, but didn't know how. I'd never been all that good at conversation with people. Sure, with my family, it was easy, or even the pixies and other farmhands. But that was about as wide as my social circle extended. In school, I'd always been a wallflower. I never had the right clothes or in-fashion backpack and school supplies. When the other girls in my class would talk about some movie or TV show, I was left out, having never really been too interested in much of that. My bookworm tendencies started when I was young. I'd rather spend an afternoon in the library than at a movie theater or amusement park. Then high school hit, and the gap widened. I wasn't bullied by my peers, but I never felt like I fit in with most of them. The friends I did have were quiet and reserved, like me, and over the years we'd all gone our separate ways. As for dating, well, I'd never done much of that either. I would be 27 on my next birthday, and had never had a serious relationship. 2 years ago, a guy I'd known in high school was at the sanctuary with his family, visiting for the day, and we'd gotten to catching up, and wound up going on a handful of dates.
He invited me to the Yule Ball, and I'd agreed to be his date for the evening. By the end of the night, though, he told me he thought we'd be better off as friends. 2 weeks later, I saw him at the market, shopping with one of the girls from our class, and realized that they'd reconnected at the ball and had quickly become an item. They got married the following spring, and last I heard, had their first child earlier this year. The situation hadn't hurt my feelings so much as it shook my confidence. The guy had been nice enough about it, but I couldn't help wondering what it was the other girl had that I didn't. He'd said we were missing that spark, and that we wanted different things out of life. The only thing I could think was that my life was too simple for most. I didn't take exotic vacations or spend my weekends in the pole dining out or going to bars and clubs. My life was quiet, small. If I were in a relationship, I'd be happiest spending a night curled up in front of a fire, reading a good book, and maybe sharing the occasional passage. Boring. Corbin came to a stop in front of Pine and Dandy, a quaint little shop featuring handcrafted wood items. "Welcome to the break room," he said, gesturing with the hand still wrapped around his coffee cup. I frowned at the window display of cutting boards and a set of walnut bowls. Corbin chuckled at my baffled expression. "It will make sense when we get inside." We entered the shop, the air fragrant with cedar and hemlock. A man at the counter glanced up and smiled warmly. "Hello, Corbin. How's it going?" "Hey, Amos. Doing all right. You?" The man replied with a non-committal grunt, and Corbin chuckled. "Just headed downstairs." Right. The man waved a hand. We passed a few displays of the shop's wares and went to a door. I'd been in the shop before and figured the door led to a back room for employees, or maybe a storage closet for extra product. Corbin produced a key and slipped it into the lock. When he opened the door, we were met by a staircase leading to a lower level. Corbin stepped back and gestured for me to go first. At the bottom of the stairs, I expected to find a drab basement, but instead found an open room with brick walls and a wood bar. A man in a plaid flannel shirt raised a hand in welcome. "A little early, isn't it?" he teased with a wide smile. If it was, there were a handful of other patrons at one end of the bar who'd also found themselves in need of a midday drink. "I had no idea this was here," I said quietly as we walked toward the bar. Corbin smiled. "That's kind of the point. People come here when they need to get away from the, holiday cheer." "Aha," I said, taking in the fact that there wasn't one sprig of holly, potted poinsettia, or twinkle light in the whole place. In fact, there wasn't even a faint whisper of Christmas music playing from the jukebox in the corner. "Listen," Corbin said, still grinning. "I like Christmas as much as the next guy, but sometimes this place can get a little relentless." "You forget I spend most of my time mucking out reindeer stalls and wrangling pixies," I replied with a smile. "The little glimmers I get of life in town haven't saturated me just yet." Corbin chuckled. "Fair enough." "This place is actually pretty cool," I said. "Do you come here a lot?" By way of answer, 3 patrons at the end of the bar turned and let out a cheer. "There he is!" Corbin raised a hand. "Hey, guys." "Barkeep, let's get this man a drink," one of the men said, the woman and other man cheering in agreement, clearly already a few drinks in, despite the fact that it was barely after lunch. Then again, it was the week before Christmas, and a lot of townspeople were on vacation. Corbin shook his head at the bartender. "No need, guys. I'm actually here to see—" "Who's this?" the taller of the 2 men asked, getting off his stool to saunter over. He extended a hand toward me. "About time you got yourself a woman, Corby, old man." My cheeks warmed as Corbin looked over at me. "This is Lumi," he said. "You're the Northrop girl, aren't you?" the other guy asked. "That's right," I answered.
"Oh!" the woman exclaimed. "I've been out to your parents' farm. It's lovely."
"Thank you." Corbin cleared his throat. "Listen, we're actually here looking for Charlene. Is she running a game later tonight?" "Sure is," the tall man replied with a loud guffaw. "Why else would we all be here?" "Great," Corbin said, clapping the man on the back. "Thanks, Paul." We said a quick goodbye and walked away from the bar, but I could feel the trio's eyes on us as we headed down a short hallway. Corbin paused in front of a closed door, squared his shoulders, and slipped on a firm expression, the same one he'd worn back at the castle when speaking with his father. As he reached for the doorknob, my curiosity morphed into fear. I had no idea what was waiting for us on the other side of the door, but from Corbin's posture, I wasn't sure I was ready, especially if it involved surly ice trolls. Corbin opened the door, and a blast of cold air hit me in the face. The room beyond was dimly lit and freezing. Everything was made of ice, just like back at the castle, only this time the temperatures reflected our frosty surroundings. A fireplace dominated one wall, made entirely of ice, but the blue flames flickering in the hearth didn't give off any warmth. They did, however, provide a good look at the woman sitting behind a large desk. She glanced up from a leather-bound journal at our entrance. Her amethyst eyes found Corbin, and a sharp, almost predatorial smile pulled at the corners of her blood-red lips. She was beautiful, but in a harsh way, her face lean and angular. Her skin was pale, made more so by the soft blue light from the magic flames and frost-coated lanterns and sconces in the room. Her pin-straight, dark purple hair was caught in an angled bob, the front section falling to her chin before getting shorter along the sides. She wore a business jacket over a silk blouse in a deep plum hue. Clearly the woman liked purple. I didn't duck to look, but my guess was the shoes, likely 6-inch spiked pumps, would also match the rest of her ensemble.
Well, 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 she purred. This is certainly unexpected. It's been quite some time since you last darkened my door, Prince Corbin. Are you here to play?
There was a sardonic note to the question, and Corbin's jaw tensed.
I'm here for my brother. Where is he, Charlene?
Charlene's dark brows lifted.
Jack? I haven't seen him in a week now. I have a witness who says you sent one of your henchmen after him last week, outside some ritzy restaurant in the Pole. You are still using ice trolls to do your bidding, aren't you?
Charlene's smile widened, revealing 2 dainty fangs. I wasn't sure what she was. The teeth weren't quite large enough to indicate vampire, though there was something eerily vampiric about her.
Herman and Smash are still on my payroll.
Smash? I gulped.
Why were they after Jack?
Corbin asked. Charlene leaned back and crossed her legs.
Your brother owed me.
What else is new? Corbin huffed. Why didn't you just call the castle? We both know it wouldn't be the first time my father has had to settle Jack's bill.
Because, young prince, this wasn't about money.
Corbin frowned.
Jack owes me his snowmobile,
Charlene replied, with another cold smile.
He lost it in a bet last week and refused to hand it over.
Corbin swore, pinching the bridge of his nose.
He bet the snowmobile? Believe me, I was just as surprised as you,
Charlene replied with a soft laugh, though there was nothing melodic about it. If anything, it sounded menacing.
But he was running low on chips, so he tossed the keys to the thing in the pot. You can ask any of the other players. They will all attest to the wager.
As she spoke, she twirled her fingers through the air, and when she paused, a flicker of magic made 3 smooth marbles of ice appear. She fidgeted with them idly, bouncing them around the palm of her hand as she continued.
You know how he gets, Corbin. He was so sure he had the winning hand. When he lost, he turned the table over and somehow in the fray grabbed the keys and stormed off.
And you sent an ice troll to collect, Corbin said, his voice dull.
Like I said, he owed me,
Charlene replied, still grinning.
Can you just imagine his face when he sees me riding it all over town?
With a laugh, she clenched her fist around the marbles of ice, snuffing them into dust.
Honestly, the people around town will likely start falling all over themselves thanking me. It's almost a public service, don't you think?
Corbin's jaw flexed, but he didn't take her bait. With a shrug, Charlene went on.
And when I get bored, I can auction it off. Can you imagine how many people would place a bid? Jack Frost's infamous snowmobile? I'd stand to make a small fortune from some superfan desperate to get a piece of the Frost princeling. So when your little scare tactic with the troll didn't work, what did you do then? What did you do to up the stakes? Send your goons to ransack his home? Or did you decide to go with a more direct approach and kidnap him right off the street?
Something flashed in Charlene's eyes. Corbin's question had thrown her off her game.
Kidnap? Yes, Corbin snapped. Jack is missing. His home was vandalized. And you seem to have one heck of a motive in wanting to put a little fear into him. So tell me, where is he?
Charlene blinked, her haughty smile gone. Slowly, she leaned back.
I have the snowmobile. One of my associates found it last night and took possession of it. As far as I'm concerned, my business with your brother is concluded, and I certainly would never stoop to kidnapping the Frost Prince. Can you imagine? Why would I make that much trouble for myself over a joyride on a snowmobile?
My eyes widened as I shot a look at Corbin. He looked equally as surprised.
You have the snowmobile? Yes, Charlene answered. One of the patrons at Wet Your Wassail called in a tip last night. They knew I was looking for the thing. He told me that Jack was at the pub and in no shape to drive it home, so I decided to take the opportunity to collect.
What about Jack? I asked. The woman shifted her eyes toward me, as if noticing me for the first time.
He was still inside when the snowmobile was recovered. After that, I have no idea. I was actually surprised he didn't come storming into the club last night when he realized it was missing. He must have really been in the wind.
Corbin jabbed a finger toward the woman.
This isn't the end of this conversation. You can expect a call from my father's advisor to settle this matter.
Charlene shrugged her narrow shoulders.
As you wish, Princeling. But I assure you I did nothing to Jack that he didn't bring upon himself.
Corbin's nostrils flared, but he kept his mouth clamped shut as he spun around and stormed back into the hallway. I followed, closing the door to the freezing room, and then jogged a few paces to catch up to him back in the main bar area. Chapter 7. She could be lying, I said to Corbin once we left the underground clubhouse. Maybe she confessed to taking the snowmobile to get us off her tracks. Corbin shook his head.
She's not lying.
I wasn't sure how he could sound so certain, but didn't press the issue. What, is she? I asked, still chilled from the encounter, literally and figuratively.
She's a frost harpy, Corbin replied, his eyes scanning the streets. She keeps her wings to herself for the most part, but she's got 'em, Corbin continued.
Wow, I didn't even know that was a thing. What other secrets were lurking in the underground of the otherwise happy holiday town? I wasn't sure I really wanted to know the answer to that question. Pocketing my hands, I rocked onto the balls of my feet and back to my heels. We could go to Wet Your Wassail and see if anyone saw him leave after Everly left, I suggested, giving the prince a wary look. Any idea where he might have gone or who he would have called if he was snowmobile-less? Corbin shook his head.
He could have called the palace, but if he had, there would be a record of it.
Bobbing back to my toes again, a new thought struck me. Rocking back, I frowned. You know what's weird? Corbin looked at me. You said he has a bodyguard, sometimes two, everywhere he goes.
When he doesn't send them away, Corbin muttered, his expression dark. He thinks nothing bad can happen in a town like this.
Right, but what about the night outside the restaurant when Charlene's ice troll found them? They weren't in Holiday Haven, they were at the North Pole. So shouldn't one of the guards have been there to stop it?
They should have, Corbin said, though I could see the wheels in his mind start turning again. Sounds like my father got one thing right in dismissing Crane.
Do you think he might be able to answer some of those questions? He was still on the job last night. He must know something about what happened.
It's just a matter of tracking him down. He'll have already been removed from his residence at the castle by now. I'll need to make some phone calls.
Corbin pointed his chin down the street, back the way we'd come. Let's get out of the cold. I'll call and see if I can find Crane. He's Jack's main guard. Or at least he was. Pausing on the sidewalk, he gestured up at the sign hanging above the Candy Cane Cafe. I don't know about you, but I could use a refill. With a small smile, I nodded and followed him inside. It was one of my favorite places in Holiday Haven, second only to the corner bookstore. The cozy shop was always warm and smelled of chocolate. Mismatched overstuffed chairs and low coffee tables dotted the room, making it feel more like someone's grandmother's living room than a cold cookie-cutter coffee house. A fireplace sat at one end, with bookshelves on either side, full of knickknacks and second-hand paperbacks that anyone could borrow. Something of an unofficial library. One wall was lined with large windows looking out onto the bustling street, while the other displayed art from local artists. Photographs and paintings hung above a buffet-style table loaded with artisan wares, pottery, small sculptures, and enchanted snow globes that played out cute Christmas vignettes when picked up. I can get us a couple of refills while you make that phone call, I offered, reaching for Corbin's empty paper cup. Thanks, he said, passing it off to me. He walked closer to the fireplace, fishing his phone out of his coat pocket, while I approached the counter. The shop was mostly empty, with only 2 other patrons, a couple sitting in a plush love seat near the back right corner, speaking in soft tones as they lingered over a pair of cocoa mugs.
Good evening, Lumi,
a tiny voice piped up from the other side of the counter as a fairy flew into view. Evening, Lumi, a second fairy chimed in, zooming so close to the first that they nearly collided. The first fairy shot the second an annoyed look.
Ivy!
Sorry, the second replied, her fair cheeks dusted with pink. Chuckling softly, I placed the 2 paper cups on the counter. Hello, Holly, Ivy. How are things going around here? Quiet night? Holly, the first fairy, smiled at me. The 2 fairies were sisters, twins if I wasn't mistaken, and ran the cocoa shop together.
Everyone is still at the market,
Holly told me. Probably still at the market, Ivy agreed, nodding her tiny head. Holly gave her sister another perturbed glance.
What'll it be?
She asked, pointing down at the cups.
Are these old? I would have remembered seeing you in here before.
Oh, I glanced over at Corbin. I'm with him. The 2 fairies exchanged a glance, their thin brows lifted. It's not like that, I hurried to add. We're just, out. As far as I knew, both Jack and Rudolph's disappearance were considered top secret. We should have thought of a plausible cover story. Ivy leaned in closer to her sister, wings aflutter. Isn't that Prince Corbin? Holly smiled at me.
You know, Princess Lumi does have a certain ring to it.
Ivy giggled. Ring! Ladies, really now? I furrowed my brow. Have you 2 turned into the gossip pixies over at the Snowflake Salon? Ivy nodded, smiling brightly. Holly held up one hand, stopping her sister's fervent agreement.
No one is trying to start up the gossip mill, Lumi, but it's not every day Corbin Frost goes around town with a female companion, or any companions for that matter.
Really? I asked, glancing over my shoulder. He still had his back turned, speaking to someone on the phone in a low voice.
Jack gets most of the attention,
Holly continued, as Ivy bobbed her head.
He's the one on the magazines and all that.
Corbin is quiet, like me, Ivy told me. Holly rolled her eyes.
Ivy, if there is one thing you aren't, it's quiet.
Ivy's hands balled into fists. At least my head's not full of figgy pudding, Holly.
Figgy pudding?
Holly spat.
I'll show you figgy pudding.
I cleared my throat and politely asked for refills on the drinks before the situation devolved into a brawl. Their cheeks turned red simultaneously when they snapped to their senses, and the pair quickly sprang into action. Holly poured the refills, largely using pixie dust to move the cups to the large dispensers, clearly labeled as to the contents. When the cups were refilled, she carefully guided them back to the counter and flew to place fresh lids on top. Ivy took my money, and I slipped a tip into the candy-striped jar beside the register. Thanks, ladies, I said, grabbing the 2 hot cups.
Anytime,
Holly said. Anytime, Ivy happily echoed. Corbin was still on the phone, so I took the drinks to one of the low-profile tables and sat down on a Merlot-colored wingback chair. Before I could sift through the stack of magazines in the rack near my feet, my phone chirped. Digging it from my pocket, I realized the number on the screen was the prefix used on Santa's various phone lines. "Hello?" I answered. "This is Lumi."
"Lumi, it's Gingerberry,"
the elf's high-pitched voice replied. "Oh, hello." A finger of dread curled in my stomach. "I'm really sorry, Gingerberry, but I don't have any news yet." "He's here!" Gingerberry exclaimed. "He came back." I sat up a little straighter. "He what? I mean, when? Is he all right?"
"He's tired, but otherwise seems fine,"
Gingerberry replied.
"He flew in about 20 minutes ago. We got him settled back in his stall, and our vet is coming to take a look just in case."
As relieved as I was to hear the news, there was a part of me that felt even more unsettled somehow. There were still so many unanswered questions. One of them being, if Rudolph was back, then where was Jack? "Any idea where he's come from? Or any sign of where he might have been?" I asked, trying to flag for Corbin's attention with my free hand.
"I'm not sure, but my guess would be somewhere far," Gingerberry replied. "He's not used to flying these days, but even still, wherever he came from, it must have been some distance. Poor guy fell asleep before he even finished his dinner."
My heart ached for him. He must have been so scared and exhausted. Corbin finally turned enough to catch my waving in his peripheral vision. His brows lifted, and he quickly wrapped up his phone call as he crossed the shop toward me.
"When Patches gets here, we might have a better idea of where he's been," Gingerberry told me. "Patches speaks reindeer."
Right. Okay, we'll be there soon," I told the elf before hanging up. Corbin sat down in the chair opposite mine, leaning forward, his elbows practically on his knees. "Who was that?" "Rudolph is back at Santa's stables," I replied, still in disbelief. He just flew back all on his own." "He did? He was by himself," I added quietly. Corbin's face fell. "No sign of Jack, then?" Shaking my head, I glanced down at my drink cup. "I'm sorry, Corbin. No luck on my end either, I'm afraid. No one knows where Crane went after my father fired him from the guard. I've left messages with anyone who might be in touch with him, but for now, it's another dead end." Leaning back, he exhaled, long and slow. We sat in silence for a moment, each glancing at the other expectantly, though it appeared neither of us knew what to say. Despite the brothers' rocky relationship, it was becoming more obvious that Corbin was worried about Jack as the day progressed. I didn't know either of them very well, but I couldn't help feeling sorry for the pair, both being thrust into this weird new sea of uncertainty. Finally, Corbin cleared his throat after taking a sip of his fresh eggnog. "I guess with Rudolph back, you'll be heading home." I blinked, somehow surprised by the suggestion. "I just mean, that was why you've let me drag you all over the Arctic," he added with a half smile. "Right." I fidgeted with the end of my ponytail. Yeah, I guess I should get back." Corbin lowered his gaze to his cup for a moment. "Although," he looked up, "I did promise Gingerberry I'd come and check on Rudolph, personally. So, if you're up for one more stop." "Of course." Corbin got to his feet. A little smile tugged at the corners of my lips as I followed suit and stood from the comfortable chair. Corbin lifted a finger. "At the risk of sounding a little cracked, is there any chance that, reindeer, the magic Santa kind, that they can talk?" With a quiet laugh, I nodded. "In a way." We left the cocoa shop together, and I ignored the googly-eyed looks Holly and Ivy cast our way as we passed through to the door and headed back to Uller and Starly. The two animals looked eagerly at us as we approached. An elderly man coming from the opposite direction stopped to consider them.
"Quite a pair you've got here,"
he said, nudging his squared chin at the two animals.
"I've got a couple of candy canes in my coat pocket, if you'll allow it."
Corbin and I exchanged a glance, then nodded. "Sure," Corbin said, striding closer to the animals. Smiling, the man wandered closer and produced the two candies.
"The gnomes were handing them out at the market, but I can't eat them on account of my health," he explained, as he offered the small sweets to Starly and Uller in turn. I used to have a horse," he went on, placing a hand on Uller's nose. "Not quite as fancy as this one, of course, but he used to like a sweetie now and then." Corbin smiled. "Uller would eat a whole barrel of candy if I let him." The man laughed, then turned his attention to Starly. "And this beauty. Well, she looks fit to lead Santa's sleigh, if you ask me." "Thank you," I replied, not bothering to explain that she was far too small for such a burden. "She is something special, all right." The animals finished their snacks with a combination of happy grunts and whinnying on the part of Uller before they searched the man's hand to see if there was a chance at seconds. The three of us shared a laugh, and the elderly man went on his way. "Merry Christmas to you all," he called, smiling to himself as he continued shuffling down the sidewalk. "Merry Christmas," Corbin and I said in sync. "What a sweet man," I said, turning to Starly. "That's what I like about Holiday Haven," Corbin told me, as he went around to the front of Uller and began untying his reins from the candy-striped post. "Everyone is so friendly." "Minus a frost harpy or two," I replied with a giggle. Corbin laughed, nodding in agreement. "Right." We saddled up and took to the skies again, heading out of Holiday Haven for the third time that day. One thing was for certain. Starly was going to get a hearty dinner and a good night's sleep tonight. As we flew over the market, I smiled down at the beautiful sight of glowing lanterns, a cluster of carolers in front of Town Hall. A friendly hockey game was taking place on the skating rink, with a crowd gathered around the perimeter to watch as they indulged in the sweet and savory snacks from the vendors. It was pretty idyllic. Part of me wanted to turn back and wander through the market with Corbin, enjoying the twinkling lights and Christmas carols. What would we talk about? Would we point out all the same things in the various stalls? Shaking my head, I dismissed the daydreaming and focused ahead as we flew away from Holiday Haven into the dark tundra separating it from the North Pole. Chapter 8. Gingerberry met us as we touched down in front of Santa's stables. She was grinning from ear to ear, clearly relieved that Rudolph was home safe and sound, and likely even more relieved that Santa Claus hadn't caught wind of the disappearance. "Lumi! Your Grace." She dipped her chin in Corbin's direction. "I'm so glad you're here. Patches is on his way. Shouldn't be long now." "Patches?" Corbin whispered. "He's the vet," I explained, as we began following after Gingerberry. "He's the one who can communicate with the reindeer. Something of a second language, I guess you could say." Not all animals were like my familiar Sugarplum. I shared a magical bond with the Arctic hare, one that allowed us to speak as easily as if he were another human. However, even with Starly, my second most constant companion, communication was limited to body language and certain commands. None of it was verbal. It was the same with Rudolph. He was special to Santa, but not a true familiar. Luckily, there were some elves and even witches and wizards who were gifted enough to speak with any animal. I'd often longed for the power, but it never manifested. Doc Patches was the lead veterinarian in the North Pole, and was personally on call to help Santa any time, day or night. I had no idea how old the elf was, but rumor had it he'd been one of Santa's lifelong friends, and Santa was very, very old. We didn't have to wait long for the elf to arrive. A snowmobile pulled up the drive a few minutes after Corbin and I arrived, and the lanky elf dismounted and hurried up the walk. A pair of half-moon spectacles perched on the tip of his crooked nose, magnifying a pair of brilliant blue eyes. He wore a button-up wool coat that appeared to have been put on in a hurry, as the buttons wound up mismatched to the holes, giving the whole thing a catawampus look. A knit cap covered his head, likely made by his lovely wife, who was a crochet enthusiast, and silver and white hair spilled to his shoulders, wavy and frizzed from the ride over. "Evening, Patches," Gingerberry said, ushering the doc into the stables, as if he might not remember the way. "Evening," he replied with a quick nod. His old eyes found mine, and he smiled. "My dear Lumi, this is quite a surprise. I hadn't expected to see you here." "It's good to see you too, Doctor. How are you and the missus?" I replied, smiling. "Oh, quite well, thank you." His eyes roved to Corbin and then widened. Young Prince Corbin. Well, this is most unexpected.
Corbin held out a hand.
It's nice to meet you, Doctor.
Patches shook his hand eagerly. Then we hurried on our way to Rudolph's stall. My heart leaped at the sight of the old reindeer, his muzzle frosted with silver, as he slept in a pile of fresh straw. A thick flannel blanket had been draped over him, a snowflake pattern printed into the cozy fabric. Gingerberry described the series of events to Patches as the elf went to work, gently inspecting the sleeping reindeer. I didn't realize I was white-knuckling the top plank of the half wall until Corbin reached up and placed his hand beside mine, our hands momentarily brushing. A spark radiated up my arm, and I tore my eyes from the sleeping reindeer long enough to meet the prince's eyes.
He's going to be all right,
he told me softly, offering a reassuring smile. Relaxing my grip and shoulders, I rocked back onto my heels, hoping he didn't notice the way my cheeks flushed. Dr. Patches got Rudolph to open his eyes for a few moments, and I sighed with relief to see a familiar warm sparkle. Corbin smiled at me.
See?
Can I come pet him? I asked the doc. When he agreed, I stepped into the stall and kneeled beside the large reindeer. He lifted his head and nuzzled it into my lap before closing his eyes again. I stroked his nose and ears. Dr. Patches got to his feet again. The movement somehow reminded me of an accordion expanding.
I'm surprised Nick isn't down here himself, he said with a chuckle. I suppose he's all tied up at the workshop.
Gingerberry shot me a look, then cleared her throat with a delicate cough. Well, actually, Patches, about that, the elf's silver brows arched.
He doesn't know.
We didn't want to worry him, Gingerberry protested. Not needlessly. And look, here he is, safe and sound. So if you could just...
It's my fault, Corbin interjected.
Patches swiveled to look at him.
How's that, Your Grace? My brother Jack also went missing sometime last night, and we thought the pair of them might have been off together,
Corbin replied, his tone measured.
Until we had more information, I thought it best to keep things quiet and not cause a panic. I am happy to personally explain things to Santa once the busy season has passed.
Patches blinked, his brows climbing even higher.
Jack Frost is missing?
We were hoping you could speak with Rudolph and see if he knows anything about it, I added, drawing the elf's attention.
Well, this is a most strange evening indeed, he replied,
mostly to himself.
But, very well, I'll see what Rudolph knows. As to his health, other than exhaustion, he looks to be in good shape. A little extra TLC should have him back to normal in no time at all.
Gingerberry sighed, one hand clutching at her heart. Glad to hear it, Patches. With a nod, Patches sank back down to the ground and placed a hand on Rudolph's nose, right between his closed eyes. Patches' eyes also slid shut, and he spoke in a low murmur that somehow reminded me of the lowing sounds reindeer made, while the words themselves sounded vaguely English. It took a few attempts to rouse the sleepy reindeer, but Patches eventually managed to coax some answers from him. When his blue eyes opened again, he patted the reindeer's neck with a small smile.
He says a man came and got him from his stall and took him in a trailer pulled behind a snowmobile. According to him, the snowmobile had the royal emblem painted on the side.
Corbin's eyes widened. Patches continued.
He says it was a long trip, but then we all know reindeer can't be expected to tell time.
What happened next? I asked, my hands clutching the side of the stall once more.
He says he was led into a fenced yard, tied up and given the blanket and some feed. The man closed the gate when he left, but at some point the gate blew open in the wind. Rudolph wanted to go home, so he chewed through the rope and took off.
How did it take him so long to get back here? I asked. I mean, if he left Jack's yard sometime in the early morning hours, then he should have been back here before dawn. Patches smiled and stroked the side of the reindeer's head.
It sounds as though he may have been distracted by the scent trail of a herd of wild reindeer. One in particular caught his attention.
Chuckling, he got to his feet.
Let's just say that Clarice might have a few things to say once they reunite and she catches him smelling of some other female.
I blinked, and Corbin choked back a laugh. Patches smiled.
Reindeer aren't monogamous, after all, dear Lumi.
Frowning down at the large, fuzzy head in my lap, I scolded him gently. You gave us all a heart attack so you could chase some tail? Literally? Even Gingerberry bit back a giggle.
All's well that ends well, Patches said, leaving the stall. Of course, I suppose that doesn't help in the search for your brother, for which you have my best wishes and hopes, Prince Corbin. If there is anything I can do, you need only say the word.
Thank you, Corbin replied, inclining his head.
Did Rudolph happen to give a description of the man who took him?
Patches nodded.
Yes, actually. He said he was rather tall, with dark hair, and wore an emerald coat. I hate to say it, but it sounds as though he might be a member of your staff.
We said goodbye to Patches and Gingerberry and headed back to the small field where we'd turned Uller and Starly loose to roam while we'd been in the stables. Turning to Corbin, I asked, Do either of Jack's guards have dark hair? Corbin's jaw tensed.
One of them does.
Frederick or Crane?
Crane.
He pulled his phone from his pocket, his expression darkening as he glanced down at the screen.
And now he's apparently gone missing too.
Seems to be the theme of the day, I sighed. We could check the inns here in town, although they tend to book out months ahead of Christmas time. I doubt he would have been able to get a reservation. Does he have family in your kingdom? Maybe he's staying with them until he gets another job? Corbin put the phone away and exhaled, a long puff of white floating from his lips.
I'll go back to the castle and see what I can uncover, he replied,
though the look on his face suggested home was the last place he wanted to go. What about dinner? I blurted. I mean, we've barely eaten all day. You could always come to my house. For a meal, I mean. Corbin's brows lifted as he glanced at me.
Yeah?
Sure, I don't have anything fancy, but... He chuckled.
Do you think all I eat are 5-course meals with gold-plated silverware and drink fancy wine from crystal goblets?
I shrugged. Yeah, kinda. Corbin laughed harder, and I couldn't help but become swept away by it, joining in. After a moment, he whistled for Uller.
I assure you, Lumi, all that's waiting for me back at the castle is a lecture from my father, and a meal eaten alone in my chambers, so your offer is more than tempting.
Smiling, I bobbed my head, then called out for Starly. We flew back to Holiday Haven. When we neared the center of town, Corbin and Uller hung back, allowing Starly and me to take the lead. The temperatures were plunging as the afternoon sun quickly faded, and I shivered against the frosty air as it slammed into me. It wasn't until we'd flown over the old covered bridge that my heart rate started to climb, wondering what my family would think of me returning home with a royal prince in my wake. I cringed, wondering if I should have called ahead to warn them to be cool. Then again, I wasn't sure my family, mainly my mom, could keep it together even with a heads up. We reached the driveway leading to the sanctuary, a weathered wooden sign hanging from between 2 decorative posts on either side of the snow-covered drive. The day's traffic was evident in the packed snow, different tracks and hoofprints showing the various sleds and carriages that had ventured to and from the farm over the course of the event. Starly landed in her usual place, along the fence to the main pasture. Normally, some of her herd mates would have come up to run along beside her, but after a long day, it appeared everyone was already tucked away, cozy in the barns. Uller landed beside us, and Corbin dismounted.
This place is huge, he said, considering the different buildings and pastures.
200 acres, I told him, releasing Starly from her bridle. Come on, Uller can hang out in the barn with Starly since they seem to be friends now. Corbin chuckled and led the horse along behind him as we walked up the slight incline toward the main barn. Twinkling lights welcomed us inside, and I showed Corbin to an empty stall for his horse, and then set about getting both animals a hearty meal. They'd both earned it, flying us all over the Arctic. As I prepared their meal, I wondered what I was supposed to feed the prince. Despite what he'd said, I wasn't sure my cooking could live up to the castle's standards. Best I had to offer was some leftover stew and a fresh loaf of crusty bread that I'd swiped from my mom and dad's kitchen early that morning when the baker had made his delivery. It would have to do, I decided. Once the animals were happily noshing, I led Corbin through the barn and out the other set of doors. Luckily, it was quiet, and none of the employees or my family members appeared to be around. The lights were on in the main farmhouse, and I imagined Mom and Dad were sitting down to dinner, tired from a long day. "It's so quiet here," Corbin commented when we exited the barn. "Is it always like this?" I nodded and wrapped my arms around myself. Most of the time. Days like today get a little crazy, what with all the visitors and tourists, but then it goes back to this. Glancing up at his profile, I smiled. He met my eyes and returned it. "It's perfect," he said. "Just like this." I had to agree. A blur of motion caught my eye, and I turned to find a dark shape racing toward us. "There you are!" Sugarplum bellowed, a hint of irritation in his voice. "Who's this little fluff?" Corbin asked, smiling down at Sugarplum. The hair bristled, one hind foot stomping the snow in rapid succession. "Little fluff?" he barked. "Who's he calling a little fluff? Lumi, you tell him that I was not only the biggest in my litter, but the biggest of all my siblings. And that's saying something, us being rabbits and all that." Doing my best to suppress a giggle, I glanced over to Corbin. "He says to tell you he's not little." Sugarplum stomped his foot definitively. "Ah." Corbin's eyes sparkled as he looked my way. "I'm sorry. I meant no offense to your friend." "His name is Sugarplum," I said, allowing a tiny smile. "And he's my familiar." "It's nice to meet you, Sugarplum," he told the hare. Then, looking back at me, he canted his head. "So, you're a witch?" I laughed. "Well, yeah. What did you think I was? A frost harpy like your friend Charlene?" He chuckled. "First of all, she's not my friend. And secondly, no, I didn't think you were anything like that. Your teeth aren't nearly pointy enough." "Oh, well, I'm glad that's settled then," I said with another laugh. "What is it you do?" Corbin asked. Crossing my arms, I looked him up and down. "You first." He sputtered a surprised laugh at my challenge. "I'm a frost," he said. "You know what I do. Everyone does." "So, show me," I dared. "What's your specialty? Not frozen half-pipes and snowmobile ramps, I hope." Corbin scoffed. "Oh, silent night." I laughed. "Well, then what?" He shot me a mischievous grin and took his gloves off. He cracked his knuckles and made a big show of warming up, rolling his shoulders down and back like he were about to launch a baseball pitch. Then, at the last second, he chucked a ball of blue frost magic across the empty pasture. The magic burst into huge fireworks in the night sky, only instead of red and blue sparks of fire, they were blue and silver snowflakes, each one different than the last, bursting in rapid succession before falling silently to the snow. Grinning, he looked at me. "Your turn." Well, if we're going to take in a fireworks show, we might want a place to sit," I said, removing my own gloves. With a twirl of my finger, I sent some of my own magic racing across the snow, and within seconds, a glistening park bench, made entirely of ice, sat in the middle of the pasture. Then, just for fun, I added an arch made of delicately carved ice with a glittering chandelier hanging above the bench. Corbin tipped his head. "Impressive. You could get a job working on the decorating committee at the castle." With a smile, I flattened my hands together, and the ice decor returned to a pile of mounded snow. "It's fun, but not something I'd want to do full-time, I don't think." "Fair enough," Corbin agreed with a chuckle. We went back and forth for a while, showcasing our talents. Corbin made a twister out of ice and snow. I countered with a giant sleigh of ice, pulled by 2 inanimate frost horses. For his grand finale, he sent a blast of north wind over the pasture, lifting the ice sleigh and its horses into the sky for a figure 8 around the quiet field. I clapped and cheered. Sugar Plum grew tired of us somewhere along the way and scampered off. Once we'd exhausted ourselves, I showed Corbin to my little cabin and set about reheating the stew. We ate together at my small kitchen table, while Sugar Plum sulked in his basket beside the fire. If Corbin thought the meal plain, he hid it well, as he finished his first serving and politely asked for seconds. We chatted casually through the meal, leaving Jack out of the equation for the most part. As it turned out, we shared a similar taste in books, and got lost discussing one of the mystery novels we both read in the last few weeks. Talking to Corbin was easy, and when the meal wound down, it seemed funny that we'd only just met that morning. It felt like we were longtime friends, just catching up. The fire grew low, and when I went to add a log, Corbin stood from the table. He started to stack the dishes, and I stopped him, waving off the gesture. "Oh, don't worry about those. I can clean up. You should probably get going. It's not going to get any warmer out there," I said with a smile. Corbin chuckled, setting the bowls down. "I suppose that's true. Thank you again, Lumi, for your help, and for the meal. It was delicious." "My pleasure," I replied, on both accounts. Corbin bundled up again, putting on his coat and hat and gloves before moving toward the door. "I hope you find Jack," I said, wrapping my arms around myself. I'd taken off my own coat before dinner and slipped into a cozy knitted sweater that was a couple sizes too large. It wasn't the most fashionable of choices, but it was my favorite all the same. "If I hear anything, I'll let you know." "Oh, right." Corbin reached into his coat pocket. "I never got your number." In the basket, both of Sugar Plum's ears perked. I gave him my number, and my phone pinged. Smiling, he slipped his phone back into his pocket. "Now you have mine, too." "Great, thanks." We shuffled toward the door in an awkward, stilted dance. I tried to reach past him to open the door, only to bump into him as he turned to do the same. We shared a smile and quick apology, then reached at the same time once again. Sugar Plum sighed, his ears drooping again. "Go ahead," I said, locking my arms back around my middle. Still grinning, Corbin pulled the door open. "Good night, Lumi." "Good night, Corbin. Safe trip home." "Thanks." With a final glance, he stepped out onto the small wood porch and wandered down the small pathway of shoveled snow leading away from my cabin back to the main driveway. I stepped outside and watched as he went to the barn. Moments later, he emerged, leading Uller, and I watched the pair fly into the frosty night. Sugar Plum cleared his throat when I closed the front door. "So what? Is he your boyfriend now?" "We just met today, Sugar Plum." "All right, well, you brought him home for dinner and he gave you his phone number when he left." "It's not like that, I promise. He's a prince, after all. He's probably got a line of admirers." I paused, my lips twisting to one side as I considered the statement. It does sound a little weird, though, doesn't it? I just had dinner with a prince. Shrugging, I continued cleaning up from the meal. Although you wouldn't really know it from spending time with him. He's nice and surprisingly down to earth, especially when compared to his brother. I glanced over my shoulder toward the hair as I scrubbed one of the bowls. I get the feeling they don't like each other very much. "What's there to like about that hooligan Jack?" Sugar Plum scoffed. "Remember when he came out here for that charity event 4 years ago?" My eyes widened. I'd forgotten all about it. "Oh, yeah. He was with that bobblehead woman who was not dressed appropriately for a day on the farm, mind you. You know that saying, colder than a witch's Sugar Plum? Well, I'm just saying, in her case, we'd all know why." I rolled my eyes and continued scrubbing. I couldn't honestly argue Sugar Plum's point. Jack's date had worn a skin-tight red sweater with a deep, deep V-neck plunge. In fairness, she'd pulled the look off, but I couldn't understand how her teeth didn't chip, as hard as they were chattering by the end of the day. "Even still, he got busted making out with that red-headed cocoa stall vendor in the Christmas tree field," Sugar Plum continued, "and then distracted everyone by hopping on poor Gingerbread and leading him in some bizarre reindeer game." "It was a disaster," I agreed. "I take it back, Lumi. Maybe you should steer clear of this Corbin and his entire family," Sugar Plum continued. "The whole thing sounds like a powder keg." It did seem that where Jack went, trouble followed. And then so did Corbin. Granted, he was there with a mop and broom, frantically trying to control the damage, but still. I wasn't picky when it came to my idea of what my future partner did for work. He didn't have to be a doctor or a lawyer or an artist. But it might be wise to draw the line at getting tangled up with the unofficial PR rep for the Frost family. And there I went again, sliding Corbin into that slot in my brain, checking him off like dating him was a real possibility. What was wrong with me? I decided to blame it on my mother's morning antics. She'd gotten me thinking about the Yule Ball. Still, he might be a good date to the ball, Sugar Plum said, as though reading my mind. Sighing, I placed a bowl in the dish drain rack. I don't even want to go to the ball. I don't think you have much of a choice anymore. Wiping a stray hair from my eyes, I wrinkled my nose. What makes you say that? Your Aunt Vivian is coming first thing tomorrow morning to finish fitting you for your dress. My gaze zipped to the hair. She is? Sugar Plum turned in 3 circles, adjusting his blankets, before settling back down again. Sighing, his eyes slid closed. 7:30 sharp. Well, ginger snaps. Chapter 9. The following morning, I rose before the sun and raced to get farm chores done before Aunt Viv's arrival. My stomach rumbled as I made my way up to the main house. Luckily, Mom had prepared a breakfast feast. Stephen was home with my niece and nephew, and the two regaled me with stories of their adventure the day before, visiting Santa's workshop and sightseeing around the North Pole. Lumi had her own little adventure to the pole yesterday, Mom told the 2 little ones as she deposited plates loaded with chocolate chip pancakes in front of them in turn. I shot her a look. She'd come out to the barn earlier to give me a mug of coffee and ask me about Rudolph. Even though he was safe and sound, it still wasn't wise to blast the news of his temporary disappearance around. Although who were my little niece and nephew likely to tell? Any adult listening to their tale would write it off as childhood imagination, not reality. Why were you at the pole, Lumi? Stephen asked as he cut the children's pancakes into small, bite-sized pieces for them. Sighing, I set down my fork. There was a little bit of a situation with Rudolph. My brother looked up, his brows lifted. Is he all right? Nodding, I reached for my orange juice. He's fine.
Dad, do you think when we go to Santa's next time we can meet him? Bentley, my nephew, asked. Oh, and feed him carrots, Lola, his sister, added with a giggle. Aunt Lumi says those are his favorite.
That's right, I said, smiling at her. After breakfast, the kiddos were turned loose to go play outside with the frost pixies until the visitor day began. Aunt Viv showed up right on time, and after a quick cup of coffee, she brought the garment bags in from her sleigh and got to work. Mom tried her dress on first. It was a floor-length gown in a flattering cobalt blue with a sweetheart necklace, long sleeves, and an A-line cut. At first, I was surprised by its lack of frills, but once Mom got it on, Aunt Viv's lips crooked into a smile and she directed her to take a spin. The movement activated a charm sewn into the delicate beadwork, and as Mom spun, the edges of the gown burst into gold and silver light. Once Mom and Dad took to the dance floor, all eyes would be on her as she moved across the floor like a shooting star or a comet. Mom clapped her hands, delighted by the shimmering skirt as she continued to spin. Wonderful! It's perfect, Viv. Aunt Viv dipped her head, still smiling, then shifted her attention to the second garment bag. Are you ready, Lumi? I suppose so, I replied, setting my coffee mug aside. Tell me, Aunt Viv began as she unzipped the bag, which lucky Holiday Haven bachelor has the privilege of taking you to the ball this year? Your mom mentioned one of the young men who used to work here at the sanctuary. Actually, I think I'll go by myself this year, I told her. Mom tossed her hands into the air. She's so stubborn, Viv. I'm stubborn because I don't want to lead Sven on and make him think I'm interested in dating him, I scoffed. And why not? Mom fired back. What's wrong with Sven?
He comes from a good family. He's polite. He always shows up for his shifts on time and never complained about long days. There's nothing wrong with Sven, I snapped. I never said there was. I'm just not interested in him like that. I swear, sometimes I think you just want to put me into some kind of arranged marriage or something. Mom sighed. No, Lumi, it's not about getting you married off. I snorted. Could have fooled me. Aunt Viv looked at Mom. There's nothing wrong with being single, Diana. Mom blanched. Well, of course not. I didn't mean to... She stopped and shot me a look. Lumi, it's not that you have to get married or be in a relationship to be happy and fulfilled. It's just... Well, sometimes I worry about you. You know? You're always here, working or spending time out in the woods with Starly and Sugarplum. I can't remember the last time you had a friend over, let alone a young man. Aunt Viv pulled the gown from the garment bag and extended it toward me, careful not to get the train caught in the zipper track. I'm not lonely or unhappy, I said, gently taking the dress. And I do have friends. You make it sound like I'm some kind of hermit, but I'm not. There's the Frost Pixies, the other farmhands, Stephen and the kids, you and Dad. Mom frowned. She wasn't going to win this battle, and she knew it. Still, I think it would be good for you to get out more, off the farm. Aunt Viv shot me a sidelong glance, her dark eyes sparkling. What happened with Prince Corbin yesterday? As far as I know, he doesn't have a love interest. I thought you were on my side, I protested. Aunt Viv held up one hand. I was just curious, honey, that's all. Uh-huh, sure. I stepped behind the privacy screen Aunt Viv had brought in with her. It was enchanted, like most of her tools and accessories, and traveled with her folded up, no larger than a pocketbook, and expanded to a portable dressing room with the snap of her fingers. We didn't really need it, seeing as we were in my parents' house, which had a number of bedrooms and bathrooms, but Aunt Viv liked to come prepared. I slipped out of my coveralls, long-sleeved thermal shirt and leggings, and stepped into the gown. It felt amazing on, and fit like a glove, which was either magic or some other tricks, seeing as I hadn't given Viv my current measurements. Then again, I wouldn't put it past my mom to have sneaked into my cabin while I was sleeping to take them herself. Holding my hair up, I stepped back and let Aunt Viv do the zipper. Turning, I dropped my hair, letting it fall back down around my shoulders in loose waves and curls. Mom pressed a hand to her mouth, her eyes glossy. Oh, Lumi, she breathed. Aunt Viv flashed a satisfied smile. Stunning. Everly Grayson will throw a fit when she sees you. I can just hear her, demanding to know why I gave her the second best dress for the ball. But that's a price I'm willing to pay. My chin jerked up. Everly Grayson? Mm-hmm. I told you she hired me and insisted she have the best dress for the ball. I thought it was for the coronation. Oh yes, that too. She ordered 2 gowns. She picked them up last night, in fact. I blinked. What? Aunt Viv frowned up at me, a sewing pin placed between her lips. With Jack missing and all, I wasn't sure the coronation was still going to happen. Removing the pin, Aunt Viv smiled. Oh, haven't you heard? He's back. The whole thing turned out to be some misunderstanding. Everly said the Frost King would be making a formal statement about the matter sometime later today. I blinked. A misunderstanding? Why hadn't Corbin called? We'd agreed to stay in touch if either of us heard anything. We'd gone all over the Arctic looking for Jack, and now he couldn't even bother to call and tell me it was all some mistake? Some small, secret hope fizzled out, with a sharp little twist of pain in my chest. I guess I'd served my purpose, and that was all he cared about. Maybe he was just as cold as his brother. They both carried the name Frost, after all. Someone found him in the castle, of all places, Aunt Viv continued, returning her attention to the hem of the gown. I guess when you live in a place that big, one can get lost. Mom laughed. I'll never know what that's like. Come on, let's get this off you, Aunt Viv said, gesturing for me to spin around. I'll make a few tiny little adjustments, and you'll be all set. Did you decide what to do with your hair? I did my best to play along, discussing various hairstyles and accessories, though Aunt Viv and Mom did most of the talking. It took all of my effort to keep smiling, playing along,
until I finally wriggled free and escaped to the barn to finish my morning chores. Sugar Plum kept me company while I shoveled stalls. Even with magic, some things still needed to be done with good old-fashioned elbow grease. Though if I even found a fae or fairy who could snap their fingers and make the mess evaporate into nothing, I'd sell a kidney to hire them for life. I'd just about finished when a strange whinnying sound came from the other side of the barn. Leaning my rake against the wall, I went to investigate. "Whoa," a voice called. Corbin had his back turned as he dismounted from the saddle on Euler's back. With a gasp, I flattened against the wall of the barn and tore off my gloves long enough to smooth my hands over my hair. I hadn't bothered to put on a stitch of makeup or even comb my hair before leaving my cabin, as I'd been in such a hurry to get chores done before Aunt Viv's arrival. Besides, the reindeer didn't care what I looked like or smelled like. "Oh, ginger snaps," I whispered, lifting the collar of my flannel shirt to take a whiff. Had I even put on deodorant? Then again, what prince wouldn't love Ode de Reindeer? "Lumi?" Corbin said, striding into the barn. My cheeks warmed as I peeled away from the wall, slipping my hands back into my gloves. Corbin looked as good as the day before, maybe better, whereas I looked like something one would put in a garden to scare away crows. "Hi," I breathed. I wasn't expecting to see you today." Suddenly, a flicker of irritation reared through the panic, and I remembered what Aunt Viv had said back at the house. "I heard the news," I said, my tone going flat. "About Jack? I guess he's back, safe and sound?" Corbin sighed. "He's not back, Lumi. That's just palace spin my father put out to keep the rumor mill quiet. Not that it will work." He reached up and rubbed the back of his neck. "Listen, I know this is probably another busy day for you, but if there's any way you have time, I really could use your help." "With what?" "I found out where Crane is staying. He's the guard that I think took Rudolph. I was kind of hoping you could come with me to question him and maybe pose as the one who talked to Rudolph and got the account straight from him. That way Crane won't be as likely to try and spin some kind of lie. You can be the human lie detector, or at least pretend to be." "I mean, I guess." I chewed my lower lip and looked around the barn. Visitors would start arriving soon, and I'd already been absent the day before. Before I could answer, a door at the opposite end of the barn swung open, and my mother appeared. "Aunt Viv is leaving if you wanted to come and—" She stopped short, and a slow smile spread across her face as she glanced from Corbin to me, then back again. "Prince Corbin," she said, ducking her chin. "It's so nice to meet you." "This is my mom, Diana," I said to Corbin, my cheeks heating up again. "It's nice to meet you," Corbin replied. "I was hoping to steal your daughter away for the morning." "Right," I said. "It's just going to be so busy here today, and—" Mom placed a hand on my back and propelled me a few stumbling steps closer to him. "Oh, well, Lumi, if the prince needs your help, then you have to go. We can handle everything here." Right. Guess that settled that. Chapter 10. As it turned out, Crane was closer than we'd expected. He'd booked himself into a room at the Holiday Haven Inn. How he'd managed to get a room on such short notice at the height of tourist season was beyond me. But then his connections, though they were now ex-connections, to the royal family provided certain levels of access the rest of us couldn't relate to. We flew into town on our respective steeds and touched down near the inn. "So, what's the plan here? I'm supposed to just sit there and look intimidating?" I asked when we stopped to tether the animals. Because I have to say I'm not sure I really have the stony expression you're hoping for. Corbin smiled. "I think you'll do all right. Just give him the look you gave your mom back at the barn." I blanched, which made him laugh. "Trust me," he said, still grinning. "I get it. You might think your mom is pushy, but she's got nothing on my father." "Oh, I don't know," I said, a smile peeking through my momentary embarrassment. "She has her moments." Corbin gestured toward the inn, and we fell into step beside each other. "I can do the talking with Crane, but if he tries to lie, you can recount what Doc Patches told us. You know, give it like a first-hand account. I think he'll fold pretty quickly." I bobbed my head once. "And you're sure he's the one who took Rudolph?" Corbin reached for the inn's front door and held it open for me. He's the only one I can think of that's connected to both disappearances. He matches the description. We just need to find out why. The woman running the front desk gave up Crane's room number without any problem. Corbin didn't even have to pull out his "I'm a prince" card. Either that or the woman already knew who he was. Corbin paused when we reached the room. Glancing at me, his dark brows lifted expectantly. "Ready?" I nodded. He knocked on the room door. "Room service," he called in a clear voice. A moment later, another male voice answered. "I didn't order any room service." "It's complimentary milk and cookies, sir," Corbin replied, winking at me. I suppressed a giggle. The door cracked open and a pair of blue eyes darted between Corbin's and my face, widening. "Oh, no." Corbin waved a hand at the door and a block of ice wedged between the door and the frame, preventing it from closing. "We need to talk," he said, making no effort to shove past the man to enter the room. Crane swore. "I've got nothing to say to you." "Crane, we can do this the easy way or the hard way," Corbin said, almost in a bored tone. The man on the other side tried to break the ice door stopper a few times before abandoning his efforts and retreating back from the door. Corbin swept it open and strode inside. I quickly followed, but hung back half a step, as I had before the Frost King. Then, remembering my role, I straightened and thrust my shoulders back, giving Crane a cold stare when his panicked eyes looked my way. The room appeared clean and cozy. A queen-sized bed dominated most of the space, with a pair of nightstands and a small dresser. An armchair sat by the window, accompanied by another small table. A miniature Christmas tree sat atop it, decorated with twinkling fairy lights and strands of colorful tinsel. "You want to tell me what happened 2 nights ago after I left the pub?" Corbin asked, crossing his arms. "I think I already know, but I'd like to hear it from you. This is your chance to tell me your side of the story." Crane exhaled, his expression defeated. With a heavy sigh, he sank down into the armchair. "I don't know what you want me to say, Prince Corbin." "Start at the beginning," Corbin replied. "When I left, Jack was buying everyone around and leading a sing-along. Sometime between then and the next morning, he went missing. I want to know what happened." Crane looked out the window. His gaze distant, as though replaying the events in his mind, he started to speak. "Jack and Everly got into it, like usual. She was pressing him for details about the coronation and yammering on about her dress. She'd been prodding at him for weeks to get him to ask your father for permission to borrow one of your mother's tiaras for her to wear to the event." Corbin's eyes darkened, a scowl twisting his lips into something sullen and angry. "He's been putting her off, but last night she wasn't taking no for an answer. At some point he snapped and told her the truth, that she's never going to be queen, that he's not going to marry her, and that she could either accept that or she could walk away." The guard cast us an irritated glance and continued. "It got ugly. Everly started cussing him out, screaming, making a scene. At some point, she threw a glass at Jack's head, and the entire situation spiraled from there. The barkeep tossed all of us out. Frederick took Everly and got her out of there. I went with Jack. But he wasn't ready to call it a night. So once Everly was gone, he went back inside and bought the whole place another round to make up for the scene. That seemed to appease the barkeep. I didn't think it was a good idea. He was already pretty sloshed, but you know how he gets when you try to point that out." Crane paused long enough for Corbin to grimace and nod in agreement. "Well, after he'd had another 2, I stepped in to try and convince him to go home. He blew up, cursed me out, even tried to take a swing at me. I was about to call for backup when he told me to get out. The crowd was on his side, naturally, as he was buying all of their drinks. So I left." Crane paused, his jaw tight. "It was a mistake, and now I'm paying for it. Lost my job, my home, and now I'm here in this holly-jolly nightmare of a hotel." Corbin scoffed. "Spare me the pity party, Crane. You made your choice. You could have stayed, at least watched the door and followed him home to make sure he got back okay." Crane's eyes sparked, as they quickly flashed back to Corbin's.
I was angry, okay? He humiliated me in front of an entire bar full of people. And it's not the first time. He said he didn't need me babysitting him, so I thought, fine. Gave him what he wanted. The people in that bar were practically worshipping him. I didn't think anyone would try to hurt him or anything like that.
You didn't think, period, Corbin replied, his voice hard. Now my brother is missing, and no one has any clue where he is. Not to mention his personal vehicle was stolen right out from under your nose. Crane's brows furrowed.
What do you mean? His snowmobile?
Charlene had one of her cronies swipe it. Some stupid bet Jack lost. Corbin shook his head, growing angrier by the second. I suppose you don't know anything about the ice troll she sent after him either, then?
Ice troll? No, of course not.
Corbin scoffed, shaking his head. You know, when my father told me he'd fired you, I almost went to bat for you. I know how Jack can be, better than anyone. But now, after hearing the state he was in, the idea that you bailed completely out of some kind of bruised pride? Well, I'd say it wasn't a mistake to fire you. It was a mistake to have trusted you with Jack's detail in the first place. The guard shot daggers at Corbin, but didn't dare to speak another word in his own defense. How does Rudolph come into play? Corbin continued. Why take the reindeer? Crane flinched. Don't bother lying to me, Corbin added, before the man could speak. I already know it was you. We have an eyewitness. Crane's eyes flashed back to me, and grew angrier.
Who are you?
She's the one who spoke with Rudolph. He told her exactly what happened to him. The anger in Crane's eyes quickly turned to horror. It was all the confirmation we needed. Corbin had been right. It was Crane. So I'm thinking if you had the gall to steal one of Santa's reindeer, I couldn't put it past you that you also know where Jack is, too. Was Rudolph supposed to be some kind of red herring? Something to buy you more time to plan your next move? Crane held up both hands.
I didn't have anything to do with Jack's disappearance.
But you did with Rudolph? I asked. Crane sagged back against the chair, his eyelids falling closed.
I was tired, okay? Tired of covering for Jack, for watching him get away with everything with no repercussions. So yeah, I did it, okay? I went to Santa's stables and I framed Jack in the reindeer napping.
But what would make you even think to do something so awful? I asked. Crane sighed.
It was a joke Jack made sometimes. He thought it would be funny, some kind of prank to steal Rudolph and take him for a joyride around town. I wasn't going to hurt the beast.
He's not a beast, I snapped, my eyes narrowed. Corbin set a hand on my shoulder for a moment, then picked up where I'd left off with the questioning. Where were you keeping Rudolph?
I took him to Jack's place and tethered him to the deck. The last time I saw him, he was tucked in under a blanket there in the backyard.
I had to bite back a snarl. The idea of someone callously leaving poor Rudolph alone and confused, it made my blood boil.
I figured Jack would wake up hungover, with no idea what happened the night before, and then he'd see the reindeer in his backyard and think he'd stolen him. Finally went through with his grand plan.
And even if he had, what then? As you said, Jack never gets punished for anything, I snapped. What made you think that this would be the one thing where he'd finally face the consequences? Corbin was the one who answered. For the same reason Jack would never actually steal a reindeer? Because you don't mess with Santa Claus. I frowned, not sure why such a dark shadow covered his face as he said it. The North Pole and the Frost Kingdom are trade allies. Without the North Pole, the Frost Kingdom would be placed in a very difficult position. Even a knucklehead like Jack knows that a cold war between the two domains would be disaster for our kingdom. Corbin glared at Crane, his eyes so dark I half expected the guard to start melting or something. Crane finally had the good sense to look ashamed of himself. He lowered his eyes to the table.
Is the reindeer okay?
Yes, I replied, my tone still sour. No thanks to you, but he's resting now and we'll pull through. And because of Lumi, Santa hasn't heard the news, which means, at least for now, we seem to have avoided an international conflict, Corbin scoffed. I should have you banished. Crane met Corbin's gaze once more, and the anger and haughtiness drained away.
I swear to you, Prince Corbin, I have no idea what happened to your brother. He was fine when I left the pub. If I'd had any idea that something like this could happen, I never would have let him out of my sight.
Corbin's dark eyes cut into Crane. I could feel unspoken words radiating from him, but at the last second he thought better of it and turned away, leaving the guard with nothing but icy silence. Crane's eyes shifted to me as Corbin left.
What will happen to me?
That's not for me to decide, I replied, struggling to keep my tone measured. But if you really want to help, you can tell me who you think might want to hurt Jack. You know him better than anyone. Crane looked down at his hands for a long moment, then glanced up, his brows furrowed.
What was he saying about an ice troll?
There's some frost harpy. She runs an underground gambling ring out of the break room. You heard of her?
Crane nodded. Of course. But if she'd sent one of her goons after him, I would know about it.
Everly said it happened outside Sub-Zero, some fancy restaurant in the Pole. Crane swore.
I wasn't on duty that night. I remember it because I was bummed about missing out on the chance to try the food.
I frowned. Who was with Jack and Everly then? Recognition dawned in Crane's eyes.
It was Frederick. He did this. He must have.
Why would he want to hurt Jack? I asked, glancing over my shoulder, wondering if I should call Corbin to come back.
He's hopelessly in love with Everly,
Crane replied, his words becoming more urgent.
He wouldn't have a snowball's chance in Hades of ever catching her eye, of course, but he's oblivious. And that night, she was so upset, crying and clinging to him as he took her away from the pub.
Crane stopped himself.
I'm so sorry, he said, his voice breaking. You tell the prince that, will you? I never meant for any of this to happen.
For a moment, I almost pitied the man. But the image of Rudolph tethered in Jack's backyard prevented me from granting full forgiveness. I'll tell him, I said, then turned and left the hotel room to find Corbin. We knew who we needed to find. The question was whether it would be too late for Jack. Chapter 11. It took Corbin less than 3 seconds to spring into action once I relayed the information from Crane. With steel in his eyes, he led the way from the quiet inn. There's something else that's bugging me, I told him when we got back to Starley and Uller. This morning, my Aunt Viv was at the house, and she mentioned that Everly picked up her gowns, one for the coronation and one for the Yule Ball. Corbin swung up on Uller's back. Is that weird? The timing is, I replied, climbing into my own saddle on Starley. She picked up the gowns last night. Why would she need a gown to the coronation if she wasn't going to be there as Jack's betrothed? Corbin considered it for a moment, then shrugged. Well, she already paid for it, right? Maybe. I nodded. Although with Aunt Viv's waiting list, she could have easily refunded her and sold it to someone else. Come on, Corbin said, guiding Uller into the traffic flow in front of the inn. Frederick is still employed at the castle, so we should be able to find him easily enough. I wonder who was with Everly, I said, mostly to myself, as I puzzled through the pieces of information. Corbin said, glancing back at me. Oh, nothing really. Aunt Viv said that Everly showed up with a man to pick up the dresses. I was just wondering if there was a chance that might have been Frederick. But you're right, he still got a job with the guard, so it wouldn't make sense for him to have been here in Holiday Haven. Corbin nodded, but his brow remained furrowed. When we reached the nearest intersection, he hesitated, looking ahead, then to the right, and back again. After some internal debate, he nudged Uller's sides with the heels of his boots and turned to the right. Frowning, I followed after him, urging Starley on. Where are we going? Shouldn't we go to the town square for an easier takeoff? There's one thing I want to do first, he replied. Before I could ask, it became clear where we were headed. Sure enough, he came to a stop in front of the row of townhomes and dismounted. Crane said Frederick was the one with them at the restaurant, Corbin asked, already heading toward the steps in front of Everly's unit. That's what he claims. I signaled for Starley to wait, then followed after Corbin. He raised a hand and knocked on Everly's door. Let's see what she says. The door swung open, but Everly wasn't the one on the other side. No sooner had it swung back than the door slammed shut again. With a snarl, Corbin loosed a flurry of wind and blasted the door back. A shriek sounded from inside the house, and my pulse spiked. Corbin barreled into the townhome, and I hurried after him, unsure what exactly we'd find inside. Everly stood in the living room, wearing what looked like workout attire. Frederick wore a pair of pajama pants and a tank top, and a shocked expression.
"Prince Corbin," he sputtered. What are you doing here?"
"I think I'll ask the questions," Corbin replied curtly. "Starting with you," he added, his gaze cutting to Everly. "The night outside Sub-Zero, who was on your security detail?" Everly's eyes shot to Frederick, all but answering the question without saying a word. "Who was it?" Corbin pressed. It was a long time ago, I don't remember," she whined. "Crane gave you up," Corbin told Frederick, his voice ice cold. "We know it was you that took Jack. So now you're going to tell me where my brother is before I summon the north wind and throw you into the depths of the Arctic Ocean." The threat wasn't directed at me, but I shuddered all the same. Frederick frowned.
"I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know where Jack is, and I didn't have anything to do with him disappearing."
Corbin rocked back on his heels.
"I think you did."
Frederick shrugged.
"The Frost King can be temperamental, but I doubt he's going to let you throw one of his highest-ranked guards out into the Arctic without a shred of evidence of wrongdoing."
Everly had one hand raised to her mouth, nibbling the edge of her thumbnail as she watched the two men. "Did you sleep here?" I asked Frederick, drawing both his and Corbin's attention. Gesturing at his outfit, I glanced at Everly. "Some kind of sleepover thing?" "It's none of your business," she snapped, dropping her hand back to her side. "I didn't invite either of you in here."
"It is my business," Corbin replied sharply, swinging back around to glare at Frederick. "The heir to the throne is missing, and you're going out on shopping trips and having sleepovers with his ex-girlfriend?"
"Unless you already know where he is," I added.
"I was here in Holiday Haven looking for Jack," Frederick said, his eyes narrowed. "It got late and Everly offered to let me sleep on her couch so I could get an early start on the search this morning."
Corbin made a show out of checking his watch.
"It's 10:30.
"We ordered breakfast," Everly blurted. Frederick rolled his eyes. "It was my idea," she added. "You don't have any blankets on the couch," I said, gesturing at the sofa. "No pillows? And you expect us to believe you just wear pajamas under your uniform?" I asked Frederick.
"Where is my brother?" Corbin asked. "You have 1 minute to tell me the truth, or I'm calling the guard and having you both taken into custody."
Everly started chewing her nail again.
"Listen, Prince Corbin, I know it's been a stressful 24 hours, Frederick said. "Why don't we—"
Corbin silenced him with a hand.
"Save your lies for my father,"
he said, tapping something into his phone. "Everly," I said, taking a step closer to the woman, "you don't want to go down for this. Do the right thing and maybe the king will show mercy. It's not too late." Her huge eyes zipped to Frederick. His lips pressed into a firm line. "You really want to spend the rest of your life in some icy prison cell? No friends, no parties, nothing to wear but the same old scratchy uniform for the rest of your life?" Something that sounded like a whimper crawled from the back of her throat, and the nail chewing intensified.
"Everly?"
Frederick said, his voice low. "It was his idea," she exclaimed, her hand flying from her lips to point at the guard.
"Everly, shut up!"
"It was all him," she insisted, her eyes desperate. "He said we should teach him a lesson, that we could make him change his mind."
"Change his mind about what?" Corbin asked.
"About marrying me," she choked out, tears streaming down her face. Frederick's hands curled into fists, and I took a step closer to Everly. Abruptly, he swung away and bolted back down the hallway to the front door. Corbin leaped after him. "We weren't going to hurt him. You have to believe me," Everly cried. I really do love him." I wasn't sure which him she was referring to, Jack or Frederick, but a cluster of angry voices tore my attention away before I could ask. The front door slammed, and the shouting intensified. Hurrying toward them, I found Corbin wrestling Frederick to the icy sidewalk. while a young man sat a few feet away, surrounded by takeout containers and an explosion of paper napkins. "Are you all right?" I asked the boy, who was clearly the delivery driver of the takeout order Everly had mentioned. He nodded and started picking up the scattered order. Corbin whipped up a flurry of wind and lifted Frederick off the ground. People on the other side of the road stopped to look and point. I wanted to shoo them all away, but it wouldn't have done any good. "Why?" Corbin demanded, his face inches from Frederick's as he held the guard in a cyclone of freezing wind.
"Because he deserved it," Frederick spat. "He's a spoiled child who doesn't care about anyone besides himself. He cast aside the world's most beautiful woman like she was a used tissue. And like always, the rest of us would be stuck cleaning up the mess. Come on, Corbin. We both know he isn't fit to rule."
Everly cried even louder as she sagged against the doorframe. "So what was the plan? Scare him straight?" Corbin said, scorn dripping from his words. "Where is he now?" I asked, coming down the steps. "Is he hurt?" Frederick gave me a cold grin.
"I'm not saying another word. You'll never find him. At least, not in time."
Rage blazed in Corbin's eyes. "Everly," I pleaded, turning back around. "You said you loved him. Did you mean Jack?" She nodded. "I just wanted him to learn a lesson."
"You said you hated him,"
Frederick snapped. Everly scoffed. "I lied to you, you idiot. You were always following me around like a lost puppy. It was pathetic."
What about last night?"
Frederick asked, a flash of pain showing in his eyes. Everly rolled her eyes. "I was upset. It didn't mean anything." Frederick's upper lip curled back, and my blood ran cold at the murderous look in his eyes. He began to swear and cuss at her, just as a royal carriage pulled up. He was all but foaming at the mouth as two uniformed guards, his colleagues, loaded him into the carriage. Leaving Corbin to deal with him, I followed Everly into the house. She plopped onto the couch, tears still splashed across her cheeks. She looked up at me with red eyes. "What's going to happen to me now?" "I don't know," I replied quietly, taking the seat Corbin had sat in the day before when we'd first interviewed her. "Everly, what happened?" "I told you the truth." She huffed and flopped back against the sofa cushions. "Jack was being awful to me at the pub. We broke up, and Frederick took me back to the castle. And yes, I was upset and ranting. I said that I wished someone could give Jack a taste of his own medicine. Knock him down a few pegs." She stopped to sniffle and wipe her hand across her cheeks. I got up and went to the powder room and returned with a box of tissues I'd found beside the sink. "Thanks," she said, pulling out a fistful. "Anyway, one thing led to another, and Frederick confessed his true feelings for me. I already knew, of course. I'm not blind. I saw him staring at me all the time. Jack knew, too. He thought it was funny. He'd tell me about how Frederick would volunteer for extra shifts just on the chance he'd get to see me." "But you never liked Frederick like that?" I asked. She shook her head. "No." "So he took you to the castle, and that's when this whole plan came together?" "Basically." She nodded. "He said we could teach him a lesson. He thought that if Jack missed his own coronation, the Frost King would finally punish him in a real way. Maybe even take the throne away. I knew that last part would never happen. But I guess I thought that if he could freak Jack out enough, it might make him realize his mistakes, and that he'd see how badly he'd treated me." "What happened next?" I prompted. Everly let out a slow exhale as she stared up at the ceiling. "Frederick said we needed to make it look like a kidnapping, to keep the attention off of us. So, after we got my things from the castle, we went to Jack's house and made a big mess. Then we left. Frederick brought me back here, and then he went to the pub to wait for Jack to leave, so he could take him off the street when no one was looking." "How did he know Crane wouldn't be there, watching Jack's back?" "Crane texted Frederick while we were at the castle. He told him what happened, that he'd been dismissed for the night. He was pretty upset. After that, well, that's when Frederick made the plan. He knew he'd have an opportunity to grab him, and to be frank, he knew the blame wouldn't fall on him." "Where is Jack now?" She sniffled loudly. "I honestly don't know. Frederick said he had a spot, and he wouldn't tell me where.
I asked if we could go see him to see if I could talk some sense into him, but Frederick said we couldn't risk him finding out it was us. I think he wore a mask when he took him.
I pushed up from the chair, my list of questions exhausted. I made it halfway back to the door when Everly called out for me.
If you find him, will you tell him that I forgive him?
Unsure how to reply, I simply nodded and left the townhouse. Corbin and I flew behind the royal carriage back to Frost Castle. It took some time to get them both booked into custody. I held out some hope that Frederick would change his mind and give up Jack's location, but he remained silent, no matter what threats or bargains were issued. By the time we left the royal prison cells, Corbin looked ready to tear his hair out. "We're going to find him," I told him, placing a hand on his arm. He met my eyes, and my heart twisted at the look of despair lurking within them. "We're running out of time, Lumi. The coronation is tomorrow night."
"And you're sure there's no way to delay? I mean, this is a pretty extreme set of circumstances. I'm sure the kingdom would understand."
Corbin shook his head. "My father already sent out the word that Jack was never missing. He can't backtrack on that now." "Oh, right," I sighed, casting a glance around the frozen courtyard. Guards were lining up on the other side. Corbin was meant to address them shortly, to give them their marching orders. Corbin noticed them too, and stood a little taller. "I guess I'd better figure out the plan," he said quietly. Nodding, I slid my hand from his arm. "You'll do great. He has to be somewhere nearby." Corbin didn't look convinced, but he offered a stoic nod before going to face the assembly of guards. As I watched him give the orders, I couldn't help but feel that the Frost King had put his money on the wrong son. Corbin might not want to be king, but from the things I'd seen in the last 2 days, it was clear he was better suited for the job. Jack, once found, would be wise to lap up every bit of advice his brother was willing to offer. It didn't take long for Corbin to dispatch the guards, most of whom were nearly identical to the elves I'd seen at Jack's chalet the previous morning. Tall, fit, stern, capable. At least I hoped. When the last row of guards left the courtyard, Corbin came back toward me. "They're covering the Frost Kingdom," he told me. "I think we should go back to Holiday Haven and search there. I can't send a platoon of royal guards into town without causing a ruckus, but you and I can go look for ourselves." "You think he might still be there?" Corbin ran a hand along his jaw. "It would have been easier for Frederick to stash him someplace local. I'm not sure if he knocked Jack out, but even if he did, it wouldn't have been easy for him to move him on his own. The problem is I have no idea what kind of connections he has in Holiday Haven. On top of that, if Jack is indeed unharmed, he'd have to put him somewhere far enough away from others that he couldn't be heard calling for help. Unless he's gagged," I said, then quickly flinched. "Sorry. No, you're right," Corbin groaned. "Come on, let's get going. I have a feeling it's going to be a long day." Corbin turned out to be right. It was a long day. We searched high and low, checking the handful of vacant shops on the outskirts of town, Everly's townhouse from top to bottom, and Wet Your Wassail once dusk fell to ask the regulars if they'd seen or heard anything strange the night of Jack's abduction. Every stone we unturned left us with nothing but a gnawing sense of dread. Back in the Frost Kingdom, things weren't going any better. The heads of various squads reported to Corbin throughout the day via the phone, but they hadn't turned up anything yet. The most frustrating thing was that the king himself had essentially hamstrung the search by insisting that the public not find out that Jack was indeed truly missing. It seemed insane to me, and while I wouldn't admit it to Corbin, I thought it was the one thing that might lead to Jack coming to serious harm. I also wondered how Frederick and Everly would eventually be brought to trial if the entire kingdom was in the dark about the scheme. Would the whole thing be kept secret? Were trials not public record in the kingdom? I kept my questions to myself, as not to overwhelm Corbin. He was stressed enough. Finally, the sun set, and night fell over the small town. We both knew we'd have to call off the search until morning, but neither of us seemed willing to say it out loud. We ended the night in the vacant Christmas market. The stalls were closed,
and the ice rink emptied of the patrons who'd spent the day zooming around, laughing and cheering, while spectators watched from the sidelines with piping hot cups of cider and cocoa. Corbin sagged against the barrier surrounding the rink, leaning heavily on his elbows as he stared out at the gleaming ice.
I failed.
Don't say that, I told him gently. It's not over. We're going to find him. A smile ghosted across his lips.
I appreciate your optimism, Lumi, but you don't have to keep it up for my benefit.
Frowning, I leaned down and placed my elbows on the barrier, mirroring his posture. So what are you saying? You're giving up?
No.
His jaw flexed.
I'm going to go back to the castle and tell my father that he needs to rescind his proclamation. The kingdom needs to know that Jack is missing, that he was taken and needs to be found. We need to turn the kingdom upside down. Holiday Haven, the Pole, all the other towns. Everyone needs to know the truth, regardless of the optics.
I bobbed my head. It sounded like the right thing to do, although from the tone of Corbin's voice, it was not a fight he wanted to have. Not that I blamed him. The Frost King was not someone I'd want to go up against either.
He's dying, Corbin said after a beat,
his eyes far away and distant.
Don't say that.
Not Jack, he interjected. My father.
My eyes widened. Oh, Corbin, I'm so sorry. I didn't know.
No one does. But that's the reason why he needs to coronate Jack this winter. He's not likely to be here next winter. And frost coronations always happen just before the solstice. It's a tradition going back centuries.
That's why you would have to take his place, I whispered. Corbin nodded. We stood there, side by side, for what felt like an hour. I had no idea what to say, so I stayed silent. My heart ached for him. Not only was he about to lose his father, but his brother was gone, possibly in danger. And on top of all that grief and distress, there was this looming pressure that was about to swoop him up and thrust him down a path he'd never wanted to walk. Corbin cleared his throat and glanced over at me.
Thanks for coming with me today, Lumi.
I exhaled. I wish I'd been more help. Corbin gave a wry chuckle.
You've helped me more than you know. Believe me.
I smiled at him, though I wasn't entirely sure what he meant. All I'd done was follow him around Holiday Haven, suggesting places to look, none of which had turned up any further clues. As I searched my brain for any last ideas, a realization hit me like a bolt of lightning. Jerking upright, I gasped. I know! Corbin arched an eyebrow and started to ask me what I was talking about, but my legs were already in motion, running across the cobblestone pathway to where we'd left Uller and Starly beside a park bench. Come on, I called, hopping onto Starly's back. Corbin followed, quickly mounting Uller. We took off, me and Starly in the lead, and flew back to the sanctuary. It's a shot in the dark, but it just might work, I told Corbin as we sailed through the night sky. We touched down outside my cabin. The sanctuary was dark and quiet, much as it had been the night before. Corbin dismounted and followed me to my cabin. I opened the door, said a quick hello to Sugarplum, grabbed my staff, and left again. The hare bounded out the small cat flap I'd had installed for him and raced after me. Lumi, what is going on? Where have you been all day? I'll explain later, I told him, as I hurried out into the field. The moon was bright and bounced off the snow, making the entire field glow. Come on, I called to Corbin. What are we doing? He asked, easily keeping pace with me as we waded into the thick snowbanks. Just wait, I said. I think I know how to get some help. Here? Corbin asked. I came to an abrupt stop and glanced over at him. Just trust me, okay? He held up one hand. Apologies. Sugarplum came to stand on the other side of me. Twisting my lips to one side, I raised the wooden staff. Feeding it my magic, the runes glowed. Whoa, Corbin said. Closing my eyes to keep from becoming distracted, I began the incantation. Pixies and sprites, come enjoy the delight. There's work to be done, and also some fun. Wake up from your slumber, underneath the lumber. Rise up and come near, there's no need to fear. Winter is calling, so no more stalling. Pixies and sprites, come join the delight. A cold gust of wind flew over the snow, blasting aside the fresh snow, and a stampede of tiny, illuminated horses burst forth, their flanks made of frost and ice. They raced across the field toward the forest. I watched them until they were out of sight, then dared to shift my gaze back to Corbin. He stared, wide-eyed, at the trail the tiny horses had taken, as if suspicious he was hallucinating. When his eyes found mine, he blinked.
What was that?
Northrop family magic, I told him, smiling a little at the flabbergasted look on his face. Kind of a trade secret, I guess.
Where are they going?
He asked, gesturing after the tiny horses. To wake the frost pixies, I told him. My family has a colony of them, living here on the property. The legend is that this staff was a gift from a high fae as a token of appreciation to my great-great-great-grandparents for providing a safe haven to the pixies.
What do the pixies do?
They work on the farm, help with the animals and visitors, especially on busy weekends like this one.
That's incredible.
I smiled. They're good helpers. In exchange, we provide protection and make sure they have everything they need, although they're pretty self-sufficient. Every year after Christmas, we all have a big celebration in one of the barns. The pixies look forward to the feast all year. They play music, and we dance and eat and play games.
Sounds like fun, Corbin said, smiling.
You could come, I blurted out, my cheeks warming as soon as the words left my mouth. I mean, if you wanted to, that is. Corbin slid a glance at me.
I'd like that.
Good girl, Sugar Plum said, tilting one ear in my direction. I don't know how their magic works, but they're descendants of the North. They might have some kind of power that taps into the Frost family magic. And if nothing else, they can access places in Holiday Haven that we can't. Corbin's smile widened, and my heart leaped as a spark of hope returned to his eyes. A jubilant cheer arose from the forest, and suddenly tiny sprites and pixies zoomed toward us, leaving a flurry of snowflakes in their wake.
Lumi!
Astrid shouted.
Are we having a midnight party?
Ooh, a party, Pinecone exclaimed, flying down to the layer of frost on the ground, completing a flawless triple axel jump before soaring back into the air. It's quite late, young lady, Fern grumbled, her silver hair mussed from sleep. I'm sorry to wake you all, but I need your help, I told them as they gathered around me. Jack Frost is missing, I told the assembled pixies. Tiny cries and gasps rang out, and the pixies' wings beat more furiously as they absorbed the news. We know who took him, I continued, but we have to get him back, tonight. The pixies continued to exchange worried glances and whispers. How can we help? Pinecone asked me, flying past the others. Well, I thought we could go in pairs and search Holiday Haven. We think he was taken outside Wet Your Wassail, the pub near the center of town. It's unlikely the kidnappers took him very far.
Who is this?
Astrid asked, flying nearer to Corbin.
Is he your boyfriend?
No, I said, a little too quickly. This is Corbin Frost. The pixies gasped, then lowered their heads, or dropped into a curtsy. Pardon us, Your Highness, Fern said. We didn't recognize you. Corbin smiled. Don't worry about it. I'm usually a little more polished for official photos and appearances.
I think you look quite dashing, Prince Corbin,
Astrid piped up. Fern grabbed her by the arm and tugged her back into formation and rolled her eyes. Ducking my chin, I smiled to myself. Corbin rattled off a list of the places we'd already checked in town throughout the course of the day, and then dished out assignments, much as he had back at the castle with the royal guards. When he finished, we all agreed to meet back at the skating rink at midnight. When the last two pixies disappeared into the night, Corbin and I saddled up and flew after them. Chapter 12. The clock tower had just started to chime 11 o'clock when Astrid and Pinecone found Corbin and me near a row of darkened shops.
Lumi! Prince Corbin! We found Jack!
We exchanged a quick look, then bolted after the two pixies. On foot, we had to sprint to keep up with the pair, and it wasn't long before my lungs were burning, both from the exertion and the frosty air. The pixie shot past the darkened windows along the front of Wet Your Wassel before turning and zipping down the alley between it and the shop next door. "He's in there," Astrid said, gesturing wildly at a pair of cellar doors toward the back of the building. A heavy chain held the wooden doors closed, and I shifted a questioning glance toward the pixie. "How do you know?"
"Pinecone went down the chimney,"
she explained, gesturing at her fellow pixie who was covered in soot.
"We thought since you said this was the last place he'd been seen, we'd take a look around."
Corbin raised his hands and summoned a cloud of frost. "Your Majesty," Pinecone interjected, "I can—" Corbin slammed his hands together, and a thick coat of ice covered the doors. Then, with a violent yanking motion, he pulled his hands apart again. The ice shattered, as loud as a peal of thunder, demolishing the wooden doors into icy shards and splinters. The hinges, locks, and doorknob all clattered down the cement steps leading into the cellar in a series of noisy bangs and thumps. Corbin set his jaw and strode down the steps into the subterranean cellar as though nothing out of the ordinary had happened. Pinecone and Astrid's tiny mouths hung open. I was going to say I could go back in and unlock the front door for you," Pinecone stuttered, still staring after the prince. Astrid met my gaze, and we blinked in unison. "Jack!" Corbin's voice snapped me out of my marveling, and I hurried down the set of cement steps into the cellar. The room appeared to be more of a basement, as far as size went, with rows and rows of wooden barrels and glass boxes. It was cold, but the bottles didn't appear to be frosted over. A staircase across the room led to an open door. How had Jack been captive here for over 24 hours without anyone noticing? Or was the pub's owner, a chatty vampire named Clarence Griswold, somehow in on the scheme? In one corner of the room, Jack Frost was bound to a wooden chair. Corbin was already down on one knee beside his brother. Jack's skin was paler than usual, his tawny hair a mess. A piece of silver tape was sealed across his mouth, and a trickle of blood appeared to be dried on his chin, as though he'd taken a punch to the mouth before the tape was applied. "Oh, Silent Night, is he okay?" I asked. "Jack," Corbin said, shaking his brother's arm. He appeared to be asleep, despite the racket after Corbin destroyed the cellar doors. "Jack, wake up!" Jack's eyes fluttered a few times before popping open wide as he straightened in his chair. "Don't move," Corbin said, already going to work on the bonds around Jack's wrists. With a flick of his fingers, he crafted a shard of ice with a glistening, serrated edge and cut through the cording. Seeing him so easily craft a weapon from nothing sent a small shiver up my spine. I hadn't realized that lurking underneath his slightly withdrawn and reserved exterior was such powerful and potentially deadly magic. But then I supposed I should have known. He was a descendant of the Frost King. Creating snow flurries and icy fireworks wasn't the kind of power that could bring an army to heel if needed. Corbin quickly cut the bonds on Jack's ankles and ripped the tape off his brother's mouth. Jack flinched as the tape was ripped away, but then smiled weakly as he rubbed his wrists. "Corby, you came for me." "Of course I did," Corbin grumbled, smashing his temporary knife back into a fistful of snow. "What did you think I was going to do? Leave you here to rot so I could have the throne to myself?" Jack grinned, as though Corbin had made some kind of inside joke. "Who knows? Maybe you're the one who put Frederick up to this." Corbin grimaced and got to his feet. "No, you have your little snow bunny to thank for that." Jack blinked. "Which one?" Corbin raked a hand through his hair, rolling his eyes to the ceiling. "Everly," I said, taking a small step forward. Jack stared at me as he stood up. His smile widened as he offered me his hand. "I don't believe we've met before. Jack Frost. And you are gonna kick your sorry ass if we don't get out of here right now," Corbin interjected, knocking his brother's hand aside. "Oh-ho! She's with you?" Jack slung an arm around his brother's shoulders and clapped him on the chest, still grinning at me. "Nice work, brother. It's about time you found yourself a woman." My cheeks warmed, and I hurried back out of the cellar, which suddenly felt too small. I expected the brothers to follow, but when they didn't, I turned an ear toward the opening of the cellar and waited. "Do you have any idea how much trouble you're in?" Corbin asked his brother. Jack scoffed. "For being kidnapped? I don't think so." "Don't even start with me, Jack. Don't play this all off as if you're some innocent victim," Corbin snapped. I cringed at the harshness in his voice. "Wait, you're seriously mad at me? For what? This is Frederick's fault," Jack snapped. "And apparently that little fruitcake Everly. See? That's exactly what got you into this mess," Corbin snarled. "You treat everyone around you like reindeer droppings, and then act surprised when someone lashes out. Now, Frederick and Everly are going to be brought to justice. Frederick is already in custody as we speak, and his refusal to give up your location will likely compound his sentence. But Jack, you have to take some responsibility here. You can't treat people like this anymore. You're set to be king. It's time to grow up." There was a lengthy pause, and I stepped a little closer to the doors, wondering if they'd gone out the other way for some reason. As I leaned over, one of the brothers scoffed loudly. "I know I'm a screw-up, Corby. You don't have to rub it in." Jack groaned. "I made a mess of things with Everly, and that's on me." "What happened?" Corbin asked, his tone a little less stony. "Father said you were set to propose. Why didn't you tell me?" "Because I didn't want to do it. It wasn't my idea. She was always pushing it, so was Dad. The two of them were probably in on it or something. I know there's no avoiding my fate, but sometimes I wish I could. I know I'm not ready to be king. I guess a part of me hoped Dad would pass over me and give you the crown." "Jack, I know, I'm selfish. I know you don't want it either. You want to leave the kingdom altogether and go play your music. And you should. You're really good, Corby. I know I give you a hard time, but it's because, well, I think part of me is a bit jealous. You have an out, an escape." Another silence fell, and I found myself holding my breath. The angst in Jack's voice had hit me unexpectedly. This entire time, I'd had a picture of him in my head as this rebellious, devil-may-care figure. I'd never considered that he was freaked out and terrified over taking on such an important job. I'd grown up in a safe and secure bubble, with the freedom to do and be whatever I wanted. There weren't massive expectations or stringent plans placed on me. Sure, it annoyed me when my mom played matchmaker, but at least she wasn't trying to force me down the aisle against my will. It must be exhausting to live with such a heavy gravitational pull clutching at your ankles with every step. "We'll get through this together," Corbin said, his voice solemn. "Father is leaving us soon. You know I don't see eye to eye with him on most things, but we owe it to him to give him the peace of mind that the kingdom is in good hands." "You're right," Jack agreed. "Of course you are." Peeking into the cellar, I caught the pair of brothers embracing, and quickly straightened and took a few steps away, giving them their privacy. The two emerged moments later. "Jack, this is Lumi Northrop," Corbin said. "And without her help, you'd still be sitting in that cellar." "Northrop?" Jack said. "You're one of the reindeer guardians?" "That's right," I told him. "Ah," Corbin barked. "I guess something got through your head in your political lessons." Jack tossed his brother a smirk. "My head's not as thick as it may look, brother." He then turned his smile upon me and the two pixies hovering near my shoulders. "Well, thank you, Lumi Northrop, for finding me. I'll see to it that you are handsomely rewarded for your assistance." "There's no need for that," I replied, gathering my staff from where I'd left it leaning against the wall of the pub. "We're all just happy you're safe." Jack inclined his head. "Thank you. Now," he clapped his hands together and glanced around. "Should we call for a ride back to the castle? I can hardly wait to get started on the lecture Father no doubt has planned for me." Corbin grimaced, but pulled out his phone and made the call. When he finished, I turned to Jack. "There is one thing I'm still curious about. How did Frederick manage to stash you here in the first place? The pub was open all day yesterday and today. How come no one found you? Clarence Griswold was a nice guy. I hated the idea of him being tied up in something like this. Ah, little Freddie used to work here before he became a guard, Jack explained. He said Clarence only goes down there once a week to put away deliveries and restock upstairs. He'd done that the day before Frederick snatched me off the street, so he felt confident no one would find me before the coronation. Then he forced some awful potion down my gullet, made me so sleepy I couldn't stay awake long enough to attempt an escape. Felt like my legs were encased in cement. It was just starting to wear off before you got here. He dosed me sometime last night. I think it was between 1 and 2, if I heard the bell toll correctly. No wonder he crashed at Everly's place, I said to Corbin. What do you think will happen to my little love muffin? Jack asked his brother. Aiding and abetting the kidnapping of the heir to the Frost Throne isn't likely going to look good on her modeling resume. Corbin frowned. I think that largely depends on you. Perhaps it might be kingly to show some mercy on her. She didn't want you harmed, after all. Right. I'm sure the tumbler she chucked at my head was more meant as an I love you, not an I'd love to crack your skull open, Jack said bitterly. We don't have to decide anything tonight, Corbin replied. The carriage will be here for you soon. You're not going with me? Jack asked. Corbin looked at me, and my stomach swooped. Uller is with me, he said to his brother. I have to fly him home. Jack scowled. That unruly beast. Why you bother is beyond me. Corbin smiled at me. I guess Carlotta and I forgot to tell you the full story about the first time Jack tried to ride Uller. Jack swore and stalked off toward the mouth of the alleyway. He got bucked off mid-flight, and I had to save him before he went splat all over the courtyard, Corbin said, loud enough that Jack would have no trouble hearing. Oh, and it was in front of the entire kingdom because Jack refused to do a practice ride ahead of time to make sure he was comfortable. I giggled into my gloved hands. As they say, pride goeth before the fall, Corbin added with a wink. Astrid and Pinecone fluttered after Jack, peppering him with questions, like a pair of groupies seeing their favorite musicians at a meet and greet. I'm just glad he's all right, I said to Corbin after a moment. Corbin nodded, his eyes distant as he watched his brother and the pixies. Me too. After a moment, he brought his gaze back to mine and took a step to close some of the distance between us. Thank you again, Lumi, for everything. You're welcome. A large shadow fell over the street, and moments later, 2 winged horses, just like Uller, though more of a gray color, touched down. They pulled a silver and white carriage with the Frost emblem on the door. Corbin and I started walking toward the carriage. A driver hopped down from the bench seat behind the horses, dressed in the same emerald green as the guards. He bowed before Jack. It is so good to see you, Your Majesty. Hey, Winston, what's shaking? The driver blinked as he straightened. Nothing, Your Grace. The carriage was just serviced last week. Jack laughed and reached for the carriage door. Winston rushed to try and open it for his employer, but Jack got there first. Corbin let out a heavy sigh, and I giggled softly. Well, I'd better round up the pixies and head home. It's another busy day on the farm tomorrow, and they have enough trouble getting out of bed as it is. Right, he laughed. Well, good night, Lumi. Night, Corbin. He held my gaze for a long moment, before abruptly nodding and taking a step away, then stopped and came closer once again. Lumi, wait. Yes? About the Yule Ball. I know you said it's not really your thing, but, well, you do have the dress and... My heart sped up as his words lingered in the frosty air between us. I do have a dress, I replied slowly. Corbin cleared his throat. Would you want to go with me? Jack leaned out of the carriage, and from the look on his face, he'd overheard the whole thing. He flashed a wicked grin at me. Please say yes, Lumi. Someone needs to take pity on my poor brother. Corbin turned and shot him a scowl. You want to go back in that cellar? Jack laughed, and then looked at the frost pixies. Hey, you wouldn't happen to know if anywhere around here is still open for a drink? He asked them,
I have a feeling I might need one before going home. Corbin pressed one hand against his face. I'm sorry, I laughed and placed a hand on Corbin's arm. My answer is yes. Corbin's eyes widened as he dropped his hand. Oh, okay. Well, then that's good. I'll pick you up? At the farm? 7 o'clock? I told him. And Corbin? I grinned. I'm not riding to the ball on the back of a horse. I don't care how pretty he is. Corbin laughed and rubbed the back of his neck. Noted. The brothers vanished into the night sky, and I didn't stop smiling all the way home. Something told me this Christmas just might be my favorite one yet. This concludes Reindeer Runes by Danielle Garrett. Narrated by Amanda Ronconi, a member of SAG-AFTRA. Copyright 2020 by Danielle Garrett. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Danielle Garrett and was produced in the year 2021 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks. Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Peppermint Pixies by Danielle Garrett. Narrated by Amanda Ronconi. 1. Summertime in the North Pole sounds like something of an oxymoron. But as the quaint little town of Holiday Haven approached the summer solstice, there was a slight shift in the air. The busyness of Christmas time was about to begin, and the residents, myself included, were enjoying the last few slow-moving weeks before life kicked back into high gear. Of course, at the North Star Reindeer Sanctuary, things never slowed down too much. Hotels and inns in Holiday Haven often ran specials to attract off-season tourists to the greater North Pole, and we still opened our sanctuary to guests 2 times a week during the summer months. It kept us busy, but was a welcome reprieve from the fire-hose stream of guests we hosted in the winter. And even though we didn't have tourists on the property daily, we still had our herd of reindeer to tend to, and farm chores didn't stop for anything. I didn't mind it, though. At nearly 33 years old, this way of life was all I knew. I'd never traveled outside the North Pole before, and could go weeks without needing to leave my family's property to run into town for supplies or other errands. Well, that last part was quickly changing. I smiled across the frozen, snow-covered field as a white, winged horse swooped down from the clouds to land on the stone driveway beside the old farmhouse where my parents lived. A man in a black parka and snow pants dismounted the horse, with a fluid grace that spoke to the years of experience he had riding the stunning creature named Uller. Looks like it's time for me to go, I told my reindeer, Starly, stroking my hand over the thick, snow-white hair covering her chest. My finger snagged on a small braid, and I sighed. My little cousins had visited the week before and insisted on treating her like a live-action My Little Pony doll. Luckily, Starly didn't mind the attention and let the girls play pony beauty parlor. It had taken hours to brush away the layer of glitter hairspray they'd used on her back when I wasn't looking. I'll have to brush that out when I get back, I told her. I thought I got them all. Lumi, the man called, already heading down the driveway. He smiled at me and sent my heart tumbling in a somersault. Nearly 6 months had passed since our first official date, an evening spent at the annual Yule Ball, but somehow I still got that butterfly feeling in my stomach every time I saw him. With one final pat to Starly's shoulder, I hurried for the wooden fence partitioning off the field from the long, winding driveway. Hi, how was your flight? Seems like a nice day for it. I glanced up at the patches of blue sky peeking between fluffy white clouds. Corbin Frost, the prince of the Frost Kingdom, nodded. The perfect day for flying. Although I must say things are looking even better down here on the ground. With a sly smile, he reached over the fence to cup the side of my face, his dark brown eyes sparkling before he moved his lips to mine. Luby! I jerked back from the kiss and turned to find my familiar, Sugar Plum, an Arctic hare, hopping toward us.
The hare's brown pelt stood out starkly against the snow packed along the driveway. "What's going on, Sugarplum?"
"That man is back,"
the hare replied, giving Corbin a sideways glance.
"Hello, Prince Corbin."
"Hello, Sugarplum," Corbin said with a chuckle. "You don't have to call me Prince, remember?" I glared up the driveway. From where we stood, the front porch of the house wasn't visible, but I already knew who Sugarplum was talking about. "He has some nerve," I growled under my breath. "Who?" Corbin asked. I hauled myself over the split-rail fence. "Percy Lowell. He's a real estate developer from New York. He's been snatching up property all over the North Pole and surrounding areas, including Holiday Haven, so he can build short-term rentals and hotels. He's been after my parents for months now, trying to get them to agree to sell off some of the sanctuary's acreage. He's cagey about his precise plans, but it's pretty obvious what his goal is. The North Pole and the smaller communities are filling up fast. There is only so much inhabitable land, which is driving prices through the roof." Corbin frowned. "I can't imagine your parents ever going along with something like that." "No, of course not." I shook my head. "But Mr. Lowell doesn't seem to like the word no.
Last time he was here, Stephen had to threaten to call the Holiday Haven police to get him off the property,"
Sugarplum told Corbin, before he began hopping back up the driveway toward the house. Corbin glanced over at me. "You want me to get rid of him? For good?" He paused, then cracked a grin. "Okay, that sounded way more mob boss than I intended, but you know what I mean." I laughed. "You can give it a try, Don Frost." Corbin chuckled and grabbed a hold of my hand as we began following Sugarplum. "If nothing else, I could post a couple of royal guards here at the sanctuary. Since Jack is off on his royal PR tour, they haven't got much to do anyway." "How is that going? I'm surprised you aren't with him, to be honest. Aren't you worried about him getting himself into trouble?" "Always," Corbin replied with a dry laugh. "But we agreed that I should stay behind to be with our father. Jack took a contingent of guards and advisors with him, ones that I picked out, and so far it seems to be going well." I squeezed Corbin's hand a little tighter. "How is your dad? Any improvement?" Corbin shook his head. His jaw flexed, but he didn't speak. Jack Frost had been crowned king right before the Yule Ball, taking over for their father as he'd fallen terminally ill. Jack wasn't anyone's first pick for taking the throne, not even his own. But there was a line of succession and centuries of royal tradition to uphold. Corbin was 18 months younger than Jack, and while he had no interest in taking the crown for himself, most in the Frost Kingdom would agree that he would make for a better king. Selfishly, I was very glad he was not. I wasn't sure things would have turned out the way they had if he'd been crowned over Jack. My mother stood on the porch of the farmhouse, her Sherpa-lined slippers anchored to the welcome mat. From the look in her eyes, she wasn't too happy about being pulled from her work. Percy Lowell was dressed sharply, as always, like something of a caricature from movies set in New York. A tailored pinstripe suit, tie and pocket square, expensive watch, flashy car, way too much cologne. "A few minutes of your time. I think you'll be pleased with this new offer. It involves a much smaller parcel of land, but an even bigger sale price," Percy was saying, his obviously over-whitened teeth gleaming. "Mr. Lowell," my mom said, her tone taking on the "don't mess with me" pitch I recognized from my teen years. "As we have continually told you, we are not, nor will ever be, interested in selling even a single square foot of our land to you or anyone else." I approached the side of the porch. "Mom?" She glanced over at me, her expression pinched. It relaxed slightly when she lifted her gaze and saw Corbin at my side. "Corbin, I didn't realize you were coming today." A smile quirked at the corners of her lips as she shifted her attention back to Percy Lowell. "Mr. Lowell, I realize you're from New York, but even you must know who Prince Corbin Frost is, right?" Percy's thick but manicured brows jumped up his preternaturally smooth forehead as he turned to face us. "Prince? Well, it's an honor," he quickly corrected as he scurried forward to extend a hand over the banister. "Is there a reason you're harassing Mrs. Northrop and the rest of her family?" Corbin asked, not accepting the man's hand. "Harassing?" Percy gave a titter of nervous laughter.
I think that's a bit strong, don't you, Diana? My mom crossed her arms. I see. Percy pressed his thin lips together and gave a short nod. Well, let me just leave this paperwork with you, and I'll leave you to the rest of your day. He held out a black portfolio toward my mother, who kept her arms crossed, her expression unflinching. With a barely contained snort of derision, Percy settled for leaving the packet on the wide plank railing, then scampered down the handful of steps, back to his shiny black luxury car, parked beside my dad's beat-up farm truck. He offered a curt wave as he backed his car up. That's the first sensible thing that man's done since he darkened our doorstep, Mom said, scoffing as she watched Percy's taillights retreat down the sloped drive. Thank you, Corbin. Corbin held up a hand. No thanks required. She smiled at me. To say my mom was pleased about my burgeoning relationship was like saying Santa enjoyed an occasional sugar cookie. Would you like to come inside for some lemonade? She asked. It's made fresh. The market got a huge shipment of lemons last week. I had to wrestle a bag away from that harpy Julia Quip, but it serves her right. I resisted the urge to slap one hand across my face. Corbin chuckled. Sounds like there's a story there. Please don't ask, I begged. Sugarplum scampered up the front porch, and my mom opened the door to let him inside once he thumped his hind legs against the porch a few times to knock off the excess snow. I'm not much for lemonade, but if there's still some of that carrot cake, I wouldn't say no. Mom headed in after Sugarplum, then Corbin and I followed after stomping off our own boots. Life on a farm didn't lend itself to having a spotless house, but my mom did her best to keep up with the constant stream of muck. As a rule, all boots had to come off upon entering the house. Corbin was used to it by now. We both removed our boots and set them on the wooden rack beside the front door, before proceeding through the living room and dining room into the kitchen. I went to the fridge and got the glass pitcher of fresh squeezed lemonade, while Mom got glasses down from the cupboard. Oh, Corbin, dear, you go take a seat. You've had a long trek. We'll bring this out. Are you hungry? Sugarplum and I exchanged a look behind her back. Corbin smiled politely. I'm all right. Thank you, Mrs. Northrop. Oh, please, I've told you to call me Diana. She turned and busied herself with preparing a tray of snacks, in spite of his reply. Sugarplum hopped around her feet, hoping for a piece of carrot cake, his favorite, to come down from above. He was an expert at dodging out of her way before she had the chance to trip over him, but even still she paused and nudged him gently in the side. Wait your turn, Sugarplum. Sulking, he hopped across the kitchen to the basket in the corner my mom kept for him. He turned in 3 circles and lay down, his ears flattening behind his head. Corbin was still standing halfway between the kitchen and dining room, and I gave him a little shooing motion before my mom could. Grinning, he turned and went back into the living room. The front door opened and my dad appeared, still in the process of knocking a layer of snow off his boots. When he glanced up, he did a double take and then wound up doing an awkward bow mid-stomp. Prince Corbin, hello. Corbin held out a hand. Nice to see you, Mr. Northrop. Oh, Jim, please, my dad replied, gratefully shaking his hand. You guys have to relax when he's around, I whispered to my mom. He doesn't like special treatment. It's not special treatment, Lumi. It's just our way of showing respect, she argued. Does he like carrot cake? We have enough here? Sugarplum perked up as Mom grabbed a plastic container from the fridge and carved out a 2x2-inch square of frosted carrot cake. She scraped off most of the frosting with a butter knife, which sent his ears back to flat against his head. I glanced at the tray she'd already loaded down with smoked meats, carrots, cheese, spears of pickle, and a segmented box of various nuts. I think we're all set. The only reason we came over here was to help get rid of Percy, not for a 3-course meal. I exhaled. There was no use in trying to fight her on it. Mom paused to take a sip of her lemonade. Well, it's a good thing you showed up. Otherwise, you and your dad might be heading to the police station in hopes of bailing me out of the pokey. I smiled into my own glass of lemonade. It was a rare summertime treat, and somehow managed to sound good even though it was only slightly warmer than usual outside. He certainly knows how to get things done, doesn't he? Mom continued. I looked through the archway where Corbin was speaking with my dad. His grumpy side does come in handy from time to time, I said with a soft giggle.
When we'd first met, I couldn't imagine ever willingly spending time with the man. He'd been irritable, bossy, even accusatory. However, in hindsight, I could appreciate that he was worried sick about his brother, as well as his own future, because if we hadn't managed to track down Jack, Corbin himself would have been forced to take the crown in his place. He'd relaxed considerably since then, but he was still used to running a palace full of staff and guards, not to mention wrangling his brother, who had a reputation for all manner of vices. After depositing Sugar Plum's snack into the small silver bowl beside the basket, Mom grabbed the tray of refreshments, leaving me to carry the drinks out on a second tray. "Where are you two headed today?" Mom asked Corbin as we entered the living room. She set her tray down on the coffee table and then turned to grab a glass of lemonade from my tray. She handed it to Corbin with a smile, and then went to her favorite chair, placed opposite the sofa where he sat. "Off to see the construction of the beach bubble? I heard it's going to be quite a sight this year. Mrs. Claus herself is said to be involved in the preparations." I blinked. "Really? Wow." "This will be my first year attending one of the Pole's summer celebrations," Corbin said, reaching over to snag a square of the carrot cake. Sugar Plum would approve of his taste, at least. "Oh, you're going to love it," Mom exclaimed, nearly sloshing her lemonade. "They cast a charm in a huge area and make it feel like a warm summer day, with palm trees and a swimming pool that looks like the ocean, with waves and everything. There's a tiki bar with all sorts of tropical drinks. Rumor has it they've even brought in some mermaids and mermen to serve as the lifeguards." Corbin looked impressed. "I guess Lumi was right. It sounds like I need to go shopping for something to wear." "The Frost Pixies have been selected to perform a special dance for everyone," Mom continued. "They've been very secretive about it so far, but I'm sure whatever they come up with will be wonderful." "A little fire and ice flavor, huh?" Corbin joked. Mom opened her mouth to reply when a loud bang suddenly shook the front door. My dad jumped to his feet and went to peer out the window. "What was that, Jim?" Mom asked, craning around in her chair. Without replying, my dad opened the door and revealed a broken-apart mound of snow on the welcome mat. He frowned down at it. Snowball, I think." He stepped out onto the porch, but returned a moment later, shaking his head as he closed the door. "I don't know who threw it. Maybe a neighbor kid playing a prank." The sanctuary didn't have neighbors, at least not in the typical sense. There were other homes on patches of land nearby, but the closest had to be over half a mile away. It was a long trek for a couple of bored kids to make just to throw a few snowballs around. Dad retook his seat and we moved on. Corbin glanced at me, then said, "We should probably be on our way soon. Lumi's agreed to take me around Holiday Haven to look at some potential venues for Jack's last stop on his publicity tour. We had booked the town hall, but there was a mix-up and the other reservation was made first, so we pulled out." "Why not have it here at the sanctuary?" Mom suggested. "We're not really set up for something like that, are we?" I asked. "Last time we hosted the Frost King, we had months of lead time." Mom flapped her hand. "That was in the middle of the Christmas season. Things are always more complicated that time of year. My work schedule is light right now, so I could be at your disposal, Prince Corbin. Think of me as your personal full-time event coordinator." "Wouldn't that be something?" Corbin looked at me. "What do you think, Lumi?" I swallowed. I guess so." "Then it's settled." Mom set her lemonade on the table and clasped her hands together. "After we finish here, we can go out to the main barn and see what we can come up with. I promise, with some elbow grease, we can transform it into something really special. You won't even be able to tell a pair of stinky reindeer live in there." "Yeah, sure. Just a touch of elbow grease. And a bucket full of magic." 2. "What are you envisioning for the event, Corbin?" Mom asked, as we strolled down the driveway toward the gate that led into the field encircling the main barn. "Are you thinking something seasonal, in line with the summer solstice, or would you prefer something wintry?" "To tell you the truth, Diana, I'm not usually very hands-on for the planning," Corbin replied with a polite smile.
The only reason I came out to scout for venues in Holiday Haven was because it gave me a reason to get out of the castle and come see Lumi. I smiled as I unlinked my arm from Corbin's and went ahead to open the gate. You didn't tell me that. Mom gave me a knowing look as she passed through the gate. I understand completely, she said. The things we do for love. I became some kind of farmer's wife. You're turning into a party planner. I kept my smile in place, but the casual throwing around of the L word sent my heart racing. Corbin and I hadn't said those 3 little words to one another, and while there had been moments they'd almost slipped from my lips, I'd held back. I wasn't sure why, exactly. Maybe it was old-fashioned, but there was a part of me that wanted him to take the lead. Or maybe deep down I was afraid he didn't feel the same way I did. I put a little space between us and went ahead to open the barn doors. As soon as I did, a snowball shot down from the rafters and pelted Corbin in the side of the head as he came to stand beside me. He clapped a hand to his cheek. What the? A second snowball flew down, and I dodged just in time to avoid the same fate. Ugh, Mom exclaimed. It's those pixies. They get so bored in the summer. I frowned. Sure, the frost pixies could be a bit of a handful, and they loved a prank from time to time, but I couldn't recall a time they intentionally beaned someone. Their pranks were silly, not mean-spirited. Shouldn't you be practicing your dance number for the solstice celebration? Mom called up at the rafters. A wild peal of tiny giggles sounded, and a pair of silver-winged pixies dove at us, sending a spray of ammunition in rapid fire. Only this time they weren't hurling tiny snowballs at us. Instead, we were bombarded by individually wrapped peppermint candy canes, each one barely thicker than a toothpick. Before I could fully register what was happening, a fight broke out between a pair of pixies hovering over one of the reindeer stalls. Knock it off, Astrid! Dewdrop, the one on the left, screeched as Astrid, one of the larger pixies, tugged at her wings, with her teeth. Are they at it again? Sugarplum asked, with a disgusted scoff as he hopped into the barn. They've been like this all morning. Astrid! Dewdrop! Stop that at once! I shouted, striding toward them. What is the meaning of all this? Neither of the pixies listened. Dewdrop managed to use some momentum and tumbled Astrid overhead, still suspended in the air, before wrapping her in a headlock. Oh, for Rudolph's sake, I muttered. On the other side of the aisleway, 3 other pixies popped up and sent another round of mini candy canes raining down. Stop that, I growled. My guess is they've had way too much of these things, Sugarplum said, thumping one of his back feet at a candy cane lying on the cement floor beside him. Sugar high. You know how they get. He had a point. Every year at Christmas time, we had a hot cocoa stand, and often had to tell Arabella, the fairy who ran it, to cut the pixies off before they got carried away. But I'd never seen them turn violent on a sugar high. At their worst, they'd just overfrost the wreaths and Christmas trees with their snowflake pixie dust, or start chatting the guests' ears off at a million words per minute pace. Astrid broke loose of the headlock and punched Dewdrop in the face. Dewdrop let out a savage cry and dove for Astrid's legs. She managed to catch Astrid off guard, and they both slammed into the wooden half-wall separating the stall from the one beside it. Enough! I shouted. Giggles sounded from over my shoulder, and I whipped around just in time to see the pixies fly toward me. One of them, Pinecone, grabbed my braided hair and tugged hard. Ouch! Hey, cut that out! Another pixie, Frosty, pulled at the back of my collar and sent a shower of snow down my back. The third, Noelle, cackled maniacally and licked a candy cane before sticking it to my cheek. Knock it off! I screamed, flailing at the 3 taunting pixies. A blast of wind rolled through the barn, strong enough that it nearly knocked me off my feet. My 3 tiny assailants went tumbling through the air and hit the stack of hay bales at the far end of the barn. I straightened and gave Corbin a grateful look before closing in on the pixies, still dazed as they lay in the stray bits of straw scattered around the bales. I don't know what's gotten into them. Hey! Astrid cried out, poking her head over the stall. You can't do that! Dewdrop popped up beside her, one tiny fist shaking. This is war, humans! Astrid! Dewdrop!
What are you two fighting about?" Dewdrop soared down and grabbed a handful of reindeer poop.
"Don't make me use this."
Behind me, my mom shrieked, "That's it! I'm going to get your father. This is a brand new cashmere sweater." Corbin came to stand beside me. "What's going on with them?" he asked. "Are they really just on a sugar high?" I don't know," I stammered. "I've never seen them like this before."
"Don't talk about us like we're not standing right here,"
Dewdrop demanded, bringing one hand back like she was about to throw out the first pitch at the World Series. I conjured a wall of ice, blocking the pellets before they could hit Corbin and me. Using the cover of the temporary shield, I ran to the corner of the barn and grabbed my wooden staff. Across the barn, the three in the hay pile were getting back to their feet, and judging by their tiny clenched fists, they were none too happy with Corbin's blast of north wind. I sent a surge of magic from my hand into the ancient staff. Runes carved into the wood burst to life with glowing blue light. "I don't want to do this," I warned the pixies, holding up the staff. "But if you don't calm down, I'll have no choice." The ice wall was clear enough that the pixies could see the illuminated runes. Astrid and Dewdrop screamed and flew at the ice barrier. With a flick of my wrist, I sent another layer of ice to reinforce and extend the first wall. Panic started to build in my chest. My thread had been somewhat empty. The staff contained all manner of magic, but I generally used it only to summon the pixies from the woods when they overslept or in case of emergency. And right now, the idea of summoning the rest of the pixies seemed like a bad idea, considering that whatever was causing this sudden morph in personality might have run through the entire pixie colony. The sanctuary was surrounded by acres of frozen forest land. The frost pixies lived deep in the woods, and while they enjoyed their work on the farm, they still spent the majority of their time isolated amongst the other pixies and creatures of the wild. Not all of the pixies came to work on the sanctuary. There were countless scores of the pixies in the woods. And if all of them had turned wild, well, there was no telling how much damage they might cause. Wincing, I decided I had to try something. I barked out a spell and slammed the end of my staff against the concrete floor. A peal of ancient magic boomed through the barn. The pixies dove toward the ground, and I seized upon their distraction, conjuring a dome of ice to surround them like a giant snow globe. When the pixies realized what I'd done, they hissed and shook their fists at me. "I don't know how long that will hold," I said, giving the dome a nervous glance. Inside, the pixies had begun beating against the ice, but their small bodies weren't strong enough to break through. However, if they calmed down long enough to try working together, it was possible they might find a way, especially once the ice started to melt. The reindeer barn wasn't as warm as inside my parents' house or the interior of my cottage on the back acreage, but it was kept above freezing, and unless I froze a new layer of ice on the dome every hour or two, eventually it would melt away. There was also the chance the pixies would get increasingly frustrated and start turning on each other. I didn't want anyone to get hurt, but I also didn't think I'd be able to work quickly enough to trap them all individually. We needed to get to the bottom of this, and fast. Turning back to Corbin, I set my jaw. "We have to go see Doc Patches." Doc Patches, the lead veterinarian in the North Pole, was personally on call to help Santa any time, day or night. I had no idea how old the elf was, but rumor had it he'd been one of Santa's lifelong friends. And Santa was very, very old. He came to Holiday Haven on a regular basis to check on Santa's retired herd, and I'd known him since before I could walk. The lanky elf was warm and friendly, but became precise and analytical while working. It was impressive that he'd managed to stay so sharp, considering his advanced years. I rode on Starly's back while Corbin took to the sky on Uller, and we flew to the North Pole to visit Doc Patches at his clinic, which was only a quick snowmobile's ride from Santa's compound on the hill. His clinic had the same gingerbread charm as the rest of the businesses on the cobblestone street, a fresh layer of snow covering the pitched roof. 2 young kids stood in front of the toy shop next door, talking excitedly as they watched a magical flying train set cruise around the shop's display window. One of them looked over his shoulder as we made our descent, and his eyes went wide. He tugged at his friend's jacket sleeve, and both of them practically tripped over themselves to come and watch Uller and Starly touch down.
"Wow, mister, I like your horse,"
the first boy said, grinning from ear to ear. Corbin chuckled as he dismounted and began walking Uller to the red and white striped hitching post out in front of Doc Patch's clinic. "You think you could keep him company for a little bit?" He reached into his coat as both boys jumped up and down and promised to take good care of him. With a smile, Corbin thanked them and handed each boy a pair of rolled oat balls. "These are his favorite," he explained. We laced the reins to the post and left the two boys to dote on the pair of animals while we stepped inside Patch's clinic. The inside of the clinic was just as cutesy as the exterior, with twinkling lights and a large decorated Christmas tree in the corner, its ornaments all animal-themed. The desk in the center of the lobby was shaped like a sleigh, and a bespectacled female elf sat behind it, a headset perched on her head of silvery white locks. "Good afternoon, Mrs. Patches," I said with a warm smile. "Lumi, dear, you're looking well." Mrs. Patches hopped down from her stool behind the desk and bustled around to wrap me in an embrace. She stood barely higher than my waist, so I bent forward to return the warm greeting. "Thank you. It's good to see you, too." I straightened to my full height again and gestured toward Corbin. "This is my boyfriend, Well, of course, I know who he is," Mrs. Patches interrupted, adding a little curtsy as she turned toward him. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Prince Corbin." "Likewise," he replied. Suddenly, Mrs. Patches twisted back to me, her eyes wide behind her spectacles. "Did you say boyfriend, dear?" I laughed softly. "That's right." "Oh, my. I heard a rumor some time ago, after the Yule Ball, I believe. But you know me. I don't put much stock in the scuttlebutt around town." I grinned. Everyone knew Mrs. Patches was an integral part of the gossip grapevine in the Pole and beyond. "Now," Mrs. Patches said, going back around the desk, "what brings you by today? I don't see you listed in the appointment diary." Did Hazel forget to make a note? She's been extra forgetful lately, poor dear. You know she's got a newborn at home, so I blame the lack of sleep. I remember those days like they were yesterday. Of course, they were many, many moons ago," she added with a twinkle of laughter. "I actually don't have an appointment," I told her. "But if there is any chance Doc has a few minutes, I really need his help with something." "Oh, for you? He will make time." Mrs. Patches held up one finger. "You wait right here, dear. I'll go and get him for you." "Thank you." She bustled down the short hallway and made a right turn, which I knew was the direction of the doctor's private office space. A few moments later, both Mrs. and Dr. Patches appeared. They were something of a mismatched pair. Doc Patches was tall and lanky, while his wife was petite and plump. His hand rested on his wife's shoulder as he smiled warmly at Corbin and me from over the half-moon spectacles perched on his slightly crooked nose. The lenses magnified a pair of sparkling blue eyes that seemed to defy his advanced years with their clarity and brilliance. He wore a knit cap over the silvery white locks that fell to his shoulders. The cap was likely made by his wife, an avid crocheter. "Lumi Northrop and Prince Corbin," he exclaimed, leaving his wife's side to amble over to us. A round of handshakes and greetings were exchanged before he called us back to his exam room. "Now what seems to be the trouble?" he asked as he closed the door behind us. In contrast to the cozy lobby, the exam room was all business, soft blue walls and minimal decor, with a stainless steel table and washing station dominating most of the space. Corbin and I exchanged a glance before I spoke. "This is likely going to be an odd request, but is there any chance you have an idea as to what might cause a sudden personality shift in a frost pixie?" Dr. Patches listened patiently as I gave a quick summary of the events back at the barn. When I finished, Doc Patches frowned. "And you have no idea what preceded this encounter?" I shook my head. "Not a clue." Very strange indeed." Doc Patches ran 2 spindly fingers over his pointed chin.
To tell you the truth, pixies don't typically fall under my area of expertise. They're somewhere between human medicine and veterinary care. Though I'm not sure a human doctor would be of much help either.
I nodded. I understand. I just wasn't sure who to turn to. Doc Patches considered the matter for another long moment, then circled his gaze back to mine.
Any other day, I would offer to come out to the sanctuary, but I'm afraid Santa Claus needs me up at the stables.
He paused to glance at his watch.
Here, in an hour or so. The team needs their monthly checkups. It won't be too long before they start preparing for this year's run, and, as you know, they all need to be in tip-top shape.
Of course.
Could you bring one of the pixies here to the clinic instead? I should be back before supper time, and don't mind keeping the light on for you.
If I can catch one, I replied, giving Corbin a nervous glance.
Doc Patches chuckled. Believe me, I know from experience our winged friends are the hardest to corral for veterinary care. See what you can do. Phone Mora if you run into too much trouble, and I'll see about coming directly to the sanctuary following the appointment with the big man.
Corbin placed an arm around my shoulders.
Thanks, Doc. We'll do our best.
3. We left the veterinary clinic and found the 2 boys keeping dutiful watch over Uller and Starly, both of whom were nosing at the children's coats in hopes of finding more snacks.
Hey,
Corbin said firmly, as he moved Uller's head away, though he couldn't help smiling at his steed.
That's enough of that.
The boys laughed.
His nose tickles.
Thank you for watching out for them, I told them. They exchanged a glance. Then the taller one elbowed his friend. The shorter one cleared his throat and gave us a furtive glance.
Do you think we could go for a ride with you sometime?
Corbin smiled.
We're a little short on time this afternoon, but if you want to come to the Reindeer Sanctuary on the weekends, they have flying reindeer you can ride on.
Really?
Their eyes went round as sugar cookies.
We'll be there.
At the corner of the street, a pair of women came into view and called the boys names. Both of them scampered off, bursting with the news. I'm guessing Uller isn't too big on the idea of pony rides, even if we weren't busy, I said with a laugh, as I untied Starly's reins from the hitching post. Corbin stroked the side of his horse's face.
Not really. He barely puts up with me most days.
Uller huffed through his nose, sending a puff of white cloud into the air. We laughed and mounted up, ready to fly back to the sanctuary. As we approached Holiday Haven, I noticed a crowd gathered around the open-air skating rink in the center of town. I squinted, trying to figure out what had everyone's attention, but didn't see anyone on the ice until I urged Starly to fly a little closer to the ground. A band of fairies was dancing out on the rink, sending sprays of silver and gold pixie dust over the ice, making designs with their graceful movements. We whizzed past, momentarily drawing some of the crowd's attention, and I craned around to see more than a few people pointing up at us as we flew by. Until my relationship with Corbin began, I was well known around town, but my reputation was being the quiet reindeer girl or the Northrop's daughter. Now, I was Prince Corbin's girlfriend, and that was a very different kind of attention. The Frost family technically had no sovereignty over the North Pole, or any of the surrounding communities, but there were so-called royal watchers, similar to those in the United States being fascinated by the British royal family. Jack Frost was often found splashed across the covers of tabloids, and whenever he was in town, a crowd tended to follow him around. Corbin kept a much lower profile. He didn't give interviews or sit for photo shoots. He wasn't the face of the Frost family, but he wasn't completely removed from the hubbub either. And currently, with Jack Frost busy performing his royal duties and mostly staying out of trouble, the fascination and gossip had shifted to the romance between Corbin and the reclusive farm girl. Or at least, that's how the papers tended to describe me. The past 6 months had been something of a crash course in being a public persona, and I still wasn't quite used to it. Attending the Yule Ball as Corbin's date had been something like crossing a bridge and then taking a match to it. There was no going back to the way things used to be, back before I'd met him. It was an odd paradox, how my life had changed forever, but somehow still felt the same. Most days I went through my familiar routine. I worked around the sanctuary, caring for the animals and helping to run the family's business. For long stretches, it would feel normal. Then I'd go into town for one thing or another and see people gathering to whisper in little pockets as I passed them on the street. Some people were brazen enough to approach me and attempt to dig into my love life. Others took my photo without my permission. When Corbin and I were together, people were more polite, but we still wound up having candid photos published in the tabloids. Corbin was worth the extra attention, of course. But I did find myself less willing to go into town these days, preferring to visit Corbin at his home in the Frost Kingdom. People there were used to him wandering the streets and frequenting the local shops and restaurants. And if things got hairy, there were royal guards who could step in and provide space for us to escape from the prying eyes. I tried not to get ahead of myself, but my daily life left too much silence, and my thoughts often wandered. Lately, they'd been wondering what might happen if things were to become more serious between me and the Frost Prince. Our lives could hardly be more opposite one another, and I wasn't sure how we would ever manage to find a way to blend them together. Before Corbin came along, I figured I would stay on my family's property long term, maybe forever. I didn't like to think about it, but my parents weren't getting any younger, and one day they would need someone to step up and run the place. My older brother, Stephen, had 2 young children who split their time between living with him and their mother, Stephen's ex-wife, in the North Pole. I knew it put a lot of strain on him not being able to see his kids every day, and wondered if one day he would leave and move to the pole permanently. Our younger brother, Klein, already lived in the North Pole and worked as a banker. He had no interest in reindeer or running a farm. That left me. The sanctuary was my entire life. It was in my blood. My magic itself was intrinsically tied to the land. But then, Corbin's life and blood were equally intertwined with his royal duties. It would be just as complicated for him to leave his life in the Frost Kingdom to come and live in Holiday Haven as it would be for me to leave home and move there. Despite my best efforts to slow down and enjoy our time together, I couldn't help but feel that maybe we were kidding ourselves, even trying to make things work between us long term. Up ahead, Uller suddenly banked to the right, snapping my attention from my wandering thoughts. He flew in a wide half circle, back the way we'd come, and I pulled Starly's reins and guided her to follow, though I wasn't sure what had caught Corbin's eye. It took a second, but then I saw it. There, in the snow below, a set of tracks shot out away from the town, and in their wake were a series of frozen ice sculptures formed into half-pipes, ramps, and even one full loop-de-loop. Jack. Corbin urged Uller on faster, and the large horse's wings beat furiously as the pair swooped down low to the ground and followed the tracks. I nudged Starly with my heels and we zoomed a little faster. She didn't have the benefit of wings, but her magic was strong and we could almost keep pace with the horse ahead. We followed the tracks in the snow, a telltale sign of Jack's favorite snowmobile, until we caught up to him out in the tundra surrounding Holiday Haven. Corbin took Uller higher, in an arc over the snowmobile, and then swung around to fly at Jack head-on. Jack let out a loud whoop as the brothers locked into a dangerous game of chicken. Corbin and Uller pulled away from the collision course first, just in time for Jack to cast some of his magic ahead. Out of thin air, a ramp made entirely out of ice appeared, and he drove the snowmobile up it at full blast, suspending in the air for a full moment, sunlight gleaming off the pair of frost wyverns painted along the sides, before he landed with another loud holler of excitement. Shaking my head, I landed Starly at the base of the newly constructed ramp and dismounted. Jack peeled a donut in the snow, sending a spray of ice out in an arc, before coming to a stop. His tawny hair was tousled, and every bit as wild as the grin spread across his handsome face. There was no doubt the pair were brothers, even though Corbin's hair was as dark as Jack's was light. Their faces were both chiseled, though in slightly different ways. Corbin's jaw was stronger, harsher, and while he had an excellent smile, it seemed that whenever he was around his brother, he took on a dark and broody expression that stood in stark contrast to his older brother's jovial disposition. "Brother!" Jack bellowed, tossing his arms overhead. Uller offered an impatient snort as his rider dismounted. "What do you think you're doing out here?" Corbin demanded, stalking through the snow to get to his brother. "What does it look like I'm doing?" Jack replied, gesturing around himself. "Blowing off a little steam. You should try it sometime, Corby." Jack slid a smirk past his brother toward me. "You know, I really thought you'd bring out his fun side." I sighed. "It's nice to see you too, Jack." Jack laughed and slung one leg over his snowmobile, leaving the engine idling. "What brings you two out here anyway? Were you sneaking away for a romantic tryst? If so, say no more. I'll saddle up and blast out of here lickety-split." Corbin clapped a hand on his brother's shoulder. "You're not going anywhere." Jack's eyes still sparkled with mirth, even as he groaned and feigned an exasperated sigh. "If you needed a wingman, just say so. I'll talk you up." Peeking back at me, he winked. "Did old Corby here ever tell you the story about the time he single-handedly saved a whole nest of baby wood sprites after a servant found them in one of the castle's guest rooms? He's an old softy, I'll tell you. Very sensitive, in touch with his feelings." "Shut up," Corbin ground out through clenched teeth. "What?" Jack protested. "Chicks like stories about animals." Corbin was undeterred. "You're supposed to be on Moonstone Island doing a press tour, not out here popping wheelies in the snow." "Technically speaking, dear brother, one can't do wheelies on a snowmobile." Corbin's jaw flexed. Jack laughed. "Relax, my little prickled pear. The PR thing was a slam dunk. I had all of those stuffy ambassadors eating out of the palm of my hand. One of them even slipped me her number after the Q&A. Jack waggled his brows. "What do you think of that? Is a king allowed to date an ambassador to a foreign island?" "She did have a very nice—" "Jack," Corbin growled. "There was supposed to be a dinner following the event." "Oh, right. Well, the head guy, Lord prattles on for days, wasn't feeling well and asked if we could reschedule, which I, being the gracious and humble king that I am, agreed to." Jack slapped a hand on Corbin's chest. "So, brother, that means you have nothing to worry your pretty little head over." He moved past Corbin and sauntered over to me. He draped an arm around my shoulders and leaned in with a conspiratorial whisper. "Seriously, Lumi, tell me just what it is you see in this guy. He's always such a wet blanket. You want to go for a spin? I promise you a good time. With your magic and mine working together, just think of the course we could build. I'll bet we could manage a double loop. What do you say?" I laughed, even as I rolled my eyes. "Do we have to have this conversation every time we see one another?" I asked. "Hey, you can't blame a guy for trying," Jack said. "How's life on the horse farm?" "Reindeer Sanctuary," I corrected. Right. Jack dropped his arm and wandered back to his snowmobile, not waiting for my answer. Jack wasn't generally interested in much of anything that didn't directly relate to him. I wasn't sure how any woman managed to put up with his endless chatter about himself. But then, considering the personality of his last girlfriend, they probably spent their dates competing to see which one could talk about themselves the most before the dessert course. "Where are your guards?" Corbin asked. "I specifically told them not to let you out of their sight." Jack laughed. "Don't worry, Corby. They're all probably 3 L's deep at the pub by now. I told them to put it on the royal tab. It's not like I need them out here. What's the worst that could happen?" "You know, for someone who got kidnapped and nearly killed 6 months ago, you'd think you wouldn't ask questions like that," Corbin muttered. He dragged a hand over his jaw. "Hey, I'm still here, aren't I?" Jack asked with a laugh. Corbin groaned. "And where are you going now?" he asked, as Jack climbed back on his snowmobile and revved the engine.
You're meeting with the council tomorrow afternoon, aren't you?
Yeah. I'm crashing at the chalet tonight with the guards before you even ask. We'll all go back to the castle in the morning. Corbin hesitated, as though looking for a hole in the plan, but when he couldn't find one, he gave a slight nod.
All right.
Jack gestured at the untouched land ahead of him. It doesn't have quite the same thrill as racing down the streets of Holiday Haven, but it will do. Technically, he was following the rules. Jack's chalet in Holiday Haven served as something of a second home, though he didn't get to stay there as often as he had before being crowned king. Back when he'd been more of a full-time resident, he used to race through the residential streets like some kind of crazed ice demon. But since becoming king, he'd agreed to keep his high-speed antics outside the town limits whenever he visited. See you later, Corby. Lumi, a pleasure, as always. When you're bored with the old stick in the mud, give me a call. With that, he tore off across the tundra, casting another spell to create a half-pipe up ahead. He zoomed up one side, then the other, before spinning the snowmobile in a full 360 turn, using another burst of his ice magic to stay suspended for the extra moment.
Idiot is going to get himself killed one of these days,
Corbin muttered to himself as he stalked back to Uller. I don't think there's anything you can do to stop him, I said softly. He's not exactly big on the whole listening concept, is he? Corbin scoffed.
That's putting it mildly.
He shook his head.
Let's just hope he manages to have an heir before he breaks his neck. Save me the trouble of having to take over the throne.
Little fingers of anxiety squeezed at my heart at the thought. If Corbin ever became king, where would that leave me? The idea of being a princess was nerve-wracking enough. To be queen would be downright terrifying. I decided to buy Jack a proper helmet as soon as I could get to the store. And maybe I'd see if they could add a jumbo roll of packing bubbles to my order for good measure. 4. By the time we returned to the barn, all that remained of the icy dome was a pile of shattered pieces. Astrid and the other renegade pixies were nowhere in sight. Sugarplum came hopping around the corner, his ears on high alert. Luby, you're back. What happened? I asked. Corbin bent and picked up one of the tiny candy canes the pixies had left behind.
I didn't even know they made them this small, he mused to himself.
Sugarplum's nose twitched as he stood up on his hind legs. Some of the other pixies came not too long after you left. I tried to stop them, Luby, but they banded together and dropped this shovel on top of the ice dome, and it broke. Glancing over my shoulder, I saw the broad shovel lying off to the side of where the dome had been. It was one I often used to muck out the reindeer stalls. Great. Any idea where they went? Sugarplum looked down at his front feet, bent in front of his furry chest. They threw snowballs at me and then jetted off, back toward the woods. I wasn't fast enough to catch up to them. That's okay. Thanks for trying. I bent and scratched him between the ears until one of his back legs began thumping uncontrollably against the barn floor.
Seems like the woods is the best place for them,
Corbin said, pushing back to his full height. He tossed the tiny peppermint to the ground.
What's our next move? How do we get one of them to Doc Patches?
I glanced at the wall to my right, where my staff leaned up against a stable door. I could summon them with magic, but then we'd have a lot more than just one to deal with. We also need to figure out how we're going to travel back to the pole. We need some kind of kennel, or box.
Does Sugarplum have a cage?
Corbin asked. Sugarplum shot him a panicked look. A cage? Why would I need a cage? I smiled. No, definitely not. Sugarplum isn't a normal hare. Thank you, Luby. I don't think we have anything around here, but we could make something. I left the barn and went a few yards out into the snow. My magic tended to work better outdoors, where I could be grounded in the snow and frost. With a few tries, I managed to conjure a pixie-sized cage from ice. One side was open, with the intention to seal it up once a pixie was inside. The question was, how were we going to lure one away from the pack? You know, there's always one thing the pixies can't resist, Sugarplum said, hopping around the cage to inspect it. Cocoa. A smile tugged at one corner of my mouth. One pixie cafe coming right up. With a flurry of magic, I formed a pixie-sized picnic table inside the box of ice. I'll go get some cocoa. Sugarplum, do you think you could track down a pixie or two and let it slip there's free cocoa up here by the barn? My familiar didn't look too thrilled by the assignment, but he nodded his head anyway. I'll do my best. I just hope they don't get snow in my ears this time, he muttered. Corbin and I watched Sugarplum hop around the side of the barn. Tell you what, you stay here and I'll go get the cocoa. If you come inside, my mom will pounce on you to continue planning Jack's royal presser. Corbin grinned. Right. I probably should call the castle and let them know I've secured a venue. All right, I'll be right back. I rushed inside and made a cup of cocoa using my family's long-held secret recipe, which may as well be Frost Pixie Kryptonite, and raced back to the barn. Corbin was still on the phone with the castle, so I busied myself with the rest of the preparations. I placed the cocoa, piled high with whipped cream, on the table inside the makeshift cage, then retreated to the barn. Thank you, Freya, Corbin said, before ending the call and slipping his phone back into his pocket. Looks like Jack was telling the truth about what happened during his visit to Moonstone Isle, he told me. Freya is my eyes and ears when I can't be there to supervise my brother. I smiled. Poor woman. Corbin chuckled softly. She's paid quite well, but even still it's likely not enough. Probably not, although I imagine babysitting a king will make for quite the line item on her future resume, I teased. Corbin ran a hand over his jaw, a smile still quirked on his lips. Sometimes I wonder how this became my life. When Jack and I were young, it all seemed too far away. We always knew the reality, of course, that one day he would take over as king, but now that it's here, I'm still not sure either of us fully knows what we're doing. I took Corbin's hand. It's a lot of responsibility, to be sure. But for what it's worth, I think you're doing a great job. Thanks, Lumi. He brushed the fingers of his free hand down the side of my face, his eyes locked on mine. It's nice having days like this, where I can feel normal. I laughed softly. I'm not sure any of this is normal. I mean, we just baited an ice cage with hot cocoa to trap a feral frost pixie. Corbin grinned and glanced over his shoulder at the cage. You've got a point. He returned his gaze to me. Still, there's nowhere else I'd rather be. You're sweet. Heat flushed my cheeks. I'm happy I have someone on the days when things go a little bit sideways. Corbin leaned in for a kiss, but before his lips met mine, the sound of someone clearing their throat interrupted. Breaking apart, we turned and found Sugarplum thumping one back leg impatiently. You've got about 3 seconds before Astrid sucks down that entire mug of cocoa and flies away, he said. I blinked, then raced to the doorway of the barn. Sure enough, inside the cage, Astrid hovered over the mug of cocoa, all but bathing herself in the mountain of whipped cream, as she giggled over her good fortune of finding the sweet treat before the others did. That was fast, I whispered. Yeah, well, I found her dropping snowballs down your parents' chimney, Sugarplum said, giving the pixie a dirty look. Cringing, I waved a hand and turned the nearby snow into a sheet of ice that neatly fit over the remaining opening. It took Astrid a moment to realize what had happened, but once she did, she let out a tiny scream and wrapped her hands around the frozen bars. I stepped out of the barn and she locked her furious crystalline eyes with mine. You did this? The betrayal in her voice cut through me. I got close and squatted down beside the cage. It's for your own good, Astrid. I think something has happened to you and the others. Astrid snarled and tore frantically at the bars, but it was futile. She wasn't strong enough to break through the ice, and we would be gone before any of the other pixies could come to her aid. I'm sorry, I whispered. I promise you'll be okay. Astrid screamed and thrashed some more, managing to knock over the contents of the hot cocoa mug. I shored up the bottom with another layer of ice and managed to freeze the soupy chocolate before it could melt all the way through. Straightening, I tried to shove the guilt aside. I'd known Astrid for most of my life, and I hated the idea of her being so angry with me. At the same time, the snarling, flailing pixie in the cage was nothing like the joyful, helpful pixie I knew. Her reaction only proved the point that something was seriously wrong. We can both ride on Uller. I'll hold the cage in my lap, I said, turning back to Corbin. He frowned. Are you sure you'll be able to hold on? I can always call for a royal coach. I don't really want to draw any more attention than we already do. Ah, understood. Corbin glanced at his winged steed, as if wishing there was some kind of seat belts attached to the saddle. All right then, let's get going. But if at any point you feel unsteady, you have to tell me. I smiled. I promise I won't fall. Corbin held the ice cage as I climbed onto Uller's back. Then he gently handed me the cage before climbing on in front of me. Now we just have to hope this thing doesn't melt before we get to the North Pole. I'll think cold thoughts, I teased. Corbin laughed and urged Uller into flight. We ended up waiting for a little while in the clinic's lobby, but Mrs. Patches did her best to keep us occupied, telling us stories about some of their more memorable patients, which had apparently included a baby ice dragon that managed to give Doc Patches a mild case of frostbite as he'd treated the poor thing for a head cold. When Doc Patches returned, he took both of us into the exam room, leaving his wife to close up the front. I placed the cage on the table and then stepped back to give the elf space to work. Was everything all right with the reindeer? I asked, while Doc Patches put on a pair of thick gloves. Likely a safety precaution born in the aftermath of the baby ice dragon's accidental attack. Oh yes, you know Santa. He dotes on them as if they were his own children, Doc Patches answered with a jolly chuckle. Now let's see. He leaned down and peeked in through the icy bars. Who do we have here? This is Astrid, I answered. The pixie shrieked and tried to reach out and take a swipe at Doc Patch's face. She managed to knock his glasses sideways before he pulled back. My, he tutted. Someone is quite unhappy. Corbin and I exchanged a glance. And you said all of this started today? Patches asked. It came on suddenly, I mean. Yes, I nodded. They were on the farm yesterday as late as 8, maybe 9. We were stringing up some new Christmas lights. The pixies always like to help, and they're quite useful for reaching the highest places. This was PM? Doc Patches asked, glancing at me from over the top of his spectacles as he bent forward once more toward Astrid. Yes, PM. I didn't see them this morning while I was doing chores, but that's not unusual. They tend to sleep in, even more so in the off-season. But Sugarplum said he saw a few of them fighting out in the field earlier today. It's not like them to fight over anything. Doc Patches continued his visual inspection for a few moments in silence. When he straightened, he clasped his gloved hands together. I think we might need a light sedative in order for me to run some tests. I don't expect she'd be willing to give me a blood sample as it is. Proving his point, the pixie flashed her teeth and hissed. Astrid! I shook my head. I'm just at a loss. What could make a pixie act like this? It's like she's gone feral. My best guess is they all got into something. A plant or food, perhaps. And whatever it isn't mixing well with their magic. They feel out of sorts, and that makes them grumpy. I can run a basic blood test and see if I can narrow down what we're dealing with. I nodded. Okay. We'll get to the bottom of this, Lumi, Doc Patches told me, giving my arm a reassuring pat. He moved to a tall cabinet beside the sink and opened the doors. Inside, a variety of tools were carefully arranged and labeled. He grabbed a net and then turned to position it along one side of the cage. All right, go ahead and let her loose. Wincing, I strained to gather enough magic to melt a thin line around the perimeter of the wall of ice. When it broke free, Doc Patches let it fall to the ground and shatter. Astrid flew out of the cage, and while she was quick, she couldn't escape Doc Patches' net. He caught her with a quick swoop, then reached in and gently grasped her in one gloved hand. She struggled and fought, but her energy was nearly spent. Doc Patches whispered an incantation in a language I didn't understand, and the pixie slowly relaxed and folded forward until she was sleeping, draped over Doc Patches' fingers. There, he whispered with a kindly smile. Rest easy, Astrid. That's a new one, I said.
The doctor smiled at me. It's a simple relaxation spell. She was already quite exhausted. You have to have contact with the creature in order for it to work. Otherwise, I would have spared her the frustration of getting tangled in the net.
Corbin removed the ice cage from the exam table, then cast a quick wind to blow away the small puddle it left behind. Doc Patches smiled at him.
Quite handy, my dear boy. Thank you.
He laid Astrid down on the table and began a more thorough investigation. He checked her pulse and then began looking over her tiny body for any sign of infection or injury. Astrid carried a small satchel fashioned from leaves and pitch. It was just big enough that a single golf ball would fill it to capacity. Doc Patches removed the satchel and set it to one side. When he turned to gather the supplies needed for the blood draw, I reached over and picked up the bag. With careful fingers, I lifted the flap and dumped the contents out onto the table beside the sleeping pixie. It's just more of those tiny candy canes, I said, considering the half a dozen of them piled on the table. I have no idea where these came from. Corbin picked one up and pinched it between his thumb and forefinger.
Some kind of custom order, I'd imagine.
I started to say something, but my words trailed off as I realized there was something else in the satchel. A piece of thick paper was wadded up inside, and one corner was caught in between two leaves. Wait a second, I said, prying it loose. It was a business card, folded into fourths to fit inside the tiny bag. I smoothed it out and gasped. Corbin, look at this. There on the card, printed in glossy black ink, Percy Lowell, Santa's favorite real estate agent. Give me a jingle, and I'll make your house search jolly. 5. That rat. Doc Patches twisted around, his wispy brows raised.
Lumi, dear, is everything all right?
I'm sorry, Doc, it's just, I think I might know what happened to the pixies. I glanced down at the card again. Maybe he thought that if the pixies went berserk, it would scare us off the property. Patches looked to Corbin, his expression still befuddled.
There's a real estate agent, Percy Lowell, who's been after a piece of the Northrop property,
he explained to the vet before gesturing toward my hands.
This is his card. It was in Astrid's bag. And what about these candies?
Patches asked, considering the scattered treats.
Are they from him too?
I'm not sure. I plucked one of them from the table. Can you do any kind of test on it? See if it's been laced with something? Patches held out his hand, palm side up, and I dropped the candy cane into his glove.
I'll certainly do my best.
He cleared his throat.
Listen, it will take some time for me to examine the blood sample. Why don't you two head back to Holiday Haven? By then, I should have more information about what happened to our friend here.
He nudged his pointed chin at Astrid. Corbin took my hand.
That sounds like a good idea. Thanks, Doc.
I hesitated, my gaze on the sleeping pixie. Corbin wrapped an arm around my waist, gently moving me toward the door, and I nodded. Right, of course. I let Corbin lead the way out of the clinic, only stopping for a quick moment to say goodnight to Mrs. Patches. Outside, dusk was falling, and the chill in the air had kicked up since the flight over. Corbin and I were both bundled up, but it was still a good idea to get out of the weather.
Are you hungry?
Corbin asked, as we walked back to where Uller was tethered. We've missed our dinner reservations, but I'm sure we could find something else. I gave a non-committal hum as I glanced at the business card still in my hand. It says he has an office, here in the Pole, I said, after a moment. Is he living here full-time now? I scoffed. Corbin raised one thick eyebrow.
You're not considering going over there, are you?
I don't know. I frowned as I looked up the street. Things in the North Pole were always busy, or maybe it just seemed that way in comparison to the slower pace in Holiday Haven. Snowmobiles, sled dogs, and horses whizzed past, while owls and fairies swooped and dashed overhead as they went about their own errands. The postal system was heavily reliant on owls, making them a common sight, especially at this time of day. In a couple of weeks, following the solstice, things would become even busier in both the North Pole and its suburbs, like Holiday Haven. The second half of the year always seemed to fly by in a flurry of activity and preparations, all culminating in the big night, Santa's flight. Christmas and the Yule Ball would come and go, and the cycle would begin again. It was a comfortable routine, but for some reason, standing there in the middle of it all, a twinge of anxiety pulsed through me. Almost as though things were happening too fast and too slow all at the same time.
Let's go back to Holiday Haven, Corbin said, pulling me from my thoughts. We don't want to jump to conclusions and make an already bad situation worse.
He moved toward the candy cane-striped post and untied Uller's reins.
Doc Patches will have more information for us in the morning. Then we can decide what to do next.
Reluctantly, I tucked the business card into the front pocket of my coat. Don't you have to get back to the castle? A flicker of irritation passed over his face as he glanced at his watch, Uller's reins hanging loose in his other hand.
I think I might stay in Holiday Haven tonight.
Because of Jack? Corbin climbed onto Uller's back, then reached for my hand to help me up into the saddle behind him.
Precisely.
A smile tugged at my lips as I situated myself on Uller's back, then looped my arms around Corbin's waist. I'd had the frozen pixie cage on my lap for the flight here, and it was nice to now be able to slide forward and hold on to his strong torso. He seemed like he was behaving himself, I said, as Corbin prompted Uller into motion. The horse began trotting down the street to build up speed, then lifted up, his powerful wings cutting through the frosty air. At least he's keeping his promise about not riding his snowmobile through town.
Corbin scoffed. That's a rather low bar. But yes, I suppose you're right.
I frowned. Is there something else? I felt him exhale.
My father wants to see Jack married before his passing. His time in this realm is dwindling, and he's growing more impatient to see Jack settled, seeing as his plan to have him wed before his coronation didn't pan out.
Aha, and I'm guessing Jack is still just as disinterested as before, I replied.
He's changed a little since what happened last winter, but I still can't see him settling down anytime soon. He'd rather be out on his snowmobile than going on proper dates or tending to royal business.
I wasn't sure how to reply. Corbin tended to take on too much as it was, always serving as some kind of go-between for his brother and his father, something that had only intensified since his father's terminal diagnosis. Have you considered hiring some kind of matchmaker? I asked. Surely there has to be someone who could help. Corbin laughed.
I'm fairly certain Jack would send them running from the castle within 30 minutes. He wouldn't exactly be a cooperative client.
Who says he has to know? I asked.
What do you mean?
Hire the matchmaker, give them all the qualities Jack would want, and let them do the rest. Think of it like a professionally arranged blind date. Corbin considered it for a moment.
It's not a bad idea. The question is, what kind of woman could make Jack change his mind about living life as a permanent bachelor?
I think with Jack, it's about the chase. So maybe someone who isn't interested in him would be the key? Someone who he has a lot in common with, but who isn't initially interested in him. Or even better, someone who doesn't even know who he is.
So essentially, I need to find him a snowmobile mechanic who loves beer, darts, and bad karaoke, who also happens to be from another country and or is independently wealthy and not interested in chasing after a royal crown, Corbin said, laughing as he got toward the end of the laundry list of qualifications. I giggled. Yeah, exactly. I mean, how hard can that really be? We laughed as we soared out of the North Pole, the sound echoing across the wild tundra. Uller touched down near the open-air rink in the center of town. The outdoor market was shuttered for the season, but there were still a lot of people milling about the town square, enjoying the crisp evening. A few vendors had year-round carts where they sold treats, and the smell of kettle corn and roasted chestnuts called out to me like a siren song, reminding me that I hadn't had anything other than half a glass of lemonade since that morning, before I'd started my chores. I often forgot to eat while working on the farm, opting for a large breakfast and dinner, with only a handful of snacks throughout the day, though I usually ended up sharing those with the reindeer, not always by choice. Corbin waited for me to dismount before following. Then he took Uller's reins in one hand and my hand in his other one. So what sounds good? Looks like there are a few options out here, but I think something indoors would be better. Agreed. As I was considering the nearby restaurants, a flurry of activity caught my eye. The fairies I'd seen on our way out of town were still performing for a dwindling crowd around the ice rink. I wonder what that's all about, I commented. Corbin didn't hear me, his mind locked in on finding a meal. Not that I could blame him. Based on the rumbling of my own stomach, I should focus on the mission too. Still, it was odd to have such a lengthy, impromptu performance. Normally, formal events were advertised around town, but I hadn't seen anything about this one. How about Wet Your Wassail? Corbin suggested with a grin. We know that place is now a jack-free zone. I turned my head away from the fairies on the rink and nodded in agreement. Sure. Since being kidnapped and stowed away in the pub's basement, Jack hadn't returned to what was once his favorite haunt in Holiday Haven. I figured he'd eventually return, as they served the best lager in town. But for now, we could guarantee he wouldn't pop up to interrupt our meal. When is the next open mic night? I asked, as we headed over to the pub. Are you going to play? Corbin shrugged. I don't know. Maybe. Grinning, I nudged my arm into his. You should. As much as Sugarplum and I have enjoyed our private concerts, it would be fun to see you perform for a real crowd. Corbin smiled down at me. I'll think about it. The English-style pub was a quick walk from the center of town, and within a few minutes we were shrugging out of our heavy coats and being shown to a corner booth. The darkened interior made it an ideal place for us to enjoy a meal, away from prying eyes. Most people at the pub were seated around the bar, while the establishment's owner, a vampire named Clarence Griswold, held court, slinging drinks and telling jokes. Corbin handed me a menu, and we settled into a familiar discussion of what to order. Moments like this made it easy to forget who I was with. At the pub on a chilly weeknight, chatting about the various merits of mozzarella sticks versus onion rings, we were just any other young couple. Nothing special or out of the ordinary. We enjoyed a pair of drinks with our appetizer, and before our entrees were brought out, Corbin slipped away to the restroom. I noticed our drinks were low and wandered over to the bar to say hello to Clarence and order a round of refills. Well, good evening, Lumi, the vampire said, with a flourish of an Oxford English accent. Hello, Clarence, I replied with a smile. Another round when you get a chance? Clarence slapped one hand on the bar. Coming right up. Rudy Portsmouth, one of the pub's regulars, turned toward me, one hand resting on his glass. How are things at the ranch? He asked. I smiled politely and resisted the urge to correct him. Oh, you know, always gearing up for the busy season. I heard that scoundrel Percy's been after your parents, he replied with a grin. I hope you sent him packing with a blast of ice right to the keister. Believe me, I wish I could. I laughed. Where did you hear about that anyway? Rudy glanced at the man on his other side. When was that, Merv? 2-3 nights ago? Merv, an elderly gentleman with a balding head of gray hair, twisted his face as he considered the question. Must have been Tuesday? He was in here bragging about being on the cusp of his biggest deal yet. Of course, once he said it was about your farm, none of us believed him. We know your family will never sell. Clarence returned with my drinks. You're right to be careful, Lumi, he told me, placing them on the bar in front of me. Percy is not to be trifled with. Gus O'Neill, one of my regulars, is stuck in a battle with him and the town council over a property dispute. Percy's trying to buy up a strip of homes over on Douglas Fir Drive, wants to gut them and convert the whole street into a commercial zone. Gus was the last holdout. Next thing he knows, there's a series of mysterious complaints being registered against him with the town council, claiming he was in violation of various codes. Gus did a little investigating and found out it was Percy, trying to get him tossed out. That's awful, I exclaimed, taking the 2 drinks. Rudy patted my shoulder. You hang tough. Don't let him win this one. We're all behind you. Beside him, Merv nodded in agreement. Thanks, I appreciate that. With a nod, I turned and took the drinks back to the corner booth, where Corbin was already waiting. Thank you, he said, as I slid into the seat beside him. I quickly caught him up on what I'd heard at the bar. Seems like he isn't opposed to playing dirty, Corbin said when I finished. The question is, how dirty? I added. If my hunch is right, and he tried to hurt the pixies, I'll take this all the way to Santa himself if I have to. Corbin squeezed my hand. We both will. 6. Doc Patches called bright and early the next morning. I was about 3 sips into my morning coffee, listening to Sugar Plum as he hopped around the kitchen, rattling off a laundry list of antics the pixies got into after I left with Corbin. According to him, they'd swarmed back into the barn and proceeded to rain down mayhem until Mom chased them out with a push broom. I had no doubt Mom would repeat Sugar Plum's account, likely with a lot more fury, as soon as I poked my head out of the cabin, so I wasn't in a huge hurry to get ready and leave for my daily chores. Doc Patch's call was a welcome interruption to my usual morning routine. Thanks for calling, I told him. Well, Lumi, it looks like whatever is making the pixies go wild is indeed linked to those candy canes you found, Doc Patches told me. I melted one down to run some tests, and the heat seems to have released some foreign ingredient. Instead of melting into a pink or red puddle, it changed to a dark green. Dark green? I frowned. What would make it do that? The sound of dishes clanking together rattled in the background. I'm not sure, Doc Patches replied, seemingly unaware of the noise he was making. This isn't my area of expertise, I'm afraid. I put in a few calls to some healer friends. They might have a better idea. But for now, I'd say there is something in those candies, and if I were you, I'd get them away from the rest of the pixies as quickly as possible. Depending on what type of contaminant we're dealing with, it might work itself out of their systems once the substance is no longer being ingested, although, judging by our friend Astrid, I'm not too sure that will be the case. I winced. She's still acting up? Afraid so, the doc replied, his tone sorrowful. She awoke from the magic-induced sleep angrier than before. I put her back under for the time being. I'll try waking her once more in another 6 hours and see if I can't get her to eat something else. Until I know what kind of spell or poison we're dealing with, I won't be able to provide the full course of treatment. I understand. Thank you, Doc. I'll do my best to get the candies away from the others. I glanced down at my hand and wondered how many fingers I might lose in the process. Very good. I will phone back later with any updates, Doc Patches said. Take care of yourself, Lumi. You too, Doc. We ended the call, and I recapped the information to the eager Sugar Plum. His ears flopped when I explained we still didn't have an answer. How are we supposed to get those candy canes away from them? He asked. I'm not sure. I drank deeply from my coffee mug, turning over a few strategies, though none of them sounded like they'd be very fun. When I set aside the coffee, I reached for my phone again. Who are you going to call now? Sugar Plum asked. The person who might have the answers to this whole thing? I said, my jaw squared as I went to the coat rack by the front door of my small cabin. I fished the business card from the front pocket of the coat I'd worn the night before. Sugar Plum followed closely on my heels. Who's that? He asked. Percy Lowell, I replied, already tapping the number into my phone before my nerves talked me out of it. An answering machine picked up the call, rattling off Percy's slogan and instructions to leave a message, which I did, keeping the details sparse. I hung up the call and placed my phone back on the table. Sighing, I slid a glance down at Sugar Plum. Guess I can't avoid the inevitable any longer. The hare hopped to the door and stood to his full height, balanced on his large hind feet. Let's go kick some pixie tushy. I smiled and downed the last dregs of coffee from my mug. We're not going to fight them, Sugar Plum. You say that now, the hare muttered. After bundling up and pulling on my winter boots, I grabbed my staff and headed out into the elements. It was my favorite kind of morning, with a clear sky and rays of sunlight gently bouncing off the untouched snow that had fallen overnight. Unfortunately, I'd barely drawn in a full breath of the crisp air before a shriek echoed from the barn. Sugar Plum scampered toward the scream, and I darted after him. We were halfway there when my mom came barreling out,
her arms over her head to ward off the swarm of pixies flying after her, angrily tossing handfuls of black pellets. "Sweet Mother Nature," I groaned, raising my staff. I threw a shield of ice in an effort to block the worst of it. "You have to stop them, Lumi!" Mom exclaimed as she raced around the side of the barn. "They broke into the kitchen while I was bringing in the groceries, and they ran off with all the bags." "Even the carrots?" Sugar Plum cried. In reply, a pixie swooped over the hare, cackling wildly as they made a point to nibble on a baby carrot. Sugar Plum leaped at the pixie, but wasn't quick enough. The pixie blew a raspberry and surged back into the air. Other pixies darted around, showing off their haul, a variety of other household staples. Most of the items were heavy enough they required multiple pixies to carry them away, and I lost count of how many were zipping to and from the barn. Cringing, I peeked inside. Groceries lay scattered across the floor. Some pixies weren't bothering to take the food back to the safety of the woods, instead opting to crack open cans of soda and bags of chips right there on the barn floor. A few pixie feet stuck out of a bag of cheesy puffs. Across the way, 2 hovered over an open can of soda and were taking turns filling their hands with the fizzy brown liquid. They were everywhere, and if anything, they seemed more feral than the day before, no longer using words to communicate with me or each other. They snarled and squawked at one another to make their fury known. Marble-sized snowballs and reindeer pellets whizzed through the air in equal proportions as they fought over the treasure trove. I shouted, trying to get them to leave, but it only seemed to anger them further. The reindeer were still in their stalls, letting out nervous sounds and stamping their feet as the pixies flew over them. I exhaled and charged into the barn, managing to get the reindeer stalls open and evacuated before retreating back outside where it was safer. Mucking stalls would have to wait. As for the groceries, that was a lost cause. I heaved the heavy door closed, trapping the majority of the pixies inside the barn, at least for a little while. "What a disaster!" I exclaimed, bracing my back against the doors as the pixies hit the other side. "They're even worse today." "I didn't see any candy canes," Sugar Plum said. "Did you?" I considered it, then shook my head. Maybe they ran out? Do you know where they even came from? We don't order ones that small. During the peak of tourist season, we went through crates of the things. But up until yesterday, I hadn't even realized they came in such tiny sizes. The pixies hadn't gotten them from the storage shed, that much was certain. Mom came down from her refuge on the porch and met me at the gate to the pasture. "Looks like I'll need to go back to the market," she grumbled, peering past my shoulder toward the barn. "Pandora Ashmore called while they were ravaging the kitchen. She wanted to know how long the Pixies' performance runs, since she's putting together the program for the solstice party." I scrubbed a hand down my face. "That's right. What did you tell her?" "I told her the Pixies were under the weather, and that I would call her back tomorrow to let her know if they will be able to perform." "They've been looking forward to it for weeks now," I said, sighing heavily as I looked back at the barn. "She said they have some other troupe who can stand in if need be. The Poinsettia Performers, I believe was the name." Never heard of them." I shrugged. "Listen, don't worry about the groceries. I can pick things up on my way back home later today." "You're going into town?" "Corbin wound up staying in Holiday Haven last night, so I'm going to see him before he has to head back to the castle." Mom's eyes twinkled as she momentarily forgot about the mess of pixies. "You two make a sweet couple. The entire town thinks so. Imagine when you become a princess. My daughter, full-blown royalty." "Okay, Mom," I said with a strained laugh. "Let's not go there. We're taking things slow. No one is in a rush." I've seen the way he looks at you, Lumi. Like you're the only witch in the entire world." Mom smiled. My cheeks warmed, and I cleared my throat. "I should get busy. The reindeer need to be fed before I leave." "Oh, your father can do that," Mom said, flapping a hand. "You go see Corbin. Tell him to give me a call when he wants to talk about Jack's event. I already told all of my friends. They're green with envy. Oh, that reminds me. I need to call Viv and have her start working on some dresses for us." "Mom," I groaned, but it was too late. She was already scurrying back toward the house, muttering happily to herself. Ooh, I can just see it now. Sweetheart neckline, cap sleeves, gold or silver? Maybe both. I called Corbin, and we made plans to meet in the town square. I said goodbye to Sugar Plum, ran a comb through my hair, and saddled up Starly, who was all too happy to leave the barn behind and go for a flight. We touched down outside the Candy Cane Cafe, and I popped inside to order 2 cocos to go. Then, with Starly keeping pace beside me, we walked to the town square to wait for Corbin. The ice rink had a few early morning skaters, most of whom seemed like professionals, judging by the way they whizzed and leaped along with the cheery music piped out from the speakers stationed around the rink. I found an empty bench nearby and settled in to watch them practice as I enjoyed my cocoa. After a while, I started to wonder what was keeping Corbin. Setting his cocoa to the side, I dug my phone out of my pocket. There weren't any messages or missed calls from him, but after another minute, it buzzed in my gloved hand. It wasn't Corbin's name on the screen, though. Instead, it was an unknown number with a North Pole area code. Hello? I answered. Is this Lumi Northrop? A male voice asked. It is? Who is this? Percy Lowell, returning your call? Oh. My stomach squirmed. I'd been full of bravado when I'd made the call to his office earlier that morning, but now my courage had deflated back to its normal size. Right. I need to speak with you about my parents' property. Glad to hear it. I glanced at my phone to see the time. I'm in Holiday Haven now. It will take me a little while to get to your office. You're in luck, Percy interjected. It just so happens that I've recently expanded into a satellite office here in Holiday Haven. Business has been booming, and you know how tiresome it is commuting back and forth from the pole all the time. I'm just down on Gingerbread Lane. You can't miss me. Oh, okay. My hand clenched the phone a little tighter. Well, then I guess I'll be there shortly. Looking forward to it. The call ended, and I stuffed my phone back into my pocket. Glancing around the square, I still saw no sign of Corbin. He was almost 15 minutes late, which wasn't like him. A band of fairies flew onto the skating rink, chatting excitedly as they hovered in a circle and sipped from small cups of cocoa. They were larger than the pixies, probably closer to Sugar Plum in size, but their movements and mannerisms were similar. I watched them for another few minutes in between scanning the square for Corbin. At one point, a dark-haired fairy flew over to join the circle. She said a few words, and the other fairies cheered before she quickly buzzed off in the opposite direction. I didn't want to go to Percy's office alone, but at the same time, I was impatient to get answers. Astrid and the other pixies were counting on me. Looks like you'll need to be my backup, Starly, I told the reindeer as I got to my feet. I picked up Corbin's cocoa and headed toward Gingerbread Lane. I was rounding the corner when I heard my name. Lumi! I turned and saw Corbin jogging across the square. I'm so sorry, he said, coming to a stop when he reached me. I went to see Jack, and he was, well, being Jack. It's okay. Here. I pressed the cocoa into his gloved hand. Got this for you. It might be a little lukewarm, though. Thank you. Corbin looked up at the street sign. Where are you headed? We're going to pay a visit to the North Pole's hardest hustling real estate agent. 7. Percy Lowell's office was almost exactly as I would have pictured it, had I ever bothered to try. It sat wedged between a hair salon and a daycare center. The salon and daycare were decked out, their windows bursting with color and Christmas-time wonder. In stark contrast, Percy's shopfront looked like something designed by an ad executive for a luxury perfume brand. Expensive blown glass black and white ornaments hung along the top of the windows flanking the front door. The only other sign that it was in any way festive were the miniature wreaths on the front doors of the model condominium building placed in the right display window. I see he's really immersing himself in the holiday spirit, I muttered. And what is this? Merry Meadows? I jabbed a finger at the glass. Where's he going to put this monstrosity? Is he planning on bulldozing the art museum for this? Or maybe he'll just pave over the ice rink. I mean, really, that's frivolous, isn't it? Corbin opened the door. Let's go and ask him. With a resolute nod, I bustled into the office. The interior was even colder than the front windows. Marble floors, metal-framed furnishings, everything in muted, neutral tones. No sign of a Christmas tree, or even a sprig of holly. A fairy, sitting at the desk, poked her head up at our arrival. She smiled briefly, but there was no warmth to it. "May I help you?" "We're here to see—" "I see you found the place, all right," Percy interjected, stepping into the short hallway that formed a cul-de-sac of 3 doors. He saw Corbin over my shoulder, and his salesman grin faltered for a moment before he fixed it back in place. Come. Can I get you anything? Coffee, tea, water, juice? I have a cold-pressed guava mint that's to die for." "We're fine," Corbin replied. Percy steepled his fingers together before stepping through the doorway to the right. "Straight to business, then." "He has guava mint juice, but no cocoa. Does this guy even know where he is?" I hissed over my shoulder at Corbin as we crossed the reception space. He smiled and placed a hand on my back. "I know. Absolutely beastly." We stepped into Percy's office, which seemed to serve as some kind of personal shrine to his achievements. The bookcases lining the far wall held not a single book, but instead their shelves served as a display case for a dozen plaques and crystal trophies, intermixed with framed photographs of Percy in a variety of flashy suits, posing with people equally as dressed up. "As you can see, I've enjoyed quite a career thus far," Percy said, as I wandered closer to the shelves. Frowning, I turned away. "So why come here? Why Holiday Haven? Why the North Pole? You have the entire world, and yet you come here." "I sense you don't approve," Percy said, adjusting his necktie as he took his seat in a plush leather chair behind a large desk. "Do you even like Christmas?" I asked. Percy shrugged one shoulder. "Sure. Doesn't everyone?" I stared at him, unsure how to respond. "We didn't come here to discuss your various real estate ventures," Corbin interjected. "No?" Percy looked wounded. "No," Corbin replied firmly. "We want to know if you've spoken to any of the frost pixies that live on the Northrop property." "Pixies?" Percy repeated, his voice an octave higher, as though this were the first he was hearing of such a creature. "The frost pixies live in the frozen woods on the back acreage of my parents' land," I said, finding my voice once more. "One of them was carrying your business card, and I can assure you we pitched them into the fire as soon as you leave, so she didn't get it from us." Percy's eyes narrowed slightly. "I may have struck up a conversation with a pixie or two on one of my visits to check out the property. What difference does it make? I know they aren't on the deed. They can't sell the property out from under your family." "What about gifts?" I asked. "Candy canes, specifically. Tiny ones." Percy leaned back in his chair, one hand clenched around an expensive-looking pen. "I don't know. I send gifts to a lot of people. Clients, potential clients, etc." "Fair enough," Corbin replied. "But we're specifically interested in the pixies." Percy considered us for a moment. "I believe a basket of candy canes, custom ordered to size, was sent out about a week ago." "For what reason? You just acknowledged they have no power to sell the property to you." Percy exhaled as he sat forward, dropping the pen in favor of lacing his fingers together in front of him on the desk. "I thought perhaps they might prove to be an ally in persuading your parents to sell. I promised their lands would remain untouched if they agreed to help me secure the sale. I don't think it did any good. The one I talked to had the attention span of my ex-wife at a pop-up shoe sale." Percy's jaw flexed. "Anyway, they mentioned they liked candy, so I had my confectioner send a batch to them." My mouth dropped open. "You have your own confectioner?" "Well, no, but I'd say I make up a good 50% of Haley's profits at present." "And there was no funny business? With the candy, I mean?" Percy frowned. "I'm not sure I follow. Funny business?" I glanced at Corbin, wondering if it was wise to spill the details of the entire ordeal. "The candy canes were contaminated," Corbin said, shifting his gaze to the slick agent. "You don't know anything about that?" "Contaminated? Of course not. Why would I intentionally give anyone rotten candy? I'm trying to make a deal here." As much as I hated to admit it, his reaction sounded sincere. He'd either missed his calling as an actor, or he was telling us the truth.
Did something happen to the pixies? Percy asked. Are they all right?
They will be, I said, hoping I was right. But you need to stay away from them, and from my parents. I know you think you can eventually name some price or try some trick and get your way, but I'm here to tell you that's not the case. The sanctuary has been passed down for generations of Northrops, and you aren't going to end that tradition.
All I'm asking for is a small parcel, Percy insisted. Currently unused land, just sitting there.
To you it might look unused, but the frozen wood is its own kind of sanctuary. Wild reindeer, hares, birds, pixies, sprites. I shook my head. You cannot have any of it. Give it up, now, or I will have no choice but to take my concerns to Santa Claus.
Santa Claus?
Percy's lips thinned.
And what makes you think he would get involved in a real estate spat?
Smiling, I lifted my chin. We care for his retired reindeer, each one just as special to him as if they were of his own blood. Additionally, we raise the reindeer that will eventually join his elite team. If I put a little bug in his ear that someone is bothering my family and attempting to interfere with our important work, well, you tell me if you think he would get involved. Percy's face flushed, the knuckles of his interlaced hands going white. Corbin smiled at me as he moved to the door, pausing to glance back at the seething real estate agent.
Oh, and before we go, we're going to need the name of that confectioner.
Percy waved a dismissive hand.
Pia will get it for you on the way out, he growled.
Good day, Mr. Lowell, I said, barely holding back a grin. I'd actually done it. I'd stood up for myself and didn't get tangled over my words or mumble. For once, I'd said all of the things I thought, instead of letting them get jumbled.
You were great,
Corbin whispered, as we went back down the short hallway to the reception area. Pia, the fairy at the front desk, barely glanced up. Have a nice day, she said.
Before we go, we need the name and number of the confectioner who sent the candy canes to the Frost Pixies, Corbin said.
Pia frowned. I see. You won't mind if I go and speak with Mr. Lowell for just a moment? She didn't bother to wait for our reply, already flitting away from the desk. Corbin leaned against the desk and grinned at me.
Your family should send you to law school and put you in charge of the sanctuary's legal matters.
I laughed. I think that might be a little overzealous, but thank you. He chuckled.
Well, if they won't, just know the castle could always use a talented spokesperson.
I smiled, but something about the statement pricked at me, though I wasn't quite sure why. There wasn't time to sort it out, either. Pia flew back in like a gust of north wind sent her flying back out of Percy's office. She hurried to flip through the pages of a large book on the desk and jotted down some information on a small square of paper. Her violet eyes were shadowed as she lifted them to hand me the paper. Here you are. Thank you. I slid the note into my pocket. We started to leave when the fairy squeaked out a timid, "Wait." Pia glanced toward her boss's open door, then flew in a little closer. You work at the Reindeer Sanctuary? She asked me. I nodded. She wrung her tiny hands together. Is it true the Pixies won't be performing at the solstice celebration? I don't know yet. But it's true that they're sick, right? She asked. The words rushed. Yes, but I don't know how long until they're back to normal. Pia smiled, in a way far more genuine than when she'd greeted us. She managed to temper the edges of the grin as she brought her gaze back to mine. So sorry to hear that. You'll have to send them our best. Our, I repeated. Pia nodded, her wings beating together to lift her a few inches from her seat. Yes, Percy Lowell stormed out of his office, his overcoat draped across one arm.
Pia, I'm going to...
He stopped abruptly when he saw us still standing at the desk. His eyes flashed.
Was there something else?
He snapped. No, thank you. I gave Pia one more glance, then turned and went out the shop's front door. We stepped out onto Gingerbread Lane and found Starly basking in the attention of a few local townspeople. A woman glanced up from stroking Starly's neck, and her eyes went wide. I knew it! Barbie! See, it is her! Hot panic crawled up my throat and into my cheeks. I reached for Corbin's free hand. Hello, he said to the onlookers. If you'll excuse us. Prince Corbin! Can you sign this for me? A woman asked, presenting him with the back of a wrinkled receipt. Corbin looked just as uncomfortable with the flurry of attention as I was, and shook his head. I'm sorry, not today. I dropped Corbin's hand long enough to gather Starly's reins. She was well behaved enough that I didn't need to lead her along in order to get her to follow us, but I feared someone else might grab them and try to keep us hostage until they snapped our picture or got an autograph. I ducked my chin, and we hurried away at a brisk clip. When we reached the town square, I dared to glance over my shoulder and found that most of the townspeople had gone back to their errands. I'm sorry about all of that, Lumi, Corbin said when we were clear of them. It's not your fault, I told him. Well, that's not technically true. If you weren't with me, you'd be able to wander through town unbothered. He was right, but I didn't want to rub it in. It makes me feel bad for Jack, I said, hoping to lighten the mood. And that's not something I ever thought I would say. Corbin smiled, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. Yeah, I suppose he's had to deal with this level of attention and scrutiny for a lot longer than either of us. Maybe that's why he acts out, I said, more as an afterthought. Maybe he figures since he's going to get their attention anyway, he might as well give them something to talk about. Corbin chuckled. Come on now, let's not go painting him as that much of a sympathetic character. He's a scoundrel. He acts up because he wants to. I nodded, but there was a part of me that held on to the question for further consideration. Speaking of, though, I don't have much time before I need to get back to the castle, Corbin continued. What are you going to do? Will you go speak with the confectioner? I exhaled. I don't know. I guess I could, but I'm not sure what she'll be able to tell me. It's not like some random candy maker would poison a batch of candy canes. So unless I find some other link between her and the pixies, it seems like it might be a waste of time. What did you make of the fairy at the desk, Pia? Was it just me, or did she seem a little too happy at the idea of the pixies being unavailable to perform at the solstice? What I don't know is how she even heard about anything regarding the pixies, I said, before the answer smacked me in the face a half a second later. Mrs. Patches, I said with a slight groan. She means well, of course, but figgy pudding, isn't there such a thing as doctor-patient confidentiality? I think that might just be for people, Corbin replied with a sympathetic look. I suppose it could have also been that party planner, Pandora. My mom spoke to her on the phone earlier, but she just told her the pixies weren't up for a rehearsal. I don't think she told her the extent of it. We walked across the cobblestone square, each lost in thought. Out on the ice rink, the band of fairies I'd seen earlier had finished their coffee break and were performing once more for a crowd of onlookers. Their pixie dust floated through the air, making delicate patterns before falling to freeze under their skates. Wait, I said, stopping in my tracks. I saw her. She was here. She was with them. I pointed at the rink. I thought she looked familiar, but I couldn't place her until just now. Corbin gave me a confused look. What do you mean? Who? Pia. When I was waiting for you to get here, I saw her go up to those fairies before they started performing. She said something, and they all got really excited. Then she flew off, right in the direction of Gingerbread Lane. It all fit together. Dropping Corbin's hand and Starly's reins, I hurried across the square and approached the ice rink. Excuse me, I called out to the nearest fairy as she lifted off the ground to do a flip in the air. She bobbled and nearly crashed into the fairy beside her. Lorella, be careful, that fairy said, fluttering her wings as she zoomed away. The fairy I'd beckoned flitted toward me, her fair cheeks tinged with a rosy shade of pink. Yes, she said. I twinkled my fingers at her. Hi, sorry to interrupt, but what is the name of your troupe? I've been watching all morning and would love to see a full performance someday. Oh, the fairy beamed. We're the poinsettia performers. You'll be able to see us do the full routine at the summer solstice celebration. We just got word this morning we were selected to participate. Isn't that so exciting? I can hardly believe it myself, to tell you the truth. Glorietta, what are you doing? Another fairy snapped from across the ice. You're not in formation. Oops, I better go. she said. "See you at the solstice party." 8. "It was them! It makes perfect sense," I exclaimed, after racing back to Corbin to explain my new theory. With the frost pixies out of the way, they get to perform at the celebration. If that's not motive, well, I don't know what is.
Okay, slow down, Corbin said. We've got one problem.
What?
How did they screw with the candy canes?
Pia. She probably hand-delivered them for her slimy boss. She never thought the suspicion would twist back on her. Corbin nodded.
I guess that makes sense. So how do we prove it? She doesn't strike me as the confession type, and everything else is circumstantial at best.
I think we can go and speak with Haley, the candy maker, and confirm that Pia made the delivery. That might be enough to get the HHPD involved. If they can find the contaminant in Pia's house, they'll have to arrest her. I dug into my coat pocket and pulled out 2 of the small candy canes. And when we go see the police, we can turn these over to them so they can start figuring out exactly what kind of poison we're dealing with. Seething, I glared back at the poinsettia performers as they tumbled and dove through their routine.
Hey, lovebirds.
I twisted back around to find Jack sauntering across the square, 2 royal guards in tow. He flashed us a jovial smile.
Anyone else think we should have brunch before Corby and I have to leave? I'd kill for a mimosa right about now. Lumi, you look like a mimosa fan. Name the place and we'll go, on me.
I wasn't sure how to take the statement. I shook my head and was about to protest, to tell him we were busy, when Jack reached out and swiped the candy canes from my hand.
Don't mind if I do,
he said, tossing them into his mouth. He crunched down and swallowed before Corbin or I could fully react.
A little on the small side, but the mint flavor is nice and strong. I give it 4 stars.
Jack, Corbin growled. You absolute dolt.
What?
Jack said, still grinning. Suddenly, his smile widened, and something sparked in his blue eyes. With a flick of his hand, a perfectly formed snowball appeared in his palm. Laughing, he jogged backward a few paces.
Watch out, Corby,
he cried out, before slinging the ball right at his brother's face. Corbin shot a blast of north wind at the snowball, breaking it apart before it reached him.
Knock it off, Jack. Well, if you don't want to play, I'm sure someone else will. Lumi, are you game?
His eyes gleamed as he conjured another snowball. Corbin swore loudly and tugged my wrist to pull me behind him. He broke the second snowball just as easily as the first, but Jack managed to reload a lot quicker and began firing them in quick bursts, 2, then 3 at a time. In retaliation, Corbin took Jack's legs out with a gust of wind. Jack responded by icing over the cobblestones under Corbin's feet, sending him crashing to the ground on his rear end. With a snarl, Corbin smacked Jack with another blast of wind, driving him backwards a few feet as he attempted to stand. Jack laughed before he drew both hands to send a fresh round of snowballs at his brother's head. Corbin used a whip of air to send them back at Jack. The brothers' tussle quickly turned into a public spectacle, something akin to a pay-per-view fight night, as people poured into the square from the surrounding homes and shops to watch. When Jack fashioned sharp icicles to throw at Corbin, I panicked and used my own magic to join the fray. Just as before with the pixies, I conjured a wall of ice to stand between the brothers, 10 feet high and 7, then 8 feet wide. Jack was delighted by my participation.
Oh, this makes me want to get my snowmobile. Lumi, see if you can set up a ramp going over the town hall building. I'll bet I can jump it if you give me enough runway.
Enough, I shouted, ignoring his plea. This is the candy cane's fault, I said, looking to Corbin. Jack scoffed and turned to his guards.
Come on, he said. Change of plans.
With a heavy sigh, Corbin sent one last blast of wind at his brother, this time spinning him around to face us.
Snap out of it, Jack. Out of what? I'm just having a little fun,
Jack replied, already working on another snowball. I held up a hand, ready to intercede again, but before Jack could fire, he stopped and blinked a few times in rapid succession, as though he'd just gotten an eyelash stuck in one eye. Jack, I asked, Are you all right? The Frost King let the snowball fall from his fingertips, and it landed with a splat on the cobblestone plaza. What in the... Corbin lowered his hand and walked slowly toward his brother. It wore off that quickly? He asked, glancing at me. I guess so. He only ate 2 of them, and he is a lot bigger than a pixie. I paused and frowned. It's weird, though. Percy said he sent the candy canes to the pixies a week ago. But if they worked this quickly, why did it take so long for us to see the change in behavior? Believe me, there's no way they held off on eating them. Candy, of any variety, doesn't last long around pixies. Maybe they didn't find them right away. After all, it's not like they have a proper mailing address. Maybe Pia just left the package in the woods, waiting for one of them to stumble upon the treats. I nodded, piecing it together. Yeah, maybe. What are you 2 prattling on about? Jack asked, rubbing the side of his head where he'd taken a particularly hard rebound shot from one of his own snowballs. The candy canes you just ate were laced with some kind of poison, Corbin explained. Serves you right, stealing candy from someone without asking. Do you do this kind of thing all the time? Corbin shook his head. Do we need to get you one of those royal food tasters? Someone to follow you around and run spells on everything that goes in your mouth to make sure it hasn't been tampered with? Jack grumbled darkly under his breath. I think I have more than enough babysitters as it is, dear brother. Corbin stared at Jack for another long moment before breaking contact. He gestured for the guards. Go on without me. I have some business to finish here in town. I'll be back to the castle by this evening. Yes, Your Grace, the guard on the left replied, ducking his head. Jack plastered his smile back in place and waved to the townspeople as they began going back to whatever they'd been doing before the sibling brawl. But there was a cold chill behind his eyes as he fell into step behind the guards and left the plaza. Yikes, I said to Corbin once Jack was out of earshot. Do you think maybe you should go clear the air with him? Corbin's jaw flexed as he watched his brother walk away. I'll speak with him tonight, privately. Right now, there are too many people watching. If you need to go, I understand. Slowly, he returned his attention to me. We'll go and speak with the candy maker. If we're correct, we can file everything with the police department and then I'll return home. I nodded. Okay. At least we know the poison should eventually work its way out of the Pixies' systems, at least based on what happened to Jack. I'll call Doc Patches and let him know what happened. It might help him figure out what we're dealing with. All right, but perhaps it's best to keep the who quiet. We don't need the entire North Pole talking about it. And I imagine that juicy detail would pass through Mrs. Patches to the greater metropolitan area. I smiled. Right. I'll keep Jack's name out of it. Thank you. Haley, of Haley's Holiday Treats, ran her candy business out of her home. Despite Percy's attempts to talk up the confectioner, the operation seemed pretty small at present. I rent kitchen space from Yuletide Yummies. I usually go to work once they close down for the day. It's a lot of late nights, but it's worth it, Haley told us, as she showed us the assortment of wrapped goodies spread across 2 folding tables in her garage. Everything stays nice and cold out here, she continued, and then I do deliveries twice a week to make sure every order arrives fresh. You personally deliver everything? I asked, quirking a brow at Corbin when Haley wasn't looking. That seems like a lot of extra work for you. Do any of your customers pick up their orders? No, she replied, shaking her head of shoulder-length blonde hair. I prefer to deliver everything myself. Since I work here out of my home, it's a little too much hustle and bustle to have everyone coming and going. I have 2 young kids, and I just feel it would be disruptive. Understandable. I smiled at the witch. She was about my height and perhaps close to my age, too. I couldn't imagine having 2 kids yet. Sometimes I watched my niece and nephew for an entire day when Stephen had something he needed to do, and it usually took me a full day to recover afterward. I supposed I wanted my own child eventually, but the specifics still looked a little fuzzy in my mind's eye. I use a delivery service, Neighborhood Express. Have you heard of them? It's pretty new, I think. They have carrier owls, just like the post office. They deliver small packages all over the North Pole and suburbs. Between you and me, it's a lot cheaper than the postal service. I wouldn't be able to stay in business without them. Do you remember doing a custom order of miniature candy canes in the last week or so? They were really small, like toothpicks, I asked. Oh, yes, for Mr. Lowell. He's such a character, isn't he? Haley laughed to herself. Is that who I can thank for the referral? Something like that, Corbin replied. Do you have the address where those were sent? I asked her. Haley hesitated, then went to a metal filing cabinet. After a few moments, she came back to us and handed Corbin a half sheet of paper with the order printed on it. Peering over his shoulder, I looked at the address notes. That's my parents' house. If the candy canes went there, surely someone would have seen them being dropped off. Well, Haley interjected, they do tend to do most of their routes at night. I don't mind because the candies can sit out without any issue. Was there a problem with the candy canes? So far, in our introduction and tour, I hadn't spotted any red flags that would point to Haley herself being involved in the contamination of the candy canes. But somewhere between the candies leaving her garage and getting to my parents' house, if that was indeed where they'd been dropped off, someone else had to have gotten a hold of them. Before I could work out the proper reply, a tawny owl swooped in, wearing a tiny blue hat with the logo for Neighbor Hoot Express embroidered on it. Oh, hello, Larry. Morning, Haley. Do you have anything for me today? I'm on my way to the distribution center, the owl said, as he perched on the back of a wooden chair. Oh, not yet. I'll come drop off everything this afternoon. I still have a bit of packaging to do, but thank you for asking. Haley turned to me. Although, while you're here, she looked back at the owl. Do you happen to know who delivered that batch of candy canes you picked up Monday afternoon? Yeah, sure do. I delivered those myself. Oh, you did? I won't forget that journey any time soon. Larry shuddered, his feathers ruffling at the memory. Spooky little joint out in the woods. I'm not ashamed to say I dropped the package and flew off like my tail feathers were on fire. I kept thinking a giant spider was going to pop out from somewhere in the trees and turn me into supper. My brows furrowed. No, that can't be right. Larry tilted his head. No? Could you take us there? Corbin asked. If Haley thought it an odd request, she didn't interject to question us. Do you have the time? Larry asked. 10:30? Corbin said, once he consulted his watch. Larry tucked his beak, then brightened. Yes, we'll have to hurry, though. Do you have transportation? Corbin stepped out of the garage and spoke a word into a conjured ripple of wind. I was about to ask him what he'd done, when suddenly Uller appeared in the sky. Thank you again, Haley, I said. Larry blinked. That'll do. Starly was waiting near Haley's front porch, rustling through the snow in hopes of finding a snack in her lawn. I clucked my tongue, and she gave up on her foraging. Corbin climbed onto Uller's back while I saddled up on Starly, and we set off, following the delivery owl out of Holiday Haven toward the frozen woods. 9. We're nearly there, Larry called over his wing as he began dropping his altitude. The only problem, we were on the opposite side of the fjord from the reindeer sanctuary. Craning around, I squinted into the wind and tried to orient myself. Are you sure this is the way, Larry? This isn't anywhere close to my parents' property. Yep, I'm sure, the owl hooted, dropping even lower. There it is. Twisting back around to face forward, I pulled Starly to the right in order to see past Corbin and Uller. Ahead of us, the thick trees parted to form a small clearing, and a twisting snake of smoke floated up from a small, round cottage. It's not so scary in the daytime, Larry added, but at night? Shoo! No thank you. I wasn't even sure how the owl had managed to find the tiny cottage in the first place, let alone while he was supposed to be going to my parents' farmhouse. We were miles off track, over the fjord, and deep into the frozen woods. Apparently you get what you pay for, I muttered to myself. I should probably tell Haley to go with the official postal service for out-of-town deliveries. Larry beat his wings a few times to hover in place. Need anything else? I should be going soon, the owl said. I need to get to the distribution center before noon. Thank you, Larry, I said, as Corbin pulled Uller into a holding pattern. I drew up on Starly's reins to slow her down. One more thing. When you left the candy, did you see anyone take it?
No, like I said before, I shot out of here like confetti from a cannon.
I smiled. The owl had a knack for colorful phrases. Right. Well, thanks again.
Anytime. And remember, if you need anything delivered, you can trust the Neighborhood Express.
Yeah, trust they'll lose your package in the middle of the woods, I said, once he was gone.
No kidding,
Corbin said, before urging Uller down to the ground.
Where are we?
I've never been this deep in the woods before. Neither have I said, which was really quite a statement. I loved spending my free afternoons, rare though they might be, out exploring the woods and back acreage of my parents' property. The sanctuary's grounds ended at the water, though. There was no question this cottage was on its own land. The question was, whose land? Well, that and what any of this had to do with the pixies. We touched down in the clearing, and a strange feeling washed over me. I could understand what had made the owl so skittish about the place. There was a certain eeriness clinging to the air. Or maybe it was the absolute silence that gave me pause. There were no birds chirping in the surrounding trees, no wind rustling through the evergreens. It was almost like something supernatural was blocking out any sound. Starly could sense it too. The thick hairs along her neck stood on end. Should we knock? I asked, my tone hushed as I gave my reindeer a reassuring pat.
I guess so,
Corbin replied, dismounting beside me. He kept one hand wrapped around Uller's reins, and I wondered if the winged horse was prone to spooking. The last thing either of us needed was to get stranded out here. I drew in a breath and approached the cottage's front door. It was a small abode, even smaller than my groundskeeper quarters back at the sanctuary, and that was saying something. The window shades were all drawn, making it impossible to see inside. But the smoke pouring from the chimney was a good indication that someone was home. Gingerly, I rapped my knuckles against the door 3 times, then took a large step backward. As I waited, I noticed there were footprints in the snow, going to and from a pile of covered firewood near the tree line. The prints were small, most likely belonging to a petite female or a child. Some of the tension in my chest eased. The front door of the hut remained closed, but an eyeball peered out at me through the front window, before disappearing again as soon as it saw me notice it. Hello? I called out, knocking softly again. My name is Lumi Northrop. I'm from the North Star Reindeer Sanctuary. I found that using my full title could go a long ways toward garnering a stranger's trust. My family was well known throughout the Pole and smaller havens. Surely whoever lived here would have heard of my family before. Corbin came to stand beside me. And I am Prince Corbin Frost, he added, before sliding me a sidelong glance. I shrugged. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Uller's nose was pressed to the ground near the hut. He used one hoof to shuffle some of the snow out of the way, and a shock of red caught my eye. Corbin, look, there's candy cane pieces in the snow. Corbin followed my finger and realized what his horse was up to. Whoa there! You're trouble enough without the help of that stuff, he told his steed, as he kicked snow over the crushed bits of candy and stomped it down just for good measure. Uller snorted and continued to rake at the ground with his powerful hoof. Starly came over to join the horse's investigation. Corbin sighed and reached into his pocket. He produced an oat ball and held it up to get their attention. Promise you'll leave those alone and I'll give you this one now, and another one when we head back home, all right? Uller whinnied in agreement, and Corbin extended the treat toward his mouth, then pulled out a second for Starly. I guess at least we know this is the place, I said, knocking softly again. Uller finished his treat and went back to his treasure hunt in the snow. He overturned more broken shards of candy cane. Corbin. Corbin shot his horse the look of a disappointed father as he started to kick more snow over the new pile of candy. Wait, he said, pausing his efforts. Look, Lumi, there's a whole trail of them here. There was no sign that anyone was going to open the door for us. With a sigh, I stepped off the small wooden step and caught up to Corbin and Uller as they followed the trail of broken peppermint shards around the side of the house. We made it across the untouched snowbank at the rear of the house and stepped into the tree canopy when a burst of magic snapped through the air and hit the tree a few feet to the left of Corbin. A loud crack echoed through the preternaturally quiet wood, and the top half of the tree toppled over. Starly leaped into the air, while Uller spooked and kicked his back legs.
"Stop right there,"
a cold voice commanded.
"One more step, and the next spell has your name on it."
Slowly, we turned around and found ourselves faced off with a slight woman, a good 4 inches shorter than me and much thinner. Judging by the deep lines in her face, she was rather old and had lived a hard life. Purple magic pulsed in her hand, proving her warning to be true.
"I don't know what you think you're doing here, but this land is not for you,"
she said, taking a series of steps closer to us. I held up my hands in surrender. "Please, we're not here to hurt you or anyone else. We're trying to save the frost pixies, and we think the answer might be in these woods." I quickly explained what had happened to the pixies and showed her the trail of peppermint in the snow. "Please, we only want to find out the truth about what happened to the pixies and how we can restore them." When I finished, the witch spoke, the magic still floating in her hand.
"You might be the guardian of the reindeer, Lumi Northrop, but I am the guardian of these woods and their inhabitants,"
she said, squaring her narrow shoulders.
"I had nothing to do with what has happened to the frost pixies."
"But it looks like they might not be the only ones in danger." I gestured once more at the peppermint in the snow. "Who else lives in these woods?" The witch's expression shifted, and with a flick of her hand, the magic vanished in a puff of purple smoke. She hiked up her skirt and bustled into the woods, passing us without a word. Corbin and I exchanged a silent glance, neither of us seeming to know what to do. Corbin tied Uller's reins to the tree beside the demolished one, and we hurried after the witch. We'd come this far. We couldn't go home empty-handed now. Of course, I wasn't crazy about the idea of going home in pieces either.
"What is the meaning of this?"
The witch's voice cut through the woods, and both Corbin and I picked up our pace. We ran ahead and found the witch standing before a huge tree, its trunk so wide that even if Corbin and I were to stand on opposite sides and wrap our arms around it, we wouldn't have been able to touch one another's fingers. Tiny, glittering eyes peered down from the myriad of branches. "Wood sprites," Corbin whispered. "A whole colony of them." The sprites were something of a mix between walking sticks and fairies. They were no bigger than my hand, their limbs twisted and gnarled like branches, while their wings were light green, transparent but for thin, reedy veins. At the base of the tree, an assortment of items lay scattered, with shards of peppermint scattered throughout. Old books, a metal scale, a stone mortar and pestle, a large, scorched metal bucket.
"Oh, you nasty little beasties,"
the witch howled as she sprang into action to gather her belongings.
"Making me think I was going half out of my gourd over losing everything."
She scoffed and snatched up the spell-casting book. Her face blanched when she saw the page it was open to.
"You've been casting magic? Tell me, what have you done?"
"Nothing they didn't deserve," one of the sprites exclaimed, shaking a tiny fist. The witch snapped the book shut and clutched it to her chest as she turned toward me.
"I'm afraid you were right. Someone did tamper with those candies. This is a mischief spell, but it's made for much larger bodies. If applied to the pixies, well, it would make them go."
"Full gremlins after midnight?" Corbin interjected. The witch didn't look like the sort to be up to date on her 80s cult classics, and the reference flew over her head. Too busy scolding the wood sprites, she didn't even really seem to notice.
"Why did you do this? What did the pixies ever do to you?"
"They called us ugly,"
a sprite called back. A hiss went up among the collective.
"The pixies and fairies are always the ones who get asked to perform for special events.
No one ever thinks of us. All we wanted was to dance alongside them, but they told us we were too ugly to dance, that no one would want to see a bunch of flying sticks.
Sticks, another one called out among a chorus of jeers.
Sticks with wings!
The witch huffed and turned away, disgusted.
Come, child. I will help you set this right.
The sprites hissed and booed as we helped the witch gather her belongings.
I grant them a drop of magic, and this is how they repay me,
she fumed as she led the way into her cottage. The interior was sparse, with threadbare rugs and shabby furnishings. A cauldron sat in the fireplace. As I approached it, I expected some magical concoction, but instead found a hearty stew simmering.
I never should have trusted them with power,
the witch said, shaking her head as she went into the small kitchen and began rustling through the cabinets. A rustic work table sat in the middle, covered with herbs and small unmarked bottles.
They begged me for decades,
she continued,
and I only gave in because I thought it would keep them safe. This world is a changed place. I wanted them to be able to protect themselves, should they ever need it.
The witch worked with her long, gnarled fingers. She moved so quickly and with experienced movements. It was like watching a gourmet chef cook. She didn't need a grimoire or a recipe. Everything was by feel, sight, smell. I kept my distance out of respect, but couldn't keep my eyes off of her. When she finally looked up at me, her pupils were wide and filled with light.
I am sorry for what they have done to the pixies.
It's not your fault, I told her. It sounds like you were just trying to help them. The witch scoffed, but didn't try to argue. If that darn owl hadn't gotten off course and dropped the candies here in the first place, maybe none of this would have happened, I continued, still working it all together in my own head.
Oh, I don't know about that,
the witch said, bustling around the work table, a small amber-colored glass bottle in one hand.
They're opportunistic and sneaky. I imagine some other circumstance would have come along for them to get their revenge. Here, Lumi, take this.
She pressed the bottle into my hands.
There's a dropper inside. 1 drop per pixie is all it should take to reverse the spell.
Thank you. You still haven't told me your name. The witch frowned as she gave me a long, appraising look. Finally, she softened and spoke.
You may call me Opal.
Thank you, Opal. I smiled warmly at the witch and rose to my feet. If you ever need anything, please come to the sanctuary, anytime. She inclined her head toward me. The Frost Kingdom owes you a debt as well, Corbin added. Our aid is at your disposal should you ever have need of it. Opal followed us to the door and softly closed it after us without another word. Come on, I said, carefully wrapping the bottle in a handkerchief before placing it inside my coat pocket. Let's get to Doc Patch's. 10.
We're so sorry, Lumi.
I know, Astrid. I smiled. You've already told me at least a dozen times since yesterday. The pixie beat her wings together, sending a shower of snowflakes to the ground below her tiny feet.
Do you forgive us, then?
There's nothing to forgive. You were under the influence of some pretty powerful magic. I don't blame any of you for what happened. Astrid glanced over her shoulder, up toward the main house.
I don't get the feeling your mother feels the same way.
I cringed. Yeah. I think she's still a little mad about the whole reindeer droppings on her cashmere sweater incident. She'll come around, though, you'll see. Just give her some time.
Understood.
Astrid nodded, though she still looked a little crestfallen. I made a mental note to speak with my mom about it. It would be best for everyone if we could move forward and put the whole messy situation in the past. In any case, I'm just glad you're back, I told the pixie as I adjusted my scarf. What's going on with the performance for the solstice? It's only a few days away. Did Pandora decide what to do? Astrid's smile rebounded.
She's letting us perform.
That's good. Although I imagine Pia and her poinsettia performers were none too pleased. Even though it turned out Pia had nothing to do with the poisoned candy canes, she still rubbed me the wrong way, and it was hard to feel too sorry for her. Astrid got a gleam in her eye and moved her hand over her mouth, indicating it was sealed closed. I laughed and got up from my seat on the stack of hay bales. I should get back to work. There's still a lot to do around here, and then I have to go into town to see Aunt Viv. Mom talked her into making a dress for me.
A dress? But the summer solstice party isn't really for dresses, Lumi. Didn't anyone tell you? It's all about sand and sun.
Oh, I know. This is for the publicity stop on Jack's tour. She's agreed to host it here at the barn.
A royal event right here?
Astrid exclaimed, flying a little higher before bursting into a spin that sent another burst of snowflakes into the air. It's not for a few weeks, but yes, it's going to be quite a sight. Mom said the royal party planner has a near-endless budget. Last thing I overheard, they were talking about creating a frozen dance floor suspended over the field, with a live band and seals that could balance trays of appetizers on their noses. Astrid giggled.
Oh my!
Yeah, I shook my head. I told Dad he needs to keep her feet on the ground before she runs off to be a full-time royal party planner. Corbin's so nice, he'd probably give her the job if she asked.
And what about you, Lumi? Do you think you'll be running away to Frost Castle anytime soon?
Astrid clasped her hands together under her chin.
You would make for a lovely princess.
I'm taking everything one day at a time, I told the pixie. I don't think either Corbin or I is in a race to the altar. Besides, I think for the time being, Corbin is focused on getting Jack married off before he starts thinking about it for himself. There's a certain order to these things when it comes to the royal family. Astrid tried not to look disappointed, but her wings sagged as she dropped her hands back to her sides.
I suppose that's true.
I crossed the barn and grabbed the handles of the wheelbarrow. As I rolled it toward the farthest stall, Astrid buzzed back over my shoulder.
Lumi, at least promise me that I'll get to be the flower girl when you marry the prince. It's all I've ever wanted.
I laughed softly. All you've ever wanted? I teased. Corbin only came into my life 6 months ago, Astrid. The pixie tossed up her hands.
Well, I just mean, whenever you get married, I've always wanted to be a part of it somehow.
I see. My heart warmed, and I gave the pixie my solemn oath. Well, in that case, yes, I promise you can be my flower girl.
Yippee!
The pixie shot to the rafters and swirled around until it looked like the aftermath of a fireworks display, with the glittering blue and silver snowflakes floating down gently to the floor. Walking into the summer solstice celebration looked a little different than I'd expected, considering I had not one, but 2 frost men to escort me inside the beach bubble. By way of an apology for their fight in the Holiday Haven town square, Corbin asked Jack if he wanted to attend the party with us. It didn't take much convincing to get him to go along with it, once he heard there would be ladies in skimpy swimsuits. This is wild, I exclaimed, marveling at the interior of the large dome. The air was balmy, and a slight breeze wafted through the palm trees, rustling the coconuts nestled among the fronds. I'd never seen the ocean before in person, but the scene inside the bubble looked just like a postcard photo of a tropical seascape. Gentle waves lapped at the white sand, nipping at the ankles of the people playing at the water's edge. A volleyball net was set up, and a half a dozen people were playing a game for a crowd of onlookers. Children ran and played in the surf, while others built sandcastles under large striped umbrellas while their parents looked on. A tiki bar with a thatched roof looked like one of the most popular spots, with dozens of people enjoying colorful drinks. I smiled at Clarence, who was working the busy bar, decked out in a Hawaiian print shirt and a wide-brimmed straw hat. We were escorted to a cluster of striped tents, where we could slough off our winter gear and change into our summer attire. "Looking good, Lumi," Jack told me, as I reemerged from my tent a few minutes later. Corbin elbowed him in the ribs. "Keep your eyes in your head. Don't make me regret inviting you to this thing." Jack sighed dramatically. "What? I can't even compliment the woman? Yeesh, Corbin. Green is not your color." Corbin started to reply, but I caught his arm and looped mine through it. "It's okay. I think we all look pretty good." "Thank you, Lumi," Jack replied, preening a little to better showcase his bared torso and bright red swim trunks. Both Frost brothers were in good shape. Corbin's beachwear was a little more reserved than his brother's, opting for a tank top in addition to his board shorts. Secretly, I thought Corbin's physique was even more impressive than Jack's. Eat your heart out, ladies of the North Pole. As we ventured farther into the bubble, Jack snagged an entire tray of fruity drinks from a passing server, barely taking his eyes away from the activity. Are those mermaids? He asked, his eyes going wide. Mermaid lifeguards? Why haven't we come to this party before? Oh, look, that red-headed one is waving at me. I think perhaps I need to go for a swim. With a waggle of his brows, he started to walk away, but Corbin reached out and snagged his brother by the arm. Behave yourself, Jack. The last thing we need is pictures of you canoodling with a mermaid all over the tabloids tomorrow morning. Jack scoffed. Oh, come on. I promise to keep it PG. 13. Jack? It was too late. He was already running into the surf, likely to pretend to drown in hopes of getting CPR. Just let him go, I said with a giggle. Mermaids are pretty feisty. I don't think they'll put up with his antics for too long. I shouldn't have told him about the party, Corbin muttered, shaking his head. I actually wanted this to be a special night, just you and me. He paused and met my eyes, his own wide as if he'd slipped and said something he hadn't meant to. It is special, I assured him. I always feel special when I'm with you. He smiled and cupped the side of my face. I'm glad to hear you say that. There's something I've been wanting to tell you for a long time now. He paused and cleared his throat. Lumi, I know we haven't been together all that long, and our time together has had its challenges. But I hope you know how much you mean to me. Lumi, I've fallen hopelessly in love with you. Tears sprang to my eyes as I nodded and collapsed into his arms. I love you too, Corbin. We kissed under the magical sunset, and I knew that with Corbin by my side, every day would feel like a holiday. When we parted, I took his hand and dragged my gaze to the tiki bar. Now what do you say we go get one of those frozen drinks with a little umbrella in it? I'm right behind you, Corbin said. And I knew that he always would be. This concludes Peppermint Pixies by Danielle Garrett, narrated by Amanda Ronconi, a member of SAG-AFTRA. Copyright 2021 by Danielle Garrett. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Danielle Garrett and was produced in the year 2022 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks. Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Evergreen Elves by Danielle Garrett, narrated by Amanda Ronconi. 1. Life is better with sprinkles, even in the North Pole. Now, in the suburb of Holiday Haven, those sprinkles tend to come atop a steaming mug of cocoa, served up by one of two fairies, Holly or her sister, Ivy. The pair ran the Candy Cane Cafe, and while they had the tendency to dish out gossip and nonsense alongside their famous hot cocoa and scones, it was still one of my favorite places to visit whenever I came into town. It also made a good place for dates with Corbin Frost, my boyfriend of just about a year. Or at least it did any time other than November and December. The closer it got to Christmas, the crazier things got in the small town. I realized my mistake as soon as I opened the door of the small cafe. "Afternoon, Lumi," Ivy exclaimed, her tiny voice barely audible over the hum of patrons' chatter. There were 2.5 weeks until Christmas, and Holiday Haven had turned into a full-blown tourist town once again. Magical beings came from all over the world to visit the North Pole and its surrounding suburbs this time of year. The tourists were the lifeblood for many of Holiday Haven's businesses, including my own family's. But it was still a little jarring to walk into normally peaceful shops and find them packed. I twinkled my fingers in Ivy's direction as I glanced around the shop, hoping to spot an unoccupied table. Corbin was supposed to meet me here in 15 minutes. But, considering the state of the place, I might need to take our usual order to go. The tiny fairies jingled as they swooped and dove through the air. whipping up drinks for the customers in line ahead of me. The scene would likely be daunting to even the most skilled of baristas. Luckily for Holly and Ivy, they had magic on their side. With a grin, Ivy sent a shower of fairy dust toward an insulated whipped cream canister. The silver cylinder floated off the counter, flipped upside down in midair, and dispensed a perfect dollop onto a pair of mugs. With another shot of her magic, she started foaming up some milk. Beside her, Holly had her own shower of magic sparkles wrapped around 3 cocoa mugs, filled to the brim with clouds of whipped cream. The mugs levitated off the counter and sailed through the crowded cafe, and landed without spilling so much as a drop, rousing a boisterous cheer from a table full of elves. With a grin, Holly spun around, her wings beating even faster as she sent another arc of magic to collect the dirty mugs left in a bin placed near the front door. She collected them and sent them whizzing to the kitchen. I smiled as I watched them work. It was almost like attending a concert of sorts, with each of them conducting their magic to help the other. Holly and Ivy could be a little spacey, but when it came to making cocoa, they were unmatched. Every so often, I checked over my shoulder, waiting for Corbin to come through the shop's front doors. A flutter of anticipation curled through my stomach when I heard the bell jingle, only for it to recede when I turned back and didn't see his wide smile. "How's it going, Lumi?" Holly asked, zipping near in a shower of fairy dust. She paused to wipe her brow with a pastel pink handkerchief. "Is it just me, or are things busier than usual around here?" "It's not just you," I replied. "We've had about 1.5 times the normal amount of visitors out at the sanctuary over the past week." Ivy buzzed by, offering a smile before tossing handfuls of chocolate sprinkles onto a tray full of cocoa mugs. "We can barely keep up around here," she said, sending the tray floating across the room to a large group of customers who had pushed 2 tables together near the fireplace. "I'm surprised you made it into town at all," Holly said. "Oh, well, I have a dress fitting with Aunt Viv," I explained. Both fairies paused their work and swooned. "Oh, yes, the Yule Ball," Ivy sighed. "What color is your gown this year?" I smiled. Sometimes I thought I was the only woman in all of Holiday Haven who didn't like the annual gala. Even though I was no longer single, I would still prefer a night in front of the fire with a good book over getting glammed up for a flashy night out in the North Pole. "I'm not sure yet," I told the fairies. "I just told Aunt Viv I needed a dress." Holly and Ivy turned toward each other, their eyes wide. When they glanced back at me, they wore identical expressions of skepticism. "But Lumi," Ivy started, "it's a big night for you. I'm sure the paparazzi will be there to capture the whole thing." "Oh, no," Holly interrupted. "Prince Corbin will shoo them away. Surely he won't allow them to intrude on such a special moment." I frowned. Right. Corbin was no more thrilled about the Yule Ball than I was. But as a royal prince and the second in line to the Frost Kingdom throne, he had to attend. Not to mention Jack would be there, and someone needed to keep him from getting into trouble. Still, I didn't need to tell Holly and Ivy Corbin's true thoughts on the event, nor my own, for that matter. It was best to smile and nod. If I'd learned anything about royal expectations in the year since meeting Corbin, it was that no comment was almost always the best policy. "Speaking of Corbin," I said with a polite smile, "he's on his way. So if I could get 2 cocos to go, I would appreciate it." Holly and Ivy snapped back into action, their starry-eyed looks morphing back into focused concentration. Holly rang up the purchase, and I dropped all of the change into the candy cane-striped tip jar before shuffling to the other end of the counter to wait for Ivy to finish the drinks. It was too busy in the cafe. A walk through the town square sounded better anyway. Colder, to be sure, but I hadn't yet had time to visit the outdoor Christmas market, and I had about an hour before Aunt Vivian expected me at her dress shop, silver and gold garments. I pulled off my gloves and retrieved my phone from the pocket of my thick winter coat, intending to text Corbin an update and get his ETA, when something caught the corner of my eye. A stack of magazines was piled off to one side of the bar, and the glossy cover of the one on top had a photo of Corbin's profile, walking down the sidewalk in front of a jewelry store window I didn't recognize. The headline at the top of the photo read, "A Royal Rift? Tired of waiting on permanent bachelor Jack Frost, Prince Corbin looks set to buck royal tradition and take a winter bride." Is Lumi Northrop in for a Yule Ball to remember? Details about the pending proposal inside. My breath caught in the back of my throat, and I looked up at the two fairies blitzing back and forth on the other side of the counter. So that's what they meant by it being a special night. They thought Corbin planned to propose at the Yule Ball. Oh, of all the ridiculous things, I muttered as I grabbed the magazine. I shoved it to the bottom of the stack. But a tendril of curiosity gave me pause. With a sigh, I dragged the magazine back out and flipped it open to the page number printed on the front cover. There were a series of photos showing Corbin entering the jewelry store, with the final one capturing him mid-stride as he left, a small gift bag in hand. My stomach flip-flopped, and I turned the page, only to find an advertisement for some kind of anti-wrinkle potion. With a scoff, I tossed the magazine back to the stack. So he went to a jewelry store, a few weeks before Christmas. That didn't mean anything. Did it? Another quiver surged through me, and I about jumped out of my skin when Ivy called my name. Eyes wide, I turned to find the fairy extending a pair of travel cups toward me on a wave of fairy dust. "Is everything all right?" she asked. "Mm-hmm. Perfectly. Thanks again." I snatched the drinks from mid-air and made my way back through the crowded shop as another cluster of patrons pushed inside. I was down to the dregs of my cocoa by the time Corbin called. I tossed the nearly empty cup into a trash bin near one of the Christmas market stalls, one selling an assortment of festive costumes for dogs. I briefly considered asking if they could make things rabbit-sized, but didn't think Sugar Plum would agree to wear a costume even if they did. I couldn't blame him, but the idea of the Arctic hare in a hat with a pair of faux antlers was hard to resist. I accepted the call and pressed the phone to my ear. "Are you at the market?" I asked, already glancing around, expecting to see his head above the busy market. One perk of dating a tall guy. They were much easier to spot in a crowd. "Market?" Corbin's deep, almost gruff voice replied. "You must not have seen my message." Frowning, I pulled the phone away long enough to glance at my notifications. Sure enough, there was a text from Corbin saying he wasn't able to meet me in time. "I'm just seeing it," I said, holding the phone back up to my ear. "I'm really sorry, Lumi. You have no idea how much I wanted to see you today. It's been too long." I smiled sadly at his pained tone. "I miss you too. What's Jack up to this time? Did he finally manage to break his leg doing his frost core?" The Frost King had recently taken up his own version of parkour, using his ice magic to make his stunts bigger and more dangerous as he raced around the course he'd created in one of the castle's courtyards. Almost a year had passed since Jack ascended to the throne, but he hadn't fully settled into his regal role. Corbin had put a stop to some of Jack's antics, but he'd allowed the so-called Frost Core to continue, declaring it an outlet for his older brother's pent-up energy. "No," Corbin said with a sigh, clearly not amused. "He's actually been in meetings most of the day." My brow arched. "Did you duct tape him to a chair?" That drew a soft chuckle, and my heart swelled. "No need in this case. He's voluntarily been showing up every day this week. On time, even. The zoning committee has been meeting to discuss some potential changes to the downtown area, and it turns out Jack has a lot of opinions on where the new roads should go. I guess all that time spent on his snowmobile might come in handy." I laughed. Who knew? I expected him to join in my laughter, but there was a pause on the other end of the line as muffled voices spoke in the background. I heard a door close, and could imagine Corbin stealing away to a private room in the expansive castle made of ice. "Sorry about that," he said, his voice strong again. "It's hectic here. What time is your appointment this afternoon?" I glanced at the time on my phone before answering. "Aunt Viv is expecting me at 2. "And afterward?" "I should get back home. We have the big sponsor appreciation banquet on Saturday. It's been so busy all week, we're behind on some of the prep for the party. It's going to be all hands on deck to get everything set up on time." My heart sank as the possibility of seeing Corbin drifted further away. "Right, of course." Corbin made a frustrated sound in his throat. "Jack is booked up with more meetings tomorrow. While he's occupied, I was planning to meet with the Royal Council to finalize some details for the summit next month." Well, you'll be at the sanctuary this weekend, right? I asked.
That's the plan, Corbin replied. If I can get all of this squared away over the next few days, I promise I'll be all yours this weekend. I'll even muck stalls. I laughed. Now that would get the tabloids talking. For a minute, I considered telling him about the article I'd seen in the Evergreen Enquirer, but stopped short. I was sure it was nothing more than a cooked-up story to sell magazines. For all I knew, Corbin was at that jewelry store to pick up something for himself. And even if it was something meant for me, that didn't mean it was an engagement ring. Then again, buying me any kind of jewelry would be an odd gift, considering I spent most of my days covered in mud and hay. I doubted Sugar Plum or the reindeers would be too impressed by a diamond bracelet. The Frost Pixies probably would, but then I'd have to fight them off to keep them from carrying it to one of their hollows to use as some kind of pixie-sized disco ball. I should get going, Corbin said, pulling me from my thoughts. I'm sorry about today. I promise I'll make it up to you. It's okay, really. I'll see you this weekend. I can't wait. We hung up the phone, and I took another lap around the market, finishing off the cocoa I'd purchased for Corbin, seeing as he wouldn't be needing it. I took my time, stopping at most of the booths, even though they didn't change much from year to year. I knew most of the vendors and struck up casual conversation when I could, but the market was bustling with busy shoppers, and there wasn't always time to do more than offer a smile or wave as I passed from booth to booth. Even though I lived in a place steeped in holiday tradition, this time of year always felt special to me. The market was filled with familiar sights and smells that made it officially feel like Christmas. The garlands and twinkling lights, the poinsettias and decorated trees, the spiced cider and roasted chestnuts and kettle corn. I couldn't help but let myself get lost in the wonder of it. And hey, if that meant getting a jump on my holiday shopping, so be it. With the second cocoa finished and a few small gifts purchased, I dragged myself from the market and made my way to Silver and Gold Garments. It wasn't too far from the town square, so I opted to walk rather than try to flag down a passing snowmobile taxi for a ride. It was odd being in town without Starly, but she'd been commissioned to give little flying reindeer rides to some of the children visiting the sanctuary. She was by far one of the most docile reindeer, and a good size for smaller children. She didn't seem to mind the extra attention and candy canes either. My mom had dropped me off on her way to the pole to have lunch with my younger brother, Klein. He lived and worked in the pole, and he treated Mom to lunch and a manicure every few weeks. Klein and Mom were two peas in a pod. They were more comfortable at brunch or in a salon than in a barn. My elder brother, Stephen, fell somewhere in between. He didn't mind getting his hands dirty, but I knew he didn't see himself taking over operations of the reindeer sanctuary when Mom and Dad passed on. He lived in a cottage on the property, but his life was busy as a single father. He shared custody with his ex-wife, Nicole, and held down a full-time job off the farm. Neither of my parents had asked me what my plans were long-term. Until recently, I hadn't given them much of a reason to wonder. The sanctuary was my life, and I wanted to keep it that way. I rose early to tend to the animals, looked after the Frost Pixies, and helped coordinate visitor events when the holiday season began. I could do it all. I knew the practical and business sides inside and out, and couldn't imagine my life any other way. At least, not until I'd met Corbin. I certainly never expected to fall in love with a prince. Not even as a young girl had I ever dreamed of becoming a princess. I'd been too busy learning to ride horses and care for the other animals that lived in the frozen woods surrounding my childhood home. I was happiest with the wind blowing through my hair, a pair of work gloves on my hands, not at some stuffy soiree with foreign ambassadors. My idea of a perfect gift was a pair of new waterproof coveralls or an electric hand warmer, not diamond bracelets or fancy carriages. Corbin was wonderful, and I didn't want to lose him. But lately, my mind had taken to wandering. In the quiet moments spent alone in the barn late at night, or flying over the Pixie Hollow, I wondered where any of this was heading. I didn't want to give up my way of life, and Corbin couldn't opt out of his. We ran on parallel tracks, intersecting for a moment, only to be pulled apart again. It seemed only a matter of time before those tracks diverged for good, regardless of what the tabloids proclaimed.
As I stepped inside my aunt's boutique, I couldn't help but think that this year's Yule Ball might not be the beginning of something new, but, rather, the end. 2. A sparrow-sized fairy darted past as I closed the shop's door behind me. "Lumi," the fairy chirped, a blur of fairy dust and a shock of green hair. "You're early." "Is that okay? I was getting chilly outside," I asked, already halfway out of my gloves. Aunt Viv's shop was small, and there was already a customer inside at the trifold mirror. The woman was statuesque, with waist-length raven curls, wearing a stunning gown in a Merlot color. A fairy with periwinkle hair and a splash of blue freckles across her tiny nose surged above the woman's head, showering her with blue fairy dust.
"Of course it's okay, Lumi. Sterling is just being a stress case, as usual."
Sterling, the green-haired male fairy, shot his coworker a scowl before darting off to retrieve a spool of thread from a meticulously organized box on the counter.
"Watch your tongue, Winterbell. For all you know, I pulled your name in the Secret Santa drawing."
Winterbell giggled and fluttered around to take in her handiwork on the gown modeled by the dark-haired woman.
"I think we're all set, Sherry. Let's get you out of this. We'll finish up these last alterations and have you all set for the ball."
The woman nodded and carefully made her way behind the curtain to the small dressing room area. With her client busy, Winterbell zipped back across the shop and hovered in midair behind the counter. She gestured at a tray of artfully decorated sugar cookies.
"Would you like one? Pearl Markham dropped them off earlier today. We're having a little trouble getting rid of them. Everyone is too worried about fitting into their Yule Ball gowns."
I smiled. "No, thank you. I'm already risking a cocoa sugar rush."
"There's never a shortage of treats this time of year,"
Winterbell agreed. "We aren't quite finished with your gown," Sterling interjected as he fluttered over to join us. He glanced down at the cookies, ran a hand over his midsection, then shook his head and diverted his attention. "Vivian wanted to see it on you once more before she had us finish the hemline and sleeves." "No problem," I replied. "We still have a couple of weeks to go. What about Prince Corbin? Do you know where he is getting his suit from? Perhaps we can send a coordinating handkerchief or necktie," Sterling suggested. "Oh, I'm not really sure. I think he'll probably just pick something from his closet." Winterbell sighed dreamily.
"I'll bet he has an amazing closet."
I smiled politely. "He does have quite the collection, but a pocket square isn't a bad idea." "Excellent," Sterling replied. "It's bound to be a special night. We'll want to see to every detail." Winterbell slid Sterling a sideways smile. Sterling puffed out his chest and flapped his wings. "Lumi, I'm not ordinarily one to participate in town gossip. I find the whole idea rather tawdry, truth be told, but there is something you should know." I had a feeling I knew where this was headed. With a soft smile, I held up a hand, stopping the fairy short. "If this is about the article in the Evergreen Enquirer, I already know. And while I appreciate the heads up, I really don't think there's anything to get worked up about. It's just silly rumors." Winterbell's tiny brow furrowed.
"Are you sure, Lumi?"
Nodding, I peeked past them. "Where is Aunt Viv?" Before either Sterling or Winterbell could answer, the curtain at the other end of the counter parted and Vivian Lamont appeared, one arm wrapped around the shoulders of the dark-haired woman. "I'm so glad you like it. It might be my new favorite," Aunt Viv told her. Technically speaking, Vivian and I weren't related. She and my mom were long-term friends, and my brothers and I grew up calling her Aunt Viv. Her warm brown skin was flawless, with only the softest of smile lines to hint at her age. She preferred a natural makeup look, all except for her lips. I was convinced she slept in her bold and bright lipstick. Aunt Viv tossed me a wink as she finished saying goodbye to her client. As soon as the woman left the shop, Aunt Viv rushed over and embraced me. "Lumi, dear, it's so good to see you." Smiling into her shoulder, I squeezed her back. "How are you? Mom said you were traveling all summer. Paris, New York, Berlin. It all sounded so exciting." Aunt Viv stepped back, still holding me by the shoulders for another moment. "Oh, yes, it was a whirlwind. But you know me, I'm happiest when I get to come back home to Holiday Haven." She laughed and let me go. Come, let's get you into your dress.
I know you're short on time. Where's that handsome prince of yours?
Sterling and Winterbell buzzed into the back room, leaving me alone with Aunt Viv, though I had the feeling they were both keeping one ear cocked to overhear my reply. He's at the castle, busy as always. I tried to smile, but it felt a little thin. Aunt Viv bustled around the small seating area surrounding the mirrors and platform. She fluffed a pillow and plucked an empty champagne flute from the small glass table between the love seat and high-back upholstered chair.
Did Sterling talk to you about the option to add a handkerchief or tie to your order?
Yes, I replied. Sounds like a good idea to me. Turning, Aunt Viv smiled.
Good. And of course I'll need pictures.
I laughed. Why is this giving me flashbacks to prom night? Aunt Viv laughed, the sound warm and honeyed.
If I recall correctly, I didn't get any photos from that night either. Something about you staying home to take care of a sick reindeer?
I quirked my lips to one side, surprised she remembered. I guess I do kind of owe you then, huh? Aunt Viv deposited the flute on the counter and then took her place in the center of the small viewing area.
You know I think of you as my own daughter, Lumi. I'd love nothing more than to have some photos of you and your handsome prince to put on my mantle.
Sterling and Winterbell flew back into the room, a garment bag floating between them on a typhoon of fairy dust. Aunt Viv grabbed the hanger and placed it on a peg beside the mirrors. She removed the gown from the bag and held it out for me to inspect. It was a rich emerald green with a princess neckline, a detail not lost on me, and off-the-shoulder sleeves that left the majority of my arms bare.
There will be gloves, of course, Aunt Viv added. A tiara, too. Should you want to lean into the theme?
I smiled. I think we can skip that part. The gloves sound nice, though. Winterbell flew off to one side of the shop and returned with a pair of velvet black gloves that would go up just past my elbows. With my general stamp of approval given, I was ushered into a dressing room where I slipped on the dress before returning to the front of the shop for Aunt Viv's careful inspection. Sterling placed pins along the hem, neckline, and waist as Aunt Viv made verbal notes. When she was satisfied, I changed back into my winter clothes and prepared to leave. Before I could say goodbye, Aunt Viv gave me a knowing glance.
I know you're busy, Lumi, but if you have a little extra time, perhaps we should start talking about wedding gown designs. I could open a bottle of champagne. We really should get to it sooner rather than later. You have no idea how long it takes Chantilly lace to get here.
Behind her, the pair of fairies were practically vibrating in anticipation. Aunt Viv, I all but groaned. Don't tell me you believe the gossip rags, too. Aunt Viv cocked one dark brow at me as she planted a fist on her ample hip.
Oh, come on, Lumi. Everyone who knows anything about the Frost family knows that Corbin isn't the playboy type. It's been a year. Why wouldn't he propose? It makes perfect sense, even without seeing those juicy photos of him at that posh-looking jewelry store.
Slowly, I backed away toward the door. I promise you'll be the first to know, but let's put a pin in the wedding plans for now.
But Lumi,
bye, Aunt Viv, gotta run. The North Star Reindeer Sanctuary was bustling with activity when I returned home via a snowmobile taxi service. Mom was still in the North Pole with Klein, so I'd opted to get my own ride home. With my dress sorted, I could return to work. And there was always plenty of it. As I made my way up the driveway to the main house, I realized one of the snowmobiles parked out front belonged to Doc Patches, the North Pole's lead veterinarian and personal vet to all of the reindeer and other creatures who called the sanctuary home. My pulse spiked as I hurried toward the largest barn. We didn't have any scheduled visits with Doc Patches. Had one of the reindeer gotten sick? Or hurt? Worry roiled through me in waves as I broke into a run. I heard Doc Patch's voice coming from the barn as I threw open the gate to the pasture. One barn door was open, and I could see the lanky elf standing with my dad near Starly's stall. My heart plummeted into my stomach as I rushed inside. "Is she okay?" I exclaimed. Both Dad and Doc Patches turned at my entrance, and Starly's white nose poked over the side of her stall, sniffing the air to see if I'd brought any treats back for her.
"Lumi, there you are," Dad said. I was just about to offer Doc Patches some cocoa while we waited for you.
I frowned. Did I mix up one of our appointments? I was usually so on top of things around the farm, but then things had been more frenzied than usual. It was possible something had slipped my mind.
Not at all, Lumi dear,
Doc Patches replied, his kindly eyes peering at me from above a pair of half-moon spectacles. I had no idea how old Doc Patches was, but he and Santa Claus, or Chris, as he called him, were rumored to be lifelong friends, and Santa was close to immortal, as I understood it. He stood half a head taller than my dad, who stood about 6 feet, with a wiry frame that moved with a grace that belied his advanced years.
I'm afraid I need your assistance. Do you have a few moments?
I glanced at my dad. He offered a slight shrug. Whatever it was Doc Patches needed, he hadn't seemed to fill him in. Of course. What is it? Doc Patches stroked a knobby but capable hand down Starly's nose as she continued sniffing the air expectantly.
It's rather a delicate matter, you see. Oh, where to start?
The elf heaved a sigh, then glanced up at me.
Lumi, dear, have you ever heard of ice dragons?
I frowned. Yes, or at least the stories about them. They're all extinct now, aren't they?
Not extinct, just incredibly rare,
Dad interjected. Doc Patches nodded.
It is estimated there are only a few of them left in the world. To the east of the Frost Kingdom, there is a group of witches and wizards protecting the only known roost.
Protecting them? I frowned. Who would try going up against a dragon? It would be a death sentence.
That's just it,
Doc Patches replied.
It's more that they protect would-be treasure seekers from themselves. The ice dragons don't breathe fire. As their name implies, they breathe ice, stronger than any other kind of ice. It's hard, like crystal or diamond.
Something clicked in my mind, and I nodded. Oh, yes! I've seen it before, actually. There was a magazine article some years ago about a pair of hikers who found a cave with these glittering shards. They were beautiful, almost like sculptures. Doc Patches nodded.
Precisely. They're called ice flames. It is unusual to find them intact, and those that have been recovered are considered pieces of art, sculptures. Some of them have even been displayed in museums.
The photos I saw were quite beautiful. I smiled as Starly snuffled around my coat pocket. She knew me all too well. I unzipped the pocket and pulled out one of the small candy canes I had stashed there. I imagine they cost a pretty penny, too, I added, returning my focus to Doc Patches. He worked his mitten-clad hands together. The mittens looked crocheted, likely the handiwork of his sweet wife.
They are quite pricey indeed, he agreed. Which brings me to my quandary.
I frowned again, more confused than ever.
To make a long story short,
Doc Patches continued,
a couple of months ago, Chris hosted several dignitaries and ambassadors from all over the world. It's something he does every year as part of his preparations for the annual ride. One of the ambassadors traveled with his beloved canine companion, and somewhere along the way, the poor thing got into the candy factory and gorged himself silly on chocolate, which, as you know, can be quite dangerous. Chris called for me, and I was able to save the dog's life. Now, the ambassador thanked me profusely and offered to pay me a large sum of money, which I refused. I was merely doing my job. And then, a few weeks ago, a shipment arrived at the clinic. Inside there was an ice flame, about 10 inches long, perfectly preserved. It turned out the ambassador was from the very kingdom where the last known ice dragons live, and he sent the sculpture to me as a token of his thanks.
Beside the elf, my dad's brows peaked. He let out a low whistle.
That's quite the token.
Doc Patches gave a nervous bobble of his head, his hands still wringing together.
The missus was particularly taken by it. and I told her she should keep it on the desk at the clinic. It's quite a conversation piece, as you can imagine. But 2 nights ago, the sculpture was stolen. It was there when the missus locked up, and gone by the morning.
That's awful. I'm so sorry to hear that, I replied, though I was still unsure why Doc Patches felt the need to come all the way to the sanctuary to tell me the story. The elf looked at me. His normally sparkling blue eyes seemed somewhat dimmed.
I was hoping you could help me recover the bauble.
Me? My brows rose, then quickly lowered as they furrowed together. Why me? I mean, I don't mean to be rude, Doc Patches, but I'm not sure what made you think I could help with something like this. Wouldn't the North Pole Police or even Santa's private security forces be better suited to recovering the sculpture? Doc Patches shifted his attention to Starly's fuzzy nose for a long moment before replying.
Under normal circumstances, yes. However, I'd like to keep this quiet until I know for certain.
He looked at me once more, his expression more grave than before.
Lumi, I know you're busy here at the sanctuary, but I know you have a knack for these kind of things. Why, you found Rudolph and Jack Frost last Christmas. Then there was that ordeal with the frost pixies and the laced candy canes this summer.
A tiny smile plucked at the corners of my lips. Well, maybe so, but I won't be hanging my shingle out to start a private investigation firm anytime soon. Doc Patches chuckled.
No, I wouldn't think so. Still, you can see why I'd come to you with this matter.
My smile faded, and I shook my head. I'm sorry, not really. Doc Patches bobbled his head.
All right, well, you see, my suspicion is that my grandson, Eli, is the one who took the ice flame.
Your grandson?
Well, my great.
The elf stopped and smiled, a familiar twinkle glimmering in his eye for a quick moment.
You get the idea. Elves have quite long lives. What makes you think Eli took the sculpture? Dad asked. He's only just moved to the North Pole a few months ago, Doc Patches began. His mother feared he was falling in with a rough crowd, and thought some distance might do him some good. And, well, you can't get much farther than the pole now, can you?
Fair enough, Dad replied, before gesturing for the elf to continue.
Anyway, he moved in with me and the missus. We even got him to come work at the clinic. He doesn't have much work experience, so it's been simple office tasks, while we can get him trained up with some general animal care knowledge. I thought things were going fairly well, all things considered. He even made some new friends. But, well, I'm afraid his mother might have been right about his taste in companions.
I frowned. The North Pole was much bigger than Holiday Haven, and with a larger population, there was also an uptick in mischief. Still, it wasn't like the North Pole was some kind of Arctic hideaway for hardened criminals. Doc Patches exhaled, his narrow shoulder caving in as he sagged forward.
Eli came to me last week, asking about the possible advance on his paycheck. The trouble was he missed 2 of his shifts, and the one he bothered to show up for he was distant and barely accomplished anything. When I tried to broach the subject, he got rather defensive and argumentative. I told him that I couldn't pay him for hours he didn't work. The missus thought some space might do us all some good, so she gave Eli the keys to our condo here in Holiday Haven to use for the weekend. We don't use it much anymore, but with the clinic and everything. But we've held on to it all these years to have a place for visitors to stay when they come into town. Anyway, Eli left in a huff, and when we opened the clinic on Monday, we found the sculpture was missing.
So, you think Eli took it as some kind of payback? I asked.
It's worth quite a sum. Perhaps he thought he could sell it and make some quick money. For all I know, he's left town altogether. I went to the condo to look for him, and all of his things were gone. I left a note, but he hasn't called.
And you don't want to sick the NPPD on him because he's family, I said, the pieces clicking together. Personally, I thought it sounded like a brush with the law might knock some sense into the youngster's head. But then, I could also understand Doc Patch's point of view. No one had been hurt. Not to mention, he probably didn't want to call his granddaughter and explain that he'd had her son thrown into the pokey.
It's all rather delicate,
the elf confirmed.
If you could find him, you might be able to convince him to come back and make things right.
I'll see what I can do, I told the elf, stopping short of making any kind of promise. As much as I wanted to help, I figured my odds of getting to the bottom of this were slim to none. But maybe there was still time for a Yuletide miracle. 3. After declining a dinner invitation, Doc Patches departed on his snowmobile, heading back to his home in the North Pole. Before saying goodbye, he'd given me a photo of Eli, the address to the condo in town, and the first names of some of Eli's new friends. It wasn't much to go on, but I thanked him for the information and told him I would call if I found anything. Dad and I watched the snowmobile's lights fade into the night from under the eaves of the barn. When the sound of the engine died down, Dad turned to look at me with a bemused smile. You promise you won't go and set up some kind of super spy agency in the pole when all of this is done? Smiling, I rolled my eyes. Don't worry, Dad. I'm not planning on leaving the farm anytime soon. I'd make a terrible spy anyways. I tripped over a bucket of groats and woke up half the reindeer this morning in my hurry to finish chores.
Just checking.
Dad chuckled softly.
It does seem like a lot has changed in the last year.
I suppose that's true. I wrapped my arms around myself. I was still bundled up from my trip into town, but now that the sun had gone down, the temperature was rapidly dropping. The reindeer were all bedded down, ready to sleep, and I was looking forward to going to my cottage and getting into my fuzziest pair of pajamas.
They're good changes,
Dad hurried to add.
Your mother and I both think you and Prince Corbin make for a good couple.
I smiled. It's just Corbin, Dad. You know he gets all twitchy when you and Mom call him by his title.
Right, sorry. It's what your mother always says, so I guess it's stuck.
Well, that's because she likes to brag to all of her North Pole friends, I replied with a small shake of my head.
She does enjoy that,
Dad agreed with a laugh. A little too much, I added.
Even if he weren't a prince, we'd still both be thrilled for you, Lumi. It's been nice to see you so happy lately.
I glanced up, a little surprised by his statement. What do you mean? I was happy before I met Corbin, too. Dad draped an arm over my shoulders and pulled me into his side for a brief moment.
I guess what I mean is, it's nice that you have someone to share your life with. Life out here on the farm can get kind of lonely sometimes.
He paused, and his smile turned wistful as he stared out over the snow-covered driveway.
When I first met your mother, I wasn't sure that I could convince her to come live with me here on the farm.
He chuckled to himself.
I was head over heels for her from the start. But this way of life isn't for everyone. I knew I wanted someone who could share it with me. It makes the long, cold days more bearable to know you have someone waiting inside with a warm hug.
I nodded, but my brow furrowed. I know it worked out, and that Mom handles a lot of stuff around here, even if she isn't out in coveralls with a shovel. But do you ever wish she was more hands-on? Dad considered my question for a moment, then shook his head.
Nah, I'd say it all worked out exactly as it was meant to. She turned this place into an actual business and created this magical wonderland we get to share with the world every year at Christmas time. When my parents ran the place, it wasn't open to the public, other than for specific occasions, mostly at Santa's request. All of the funding came from donations and sponsors, and while those programs are still alive and well, there is no way we would have been able to expand and help more animals without the revenue from the visitor events in the winter. And that's all your mom's doing.
I didn't know that. I smiled up at the farmhouse where my parents lived, where I'd grown up. The lights on the first level were aglow, and smoke billowed out from the chimney. The inside was all decked out for Christmas, with fresh garlands and a 10-foot tree in the living room, so tall the tip of the star nearly hit the ceiling. The stockings were already hung on the mantel, waiting for Santa's visit. Decorating the house was always one of Mom's favorite traditions. Even now, with Stephen, Klein, and me all grown up and living on our own, we still gathered to help. It was even better now, with my niece and nephew there to carry it on. Corbin had even come this year to help. My heart swelled at the memory of him picking up my niece to help her place a prized ornament along the top boughs of the tree. He melded so well with my family. A seamless fit. I glanced over at my dad. When did you know that Mom would come around to the idea of life out here on the farm? He smiled. It was at Christmas time, actually. I'd brought her home to meet your grandparents for the first time. I think it was a week or so before Christmas Day. I took her around and introduced her to the reindeer and showed her the property. He paused to laugh at the memory. I started to panic because she wasn't saying much, just kind of nodding politely as I talked. I thought for sure she was trying to find a way to let me down gently, right there in the middle of the pasture. Anyway, we went inside and had dinner. Afterward, when I was driving her back to the train station, she asked me a few questions about the operations side of things. I wasn't really sure what she was getting at, but by the time we got to the station, she'd basically whipped up a mental business plan of all these ways we could be utilizing the property. I laughed. Sounds like Mom. Dad grinned up at the house. I proposed to her 2 weeks later, and she said yes. I linked my arm through his. And the rest, as they say, is history. Dad looked at me, his expression still warm but slightly more serious. You'll figure it out too, Lumi. And if that means you need to leave this place someday, don't worry about the sanctuary. We would miss you terribly, and expect you to come home as often as you could to visit. But don't let your love for this place keep you from what it is you're meant to do. And believe me, that woman in there is more than capable of figuring out a way to keep this place going for decades to come. My throat clogged, and I nodded, unable to find the right words, even if I could manage to get them out. Dad patted the back of my hand. Now what would you say to that dinner invitation? Surely a home-cooked meal is better than whatever you've got in your freezer down at your cottage. I laughed softly and agreed. My fuzzy pajamas could wait. We were halfway through my mom's pumpkin lasagna soup when there was a knock at the door. Dad got up, linen napkin still in hand, and went to answer it. A familiar male voice replied to his greeting, and I jumped out of my chair to race into the living room. Corbin? A broad smile met me, stretched across a chiseled face. There you are. I was just down at your cottage. He thumbed over his shoulder. Come in, I said, grabbing for his hand. Dad smiled and shut the front door. Would you like me to dish you up some soup, Corbin? Corbin wrapped an arm around my waist as his gaze followed my dad, crossing back through the living room. If that's what I'm smelling, then yes, please. Dad chuckled. Coming right up. When he was out of sight, Corbin leaned down and kissed me like a sailor who'd been gone at sea for too long. A breathless, fervent kiss that made my knees weak and my cheeks twinge with heat. It ended all too soon and left me beaming up at him. What are you doing here? I thought you were busy at the castle. He laced his fingers with mine as he shrugged one shoulder. I moved some things around. I hated that I canceled on you earlier. Well, I'm glad you're here, but I understand why you had to change our plans this afternoon. It happens. Granted, it had been happening a lot lately, but there were a lot of things out of his control. Not to mention my own schedule had been a little packed lately with all of the holiday visitors. Are you busy tonight? I didn't realize you were having dinner with your parents. Oh, it's not a formal thing. They offered, and I can't say no to my mom's cooking. I smiled. I was planning on going home afterward. Although, something kind of weird did happen when I got home from my dress fitting. I quickly filled him in on the situation with Doc Patches, and then led the way to the dining room where my parents had set out an extra bowl of soup. My mom greeted Corbin like he was, well, a prince, and immediately began fussing over him, making sure he had enough bread and butter, that the soup was hot enough. Dad sat back in his chair, one hand resting on his soft beginnings of a tummy, and smiled at the scene. After the meal and a good bit of small talk, we said goodnight to my parents and headed out. My cottage was one of two built on the property, closer to the back reindeer pasture than the farmhouse. They'd been built several years ago for the full-time caretakers who helped run the sanctuary while my brothers and I were growing up. When we were old enough, Stephen and I stepped in to take those positions, and the caretakers retired and moved closer to town. Stephen and Nicole moved into one of them not long after they married, but moved to Holiday Haven proper once they had their second child. I moved into the other cottage when I hit 19. Then, when Stephen and Nicole separated, he moved back home, and we became neighbors. The cottage wasn't anything special, but it was cozy and small enough I could keep a handle on the housework without too much trouble. I appreciated it all the more now that I had a serious boyfriend. He liked my parents, but it was nice to have a place to go where we could be alone and not feel like we were canoodling in a fishbowl. Sugarplum, my familiar, greeted me from his basket when I opened the front door. He was burrowed into a fleece blanket, so that all I could see was his black nose and whiskers sticking out. "There you are! I've been freezing my cottontail off." "Evening to you, too," I said with a smile. Sugarplum lifted his nose from the side of the wicker basket at the sound of Corbin's boots on the floorboards. With a slight shake of his head, he revealed his furry face and blinked. "Oh, hello, Corbin." I set about making a fire while Corbin stashed a glass container of leftover soup in my fridge. The cottage had electricity, but the heat system sometimes got a little finicky. I knew I needed to get it fixed, but this time of year I usually kept a fire going, and given the square footage of the place, it did the job quite nicely. However, on the days I had errands in town, I didn't risk leaving one burning, much to Sugarplum's chagrin. "I'm surprised you weren't up at the main house," I told the hare, as I rubbed my hands together in front of the fledgling flames. "I was next door with Stephen and the kids up until I heard Doc Patch's snowmobile drive away. I figured you'd be down sooner rather than later," the hare replied, still a little miffed. I didn't bother pointing out that he could have simply gone back to Stephen's to wait. "Well, it should warm up in no time. Did you eat?" The hare's nose twitched curiously. "That depends. Did you bring me something from town?" With a laugh, I stood up and dug into my coat pocket. "I might have picked up some sugared date balls from that booth you like at the market." Sugarplum leaped over the side of his basket and began thumping around my feet in small circles. "Wow, that good, huh?" Corbin asked with a laugh. Smiling, I stooped over and deposited 2 of the treats on the wood floor. "Forgive me?" I asked. Sugarplum's whiskers and nose were twitching like mad as he gobbled up the first of the sticky treats. "I'll take that as a yes." I laughed again as I crossed to the sink to wash my fingertips. "Sometimes I feel like a walking vending machine." Corbin chuckled and removed his boots. "Yeah, you better not tell Uller there are snacks available." "Is he in the barn?" I asked as I dried my hands. I hadn't seen Corbin's winged horse on our walk to the cottage. "Yeah, he trotted right in like he owns the place," Corbin replied with a grin. "He's getting pretty comfortable around here." I smiled and leaned back against the edge of the counter, watching as Corbin shrugged out of his thick coat. Underneath, he wore a cable-knit sweater in a cerulean blue color. I recognized it at once, seeing as I'd gifted it to him on his birthday a few months back. "Nice sweater." He smiled and dropped his coat on a peg by the door. "You like it? I got this from a really beautiful woman I met last year." I laughed. "Is that so?" Corbin crossed the room, which took all of 3 strides, and wrapped me up in his arms. My eyes fluttered shut as I rested my cheek against his firm chest. The cottage might be freezing, but in his arms, I was always warm and safe. "How long can you stay?" I asked. "My first meeting tomorrow isn't until 2 o'clock, Corbin replied. I propped my chin on his chest and smiled up at him. "Is that so?" His smile widened. "Uller may have an overnight bag strapped to his saddle." "Well, perhaps we should go get that and settle him into one of the vacant stalls for the night." "Should we pop into town and get some figgy pudding in case we want a midnight snack?" Corbin asked, already going for his coat again. I laughed. "We might have to do that. My cupboards are in desperate need of restocking.
Although we can't stay up too late, there's a gingerbread house contest in town tomorrow morning. I'm on auntie duty while Stephen is out getting some Christmas shopping done, and the kids want to enter. I haven't made a gingerbread house since I was a kid myself, Corbin replied as he zipped up his coat. Sounds fun. I arched an eyebrow. Really? Sure, why not? Corbin laughed at my bemused expression. Now come on, before it gets any colder out there. 4. The Figgy Pudding Factory was a recent addition to the cozy town of Holiday Haven. Typically, the residents frowned on chain shops or restaurants, but when the Figgy Pudding Factory decided to expand from their flagship location in the North Pole, the townsfolk had been surprisingly welcoming. I suspected that had to do with their assortment of sugary treats, served in huge portions on the cheap. They had other food items available too, but most people came solely for the dessert. Corbin and I flew into town on Ullr's back. Starley was still resting from her day playing My Little Pony with the visiting children. I didn't mind riding behind Corbin. It was warmer and more romantic than flying separately. And while we were getting more time together than I'd expected, I still wanted to soak in every moment as much as I could. The flight took all of 10 minutes before we landed in the parking lot outside the restaurant. It was peak dinner hours, and judging by the number of snowmobiles, carriages, and horses out front, things inside were as busy as ever. With a sigh, I dismounted from the large horse and landed on the shoveled asphalt. I never say this, but I kind of can't wait for Christmas to be over this year, I said. I'm ready for things to go back to normal around here. Corbin smiled as he tied Ullr's reins to a candy-striped hitching post beside a painted mare. I think that's how everyone living in a tourist town feels at some point. You know, you're always welcome to escape to the Frost Kingdom if you need some peace and quiet. We get our share of visitors, but we can't compete with the draw of Santa Claus. Believe me, it's tempting. Corbin took my hand, and we went to join the throng of people waiting inside the restaurant's lobby. Luckily, there was a counter specifically to order dessert to go, so we didn't have to wait to be seated to place our order. The establishment's name was a little deceiving. There were a few variations on the classic figgy pudding, but they made up the minority of the sweet offerings. Instead, the menu boasted over 20 varieties of puddings, custards, and mousses. With wide eyes and rumbling bellies, we perused the glass case, ranking our favorites before finally reaching a decision. Corbin placed the order, paid, and received a paper ticket with a number. They said about 5 minutes, he said, as he came to join me at the fringe of the crowded lobby space. I can taste the banana cream already. So tell me more about this gingerbread competition, he said as he took my hand. What are the prizes like? I laughed. I think the grand prize winner gets a ride in Santa's sleigh, which, admittedly, is pretty cool. But seeing as how you're a prince and all that, you could probably go for a spin anytime you'd like. Aha. Yeah. Afraid I checked that off the old bucket list when I was 10 or 11, Corbin replied with a chuckle. I remember Jack froze a bunch of reindeer droppings while we waited for Santa, and then he flung them out like frozen peas at people as we flew by. I grimaced. Yikes. Somehow I was the one who got into trouble when we got home. Corbin scoffed. It felt like Corbin had more to say on the matter, but he pushed it aside. His relationship with his father was dicey, even more so recently as his father was nearing the end of his days. Well, if you want to go all out, I'm sure you could whip up the winning gingerbread house. I'll mainly be trying to keep the kiddos from eating too many of their decorating supplies. My brother's ex-wife won't be happy if I get them too spun up on sugar before she picks them up. Corbin smiled again, and my heart warmed. It sounds fun. I'm glad I cleared my morning meetings. A teen at the dessert counter called out a number, and Corbin perked up. That's us. Be right back. I glanced over my shoulder, looking for a restroom, and frowned at a young man speaking with a red-headed woman near a pair of wooden double doors. He looked familiar, but I couldn't place him. The pair shook hands, and when the man smiled, I realized where I'd seen him. With a jolt, I dug into my pocket and pulled out the small photo Doc Patches had given me before leaving.
His great-grandson Eli stared back at me, smiling for the camera. It looked like a professional photographer had taken the shot against a plain blue backdrop, like the kind used for a license or identification badge. Glancing up, I compared the two and decided my instincts were right. There, some 20 paces away, was Doc Patch's missing grandson and possible thief. Corbin came back over to me, a colorful paper bag in one hand. "All set?" he asked. I held up the photo. "That's him, over there. Eli Patches, or, well, whatever Doc Patch's real last name is." Corbin considered the photo and the young man. His eyes narrowed on the second pass. Then he inclined his head. "Looks like it. Remind me what it is you want with him?" "Doc Patches thinks he swiped this really expensive sculpture from the clinic," I said, keeping my voice low. Across the room, Eli was on the move. He waved at the red-headed woman and began making his way to the front of the restaurant. "Come on," I said, tugging at Corbin's sleeve. "Let's follow him and see where he goes. If he heads back to Doc Patch's condo, we can call him and let him know." Corbin followed me out of the restaurant, and we kept one set of eyes on Eli as we walked to the spot where Uller was tethered. The young elf was headed to the other end of the lot. He stepped into the glow of a garland-wrapped lamppost and went to stand beside a sign mapping out the public transit routes. We climbed onto Uller's back, and Corbin guided the winged horse across the lot on foot. The horse tossed his head and flapped his wings, clearly not happy that we weren't getting back into the sky. We obliged the horse's wishes as soon as Eli hopped aboard a red cable car. I clutched the bag of puddings to my chest as we soared into the clouds, careful to keep an eye on the cable car's path. The car made several stops as it whizzed through the main drag through town. Corbin urged Uller to drop down at each stop so we could check for signs of Eli. Finally, when the car was about to reach the end of its route, I spotted the young elf's blue coat and red stocking cap. "There he is," I said, pointing down at the snow-covered streets. Corbin spoke to Uller, and the horse began his descent. Holiday Haven wasn't a huge place, but there were places on the outer edges of town that I wasn't as familiar with in comparison to the town square and main streets of shops and restaurants. Eli's stop on the tram's route fell in one of those muddled parts of my geographic memory. A series of warehouses stood in a line, surrounded by a large parking lot. Things were quiet this time of the evening, and apart from a half-dozen snowmobiles in the lot between two buildings, there didn't appear to be anyone around. There also wasn't a great spot for Uller to land without drawing the elf's attention. A winged horse wasn't a common sight in Holiday Haven in general, and most of the townspeople knew who Uller was, as well as his owner. Corbin seemed to be on the same wavelength as me, and guided the horse into a silent lap around the end of the street as we waited to see where Eli was heading. A set of metal doors opened along the side of the middle building, and a few voices called out greetings to Eli as he approached. The elf held up a gloved hand and waved. Corbin took that as our cue, and we swooped around the corner of the adjacent building before directing Uller to land. We dismounted quickly and went to the corner to peek out at the small gathering. Eli stood with two other guys, who all looked around the same age as him, but then I wasn't sure how old Eli actually was. Elves and all that. One of the guys stood a little taller than Eli, which was saying something, as it appeared the young elf took after his great-grandfather in the height department. I shifted my attention to assess the third man, and gasped softly. "What?" Corbin whispered near my ear. "What's wrong?" "Nothing," I replied softly, giving a clear shake of my head. "It's just that I know one of them. See the guy there with the fur-trimmed jacket and the red gloves?" Corbin nodded. "Who is he?" "His name is Sven. He used to work for my family at the sanctuary." I smiled as I peered over my shoulder at Corbin. My mom was trying to set me up with him for last year's Yule Ball. Corbin frowned. "Is that right?" I stifled a giggle. "He's a nice guy. He left the sanctuary to start his own business in the pole, but I guess it didn't work out. When I saw him last winter, he said he'd recently moved back to Holiday Haven." "Any idea what this place is? I don't see any kind of signs," Corbin asked. I shook my head. "Not specifically, no.
If I had to guess, I'd say some kind of shipping facility, or maybe storehouses for products coming and going to and from the pole. Before we could speculate further, a distant rumble gave me pause. Corbin heard it too. Slowly, our eyes swiveled toward one another. When they met, I grimaced. You don't think that's... A spirited whoop echoed through the street, chasing away any doubt. Corbin scowled. Jack. St. Nicholas preserve us all, I muttered. 5. A gust of magic swept through the frozen parking lot, and in the blink of an eye, a huge ramp of solid ice appeared. Jack's infamous snowmobile wasn't far behind. With a manic cackle, Jack roared into sight, barreling down the icy incline. "Frostcore!" he yelled as he hurtled the snowmobile onto the ramp's slick edge. He flew off the end with another whoop, and the moonlight glinted off the frost wyverns painted on the side of the snowmobile as he sailed by. Sven, Eli, and the third young man all burst into sycophantic applause as Jack stuck the landing and pumped his arms over his head. Corbin swore. Grinning from ear to ear, Jack killed the engine and hopped off his snowmobile. With another snap of his fingers, the icy ramp exploded into a flurry of snowflakes. "What's up, my snowman? Staying frosty?" I scrunched my nose. Staying frosty? Who says that? I'm never going to get this knucklehead married off, Corbin muttered. I suppressed a grin. It's going to take a really special lady to take on that particular project. Corbin scrubbed a hand down his face. Across the lot, Jack was bumping fists with his friends. Were they out here so Jack could show off his flashy toy? Eli hadn't come with his own snowmobile, but Sven and the other guy maybe had. Perhaps they were meeting for some kind of street race. Jack had promised to stop terrorizing the streets and residential sectors of Holiday Haven, but a shuttered industrial area was technically available for his use. It's not like the HHPD would bother him either way. He was too popular. Anytime they tried to shut down his antics in the past, they ended up with an unhappy crowd of superfans heckling them. And that was back before he'd been crowned king. As it was, Jack was invincible. At least, against everyone other than his brother, who looked ready to twist him up like a pretzel and leave him wrapped around a lamppost. I placed a hand on Corbin's arm, but it was too late. He was already in motion, stalking toward the four men with purposeful strides across the snow. "What the fa-la-la is going on here?" he demanded. Jack jolted at the sound of his brother's gruff voice, but quickly recovered and slapped on his signature half-cocked grin. "Corby, what a surprise! I was wondering where you'd run off to. I should have known you'd be here in town, visiting your little snickerdoodle, no doubt." Jack peered past his brother's shoulder, spotted me, and twinkled his fingers. "Hello, Lumi. You're looking lovely, as usual. You getting bored of this killjoy yet?" "Jack," Corbin growled. I sighed and came over to join them, still clutching the bag from the figgy pudding factory to my chest. Jack's brows lifted when he saw the logo. "Ooh, I do hope you brought me something." "Lumi?" Sven said. I gave him a polite smile. "Hi, Sven, it's nice to see you." "What are you doing out here?" he asked. "Yes, I'd like to know that too," Jack interjected, shifting his attention back to Corbin. "Don't tell me you put one of those tracking devices on my snowmobile again. I thought we were past all of that." Corbin didn't take the bait. "Where is your security detail, Jack?" Jack huffed a melodramatic sigh and tossed his hands into the air. "I wanted a night out with the boys. Surely, as king, that's within my rights." Corbin's jaw flexed. "Let's have a word in private." Jack gave a long-suffering look to his companions before following his brother a few yards away. Sven pocketed his hands and looked at me. "How have you been? How are things at the sanctuary?" "Good, thanks. Busier than usual, especially since we have our big sponsor appreciation dinner this weekend." "Oh, yeah. I was meaning to come, but forgot to send my RSVP in time," Sven replied. I tilted my head. "You're one of the sponsors?" He laughed. "Of course." "Oh, I didn't mean it that way. It's just, I didn't remember seeing your name on the list."
But I guess that makes sense. I didn't see the invitation list, just the confirmed attendees. You know you're always welcome, RSVP or not. Sven smiled as he inclined his head. I appreciate that. I just might stop by then. I gestured past him to the building. What is this place anyway? Seems like Wet Your Wassail would make for a better weeknight hangout spot. Sven chuckled. Yeah, probably. But Charlene is allergic to all things holly jolly. Charlene? I frowned. She used to run her business out of the break room, but now that it's turned a little too festive, she moved operations here, Sven replied. Suddenly, I conjured the image of a harsh but beautiful woman with purple hair, pale skin, and teeth so white and pointed they might be mistaken for vampire fangs. Charlene was a frost harpy, and she ran an underground gambling ring in Holiday Haven. Corbin and I had confronted her last winter when we were out looking for Jack. I caught a glance across the lot to where Corbin and Jack were arguing. What was he doing, getting mixed up with Charlene again? Last I heard, he owed her the keys to his beloved snowmobile. Things must have changed if she was allowing him entry to her private games again. Of course, that probably had something to do with the fact that he now had an entire kingdom's treasury at his disposal. No wonder Corbin was boiling over. Exhaling, I shifted my attention back to the three, Eli in particular. I plastered on my most charming smile and extended my hand toward the elf. I'm so sorry. How rude of me not to introduce myself. I'm Lumi Northrop. Eli looked taken aback, but quickly accepted my hand. Eli Parsons. Parsons? Was that perhaps a more subtle version of Patches? Meant to blend in among the non-magic world? Elves like Eli could blend in with humans with a few tricks. There were illusion charms that could hide pointed ears and dial back the supernaturally vibrant eye coloring elves generally had. In Eli's case, his eyes were much like his great-grandfather's, a sparkling blue that were a tad too bright to pass as human. The other young man introduced himself after Eli and I shook hands. Paul Carson, he said. I know your dad, actually. I work at the hardware store here in town. Oh, yeah. Now that you mention it, you do look familiar. It's nice to officially meet you. Paul smiled and shook my hand. Likewise. So you're all here for a poker game? I asked, as I slipped my gloved hands back into my coat pockets. It's a once-a-week thing, Sven replied. We play every Wednesday night. I cast another glance over my shoulder. Corbin was listening to Jack speak, and from the set of his scruff-covered jawline, he didn't like any of the words coming out of his brother's mouth. Wincing, I turned back to Sven, Paul, and Eli. Does Jack come every week? He's been coming pretty regularly for the past few months, Sven told me. He and Charlene had some beef back at the beginning of the year, Paul interjected, but they sorted it out this summer and he started coming around again. Eli smiled. I'm new to town, but I gotta say, telling my buddies back home that I play poker with the Jack Frost is pretty cool. I zeroed in on the elf. Where are you from? Vail, Colorado. It's a normie town, but there are lots of supernaturals there. I've never been, but from what I've seen, it seems like transitioning to live up here wouldn't be too hard. Weather-wise, I mean. Eli laughed. Yeah, I'm used to the snow, that's for sure. Sven gestured at the elf. Eli is actually Doc Patch's grandson, he explained. Lumi works with Doc. I swallowed hard and kept my expression neutral. Eli had no reason to suspect me of anything, but it still felt nerve-wracking to have Doc Patches brought up in the conversation. Eli's eyes dimmed a little as he bobbed his head. Oh, that's cool. You know, Lumi, I'm working at Doc Patch's clinic these days, Sven continued. I'm surprised I haven't seen you there lately. Oh, I didn't realize. I thought you were back here in Holiday Haven. I am. I've been commuting. It's a bit of a trek, but it's nice to be working around animals again. All right, snowmen, let's do this thing. Jack's voice boomed from the other end of the lot. His jovial smile was back in place, his eyes sparkling as he rubbed his hands together. I noticed he wasn't wearing gloves, but then I guess they would get in the way of his magic. Corbin followed in his brother's wake, his expression even darker than before. It was good to see you, I told Sven. Jack winked at me as he passed. Always a treat, Lumi. I wasn't... Oh, never mind. Yes, Jack, good to see you too. I hope old Corby isn't too cranky the rest of the night, Jack added, laughing as he strolled past the others on his way to the warehouse doors. You know, you can always ditch him and come play a few hands with us if you need an escape. I rolled my eyes. Thanks, I'll keep that in mind. Sven offered me a smile. Good night, Lumi. See you Saturday? See you then. The four went inside the warehouse, leaving Corbin and me alone. So, that looked like a productive conversation, I said, as I turned toward him. Good thing we have all this pudding. You can stress eat and wait for the serotonin to kick in. It's going to take more than a bowl of pudding to fix this, Corbin replied bitterly, still staring at the doors. After a moment, he broke away and rubbed a hand over the back of his neck. Every time I think he's going to get it together, he has to go and prove me wrong. I know, he's a royal pain. Literally. But it could be worse, right? I mean, he's just playing poker with some friends. Well, and a greedy frost harpy. But unless he's gambling away the deed to the summer castle or something, it seems pretty harmless overall. Like you said, he needs some kind of outlet. And this is a lot better than his usual, don't you think? Bar hopping, drunken disorderlies, and being a general womanizer? Yes, I suppose. But that bar is so low, I think ground squirrels would have a hard time limboing underneath it. Corbin sighed. In any case, there's no changing his mind tonight. Let's get going. I've kept you out in the cold too long as it is. I smiled, not bothering to remind him that I spent the majority of my days in the elements. It was cold, and a cozy blanket and a crackling fire sounded far better than standing in a frozen parking lot. Besides, it was nice to feel taken care of. Then I remembered what had brought us out here in the first place. For once, it hadn't been Jack's antics. What about Eli? I asked Corbin. Oh, right. He considered the warehouse again. I don't suppose there's much more we can do, unless you want to go in there and outright ask him about the sculpture. I shook my head. I don't think that would work. He isn't likely to spill his guts to a pair of random strangers, even royal ones, I added with a smile. I guess maybe we've found a motive, though, Corbin said, nudging his chin toward the warehouse. Charlene's poker games tend to get pretty high stake, and if Jack is there, well, safe to say the buy-in is outrageous. If Eli got tangled up with the harpy, there's a chance he needs money, fast. Frowning, I nodded in agreement. Badly enough to steal from his own grandfather. 6. We walked back to where we'd left Uller. The horse gave a soft whinny, almost like an impatient child eager to go home after a long day at the shopping mall. Corbin sensed it too, and smiled as he ran one hand over the steed's nose. I know, buddy. We're going. Someone is ready for dinner, I teased. Corbin laughed as he took the reins. I'd say so. The sound of metal doors banging shut caught my ear, and I glanced over my shoulder to find Eli exiting the warehouse, a large black duffel bag in one hand. With his free hand, he tossed a pair of keys into the air and caught them with a satisfied grin. He crossed the parking lot and stopped at one of the snowmobiles parked in a row along the front of the building. He strapped the duffel bag in place, using a series of bungee cables, then climbed astride the vehicle and revved the engine to life. I looked up at Corbin, my brow furrowed. Looks like he's not staying for tonight's game after all. Come on. Corbin mounted Uller and offered me a hand. The tall horse wouldn't be easy to climb, even if he didn't have a pair of large feathered wings in the way, so I gratefully took his hand and hurried to get into the saddle. When I was secured, Corbin nudged Uller with his heels, and we took off. Uller got a running start, then flapped his powerful wings and lifted off the ground. Below, Eli was already pulling out onto the main road, back the same way he'd come on the cable car. We kept up with him, but stayed back far enough he wouldn't notice us. He didn't go far. After a few blocks, he took a side street, went another couple of blocks, and then pulled into a parking space out in front of Holiday Haven's pawn shop, the White Elephant. Corbin had Uller land one block down, so we didn't draw too much attention. I hurried to dismount and scurried closer to the shop. Eli went to the back of the snowmobile, unfastened the duffel bag, and headed inside, all the while whistling a merry little tune. Doc Patches said the sculpture was about 10 inches long, I told Corbin. It could easily fit in a bag like that. Corbin ran a hand over his jaw. This could get awkward, but should we try to stop him? My feet were already in motion. After a beat, likely long enough for Corbin to tether Uller to something, he joined me just in time to open the shop's door. A jingle bell rang out, and Eli turned to look over his shoulder at the noise. His eyes widened for a moment as he swung around to face us.
"This is an odd coincidence," he said cautiously.
The white elephant was packed to the brim with all manner of items. There were jewelry cases galore, shelves overflowing with old books, knickknacks, musical instruments, even some clothing. None of it was well organized or clearly marked. A dwarf named Frances Mabel ran the place, and everyone in town knew she was something of a magpie. Bring her something shiny or unique, and she'd give you more than what it was likely worth. Although tonight there wasn't any sign of the friendly shopkeeper.
"Are you following me?"
Eli asked. I gestured at the duffel bag. "I think I know what you have in there, Eli." The elf frowned.
Okay. And what is it you think I have?"
"The ice flame from your grandfather's clinic." Eli blinked. "It's not too late to make this right," I told him. "Your grandfather can help you if you're in some kind of trouble." Eli shook his head, still a little dazed looking.
"Listen, lady, you seem nice and all that, but I have no idea what you're talking about."
"Doc Patches asked me to help. He's worried about you." Corbin placed a hand on my back.
"Yo, Eli, you're just in time for—"
A short and stocky young man about Eli's age entered from an open door into the stockroom. He stopped short when he saw Corbin and me standing there.
"Oh, I didn't know we had customers. Hang on, I'll go get my mom."
The young man disappeared the same way he'd come, leaving us alone with Eli again. Eli looked slightly more panicked than before. "Do you have the ice flame sculpture in that bag?" I asked.
"No, of course not. I didn't even know it was missing."
Eli came a little closer and tossed the bag up on the counter. With a frustrated sigh, he unzipped it and pulled apart the fabric to reveal an assortment of rolled-up clothing, random toiletries, and a couple of paperback books.
"It's just my stuff. I got into an argument with Granddad and decided I didn't want to stay at his condo anymore. So I'm staying here, crashing with some friends tonight."
Heat swept over my cheeks as I realized my mistake. "What about the poker game? We saw you at the figgy pudding factory. You didn't have the bag or the snowmobile then." Eli exhaled as he zipped up his bag once more. When he finished, he crossed his arms over his chest.
"I'm done with the poker thing. I only went there tonight to get my stuff and collect my winnings. I'm getting out while I'm ahead. I was at an exclusive game last night, played until 2 or 3 in the morning, and crashed out when it was over. The cable cars weren't running anymore, and Charlene's got a couple of nice couches. I was down pretty bad, so when I got up this morning, I decided to get out. I was about to call Sean." He hooked a thumb over his shoulder, indicating the doorway where the half-dwarf had appeared moments earlier, "to see if he'd come pick me up. But before I got the chance, Charlene looped me in for one more game with a few of her whales, as she called them, tourists who come into town this time of year. Anyway, my luck must have turned around because before I knew it, I was rolling. This guy in the circle was all agitated, and when he ran out of chips, he just threw down the keys to his ride. I had a hot hand, so I went all in."
Eli paused, unable to hold back a triumphant grin.
"I won it all. The money and the snowmobile. Charlene said she'd get it detailed for me while I ran out to run an errand."
"So you went to the figgy pudding factory?" I asked. Eli's smile slipped a little.
"Yeah, I was filling out a job application."
I blinked. "Oh." The young elf sighed.
"Whatever my granddad told you, it's probably true. I haven't been making the best choices lately, but I'm trying to turn it around. No more poker nights. I'm going to put my winnings in savings and not touch them. Sure, the guys that play are cool and all, but when I play, I have a hard time stopping. And I know it's not something to mess around with much longer, or I'll end up broke again."
Eli straightened and thrust his shoulders back.
"I met Sean and his buddy Ricky at the Christmas market last weekend. They have a booth selling custom Dungeons and Dragons merchandise, and they invited me to join their group. When everything hit the fan last night at the poker game, I texted them, and they offered to help."
"Eli, I'm sorry about the misunderstanding. I think Doc is just really worried about you. He said he went to the condo to look for you and even left a note, but when you weren't there, Well, I think he jumped to the wrong conclusion. He came to me because he didn't want to get the authorities involved. I can't believe he actually hired you to follow me around, Eli said, his tone more of astonishment than disgust. Wow, I guess he is worried about me after all. Of course he is. Well, listen, I'm a long way from perfect, but I'm trying to get it together. The young elf paused and rubbed the back of his neck as he craned around, looking toward the other room where his friend was waiting. These guys have a good thing going, and they said I could join in. I think it's past time for me to stand on my own 2 feet. I've even got a job interview lined up this week. Ricky's mom manages the figgy pudding factory, and she needs a dishwasher. Good luck memorizing the menu, Corbin quipped. That thing's thick enough you could hammer nails with it. I smiled at the young elf. I hope it works out for you, Eli. Could you do me a favor, though? Call Doc Patches. He's one of the good ones, and he wants to help. Eli glanced down at his shoes as he nodded his reply. I'll do that. I know I messed up. Corbin clapped him on the shoulder. It happens to all of us. Family is a tough thing. Believe me, my brother is Jack Frost. Eli chuckled. Right, he's quite the character. Corbin smiled. That's one way to put it. I needled him playfully with an elbow. Be nice, it's Christmas time. What? It's not like he's here, Corbin protested with another grin. Lacing my arm through Corbin's, I started to turn us around, then stopped and glanced back at Eli. One more thing before we go. Do you have any idea who might have swiped the ice flame? Doc Patches said there weren't signs of a forced entry, so whoever took it must have had a key. Eli's smile faded as he considered my question. Pretty much everyone has a key. It's a small staff. Granddad is also a little too trusting. He doesn't exactly keep the place fortified. Can you think of any reason why someone would take it? Is anyone holding some kind of grudge against the clinic or Doc Patches? Eli started to shake his head, then stopped and held up one finger. Wait a sec. There was this girl, a witch, Claudia. Granddad fired her last week. Do you know why? I asked. Eli shifted his weight and reached across his chest to scratch at the opposite arm. Well, if I was a less than satisfactory employee, let's just say Claudia can make me look good. I don't really know what started it all. Granddad told me she'd been with him for over a year, but all of a sudden she started showing up late. She was moody and snappy, even with the clients. I saw her chew out a little old lady fairy when she came in to pick up medicine for her cat. Just exploded out of nowhere on the poor woman. Yikes, that sounds pretty bad. And you have no idea why? Eli shrugged and dropped his hands back to his sides. I heard her arguing with someone on the phone a few times in the supply room. If I had to guess, I'd say it was her husband or boyfriend. So she got fired last week? Any chance she still had her key to the clinic? It seems like she would have had one after being there for a year. I don't know if she turned it in or not, but even if she did, it's pretty easy to make a copy. True. What did she think about the ice flame? Doc Patches said Mrs. Patches liked to keep it on the reception desk. I mean, everyone thought it was pretty cool, I guess. I didn't really get all the fuss, but Sven explained that the thing is like one of those fancy golden eggs the Queen of England collects. Fabergé eggs? I laughed, but figured it was an apt comparison. Yeah, I guess. Eli shook his head. I still can't believe Granddad really thought I would steal from him. Thanks for the information, Eli. I really appreciate it. The young elf gave me a distracted nod. Yeah, sure, no prob. We said goodbye and turned to leave the pawn shop. Eli called after me, and I paused, one hand on the door. Claudia will be in town tomorrow for that big gingerbread competition. It's all she talked about for the past couple of weeks. Well, in between complaining about everything. Maybe you can try asking her about it. Okay. Thanks for the tip. Have a nice night, Eli. Good luck with the job interview. Corbin pushed open the door and we stepped outside. I tugged at the collar of my coat to shield as much of my neck and ears as I could from a chilly gust of wind. So, what do you think? He seems sincere to me. I nodded in agreement. I think so, too. Hopefully he and Doc Patches can sort things out. Corbin cracked a grin. Did you almost say you hope they patch things up? Fighting a laugh, I glowered up at my boyfriend. Maybe? He laughed and squeezed my hand. I swear there's something in the water around here. 7.
Aunt Lumi, I want to do the gumdrops,
Darian whined, already lunging for the paper cup his sister held in her hands. With a grin, she lifted it over her head, out of her brother's reach, and stuck out her tongue. Lily, come on, don't be like that. I reached for the cup and gently took it from my niece's clutches. You two have to share. The candies can all sit here on the table so you can both reach. Darian grabbed for the cup and managed to spill the gumdrops over the tabletop. With a wicked grin, he popped 2 into his mouth, loudly chewing them in his sister's face. Heat crept over my cheeks. Darian and Lily were normally pretty well behaved, but on the morning of the gingerbread house competition, they'd both woken up grumpy, and rushing them into town hadn't improved their moods. Hey guys, let's see who can make the straightest line with the frosting, Corbin suggested, as he inserted himself between the warring siblings. He squatted down beside them and picked up a bag of white frosting. I'm pretty lousy at this, so maybe you can help me. Darian swallowed his gumdrops and grabbed his own bag of red icing. It's easy, he declared, his tongue poking out to one side as he screwed up his small face in concentration. Lily, not willing to be outdone, snatched her frosting bag and went to work on the other side of the gingerbread house. When both of the kids were busy, Corbin looked up at me and winked. I decided I was going to have to kiss his handsome face off when we were alone again. The annual competition was thankfully held indoors, inside the same hall where the Yule Ball took place each year. There were several tables set up with all of the supplies. Things had probably been neatly organized and arranged at the start, but over the course of the day, as families rotated through, things got a little messy. The kids didn't seem to mind. They jumped right in, grabbing their share of candies, sprinkles, and frosting tubes as soon as we arrived. Adjacent to the main hall, there was an exhibition room, where some of the more extravagant gingerbread creations were on display. I figured we could walk through and check it out once our house was completed. A few seats down from us, another family was working on a castle-like gingerbread house, complete with a hot chocolate moat. Across from them, someone had crafted a miniature version of Santa's sleigh out of candy canes, gumdrops, bits of cookie, and a whole lot of frosting. One of the houses on the front table near the judges was lit up from the inside, like a Christmas version of a jack-o'-lantern. Our entry was definitely not going to take the top spot in the competition, but we managed to put the house together with minimal squabbles over the course of an hour or so. Corbin proved a skilled referee when the kids got snippy with one another. While they put the finishing touches on the house, I excused myself to go and get us a round of cocoa from the table set up at one end of the hall. On the way there, I took my time, looking over the other entries, stopping to chat with a few neighbors and friends. In the back of my mind, I was also keeping my eyes peeled for Claudia. Eli had said she would be competing, and I thought if I could find her, I might be able to ask her some questions about the ice flame. Doc Patches usually made house calls out to the sanctuary whenever we needed him, so I didn't go to the clinic all that often. But I did occasionally have to stop by to pick up some medication or other supplies. I knew most of the staff. If I remembered correctly, Claudia was about average height, with black hair that she kept in a short bob. However, no one matching that description was around the hall. I ordered 4 cocos, grabbed an extra candy cane for Starly, and headed back to the kids, just in time to watch Corbin put the final glob of frosting onto the gingerbread house's roof. Smiling, I set the drink carrier on the table beside it, and the kids dove in eagerly. Careful! You don't want to spill on the new clothes your mom bought you. Why my former sister-in-law thought it was wise to have the kids dress up in new clothes to go to a gingerbread house competition was beyond me. But she would be the one picking them up, and had requested specific outfits in advance. Do we have to go get our pictures taken? Darian asked with a groan. Can't we just go back home with you, Aunt Lumi? Sorry, kiddo. No can do. Your mom will be here in about an hour. I ruffled his dark waves. What kind of pictures are you going to do? Lily sighed.
Mom wants us to do family pictures with her new boyfriend, Dave.
Judging by the roll of her eyes, she wasn't a fan. I didn't know your mom had a boyfriend. Lily nodded her head and reached for a chocolate-covered pretzel stick.
Dad doesn't like him,
she said. I winced. It didn't surprise me that Stephen hadn't told me about the new boyfriend. Despite their differences, I knew he still cared about Nicole, and while he wouldn't admit it out loud, I often thought he was holding out hope they would find a way back to each other. I took a sip from my cocoa and absently stroked my fingers through Lily's blonde ponytail. One of the women running the event circled around to comment on our creation. The kids excitedly showed her all of their additions, and she politely smiled and nodded through their presentation. When they finished, she told us where to put the completed house and when to come back for the presentation of the winners that afternoon. We bundled up into our coats and took the kids outside to let them burn off some energy with the other kids out in the town square, most of whom were engaged in a massive snowball fight. Darian and Lily passed me their leftover cocoa and raced into the fray. I set the extra cups on a nearby park bench and then smiled up at Corbin. I hope my little Christmas goblins didn't permanently scare you off having kids someday. He chuckled and looped an arm around my waist. Nah, they're just being kids. If looking after Jack for the majority of my life has prepared me for anything, it's fatherhood. I laughed. Fair enough. If you two weren't famous, no one would suspect you were the younger brother. He smiled. Probably not. I reached up to tuck a stray strand of hair underneath my knit cap to keep it from whipping around in the breeze. I don't like to make excuses for them, but this time of year is hard on them. They end up getting bounced back and forth between my brother and his ex. And then her parents are also divorced, so the kids wind up going to 3 different Thanksgivings and 3 Christmases. Now, apparently, there is a boyfriend in the mix, too. It's just kind of a lot. Corbin gave a thoughtful nod of his head, still watching the kids play in the snow. I can relate to that. Growing up in the royal family, you get pulled in a dozen different directions. Tutors, riding instructors, etiquette class, not to mention attending endless family functions. Sometimes I think my childhood wasn't really much of a childhood at all. I had to grow up too fast. Kids shouldn't have to deal with all of that. I placed my hand over top the one Corbin had resting on my hip as I smiled up at him. Thanks for coming today. It was nice to have an extra set of hands and pair of eyes on them. Of course, any time. He frowned. Well, you know what I mean. Someday I'll figure out a way to pare my schedule back. I didn't want to look at the time. I already knew we were running out. He had to get back to the castle, and as soon as Nicole came to collect the kids, I would need to get back to work too. At least I'll get to see you this weekend, right? Corbin squeezed me into his side a little tighter as he kissed the side of my head. Definitely. It wasn't long after Corbin left that Nicole came to collect the kids. She was friendly, but ever since the divorce, things felt strained between us. We used to be good friends, oftentimes teaming up against Stephen and Klein during family game nights. She and Stephen had been high school sweethearts, so her history with my family was deeply rooted. After squeezing Darian and Lily goodbye, I went back inside to take a quick tour through the exhibition room and see the more spectacular gingerbread creations. As I crossed through the main hall, I saw Eli at a table with 2 others, laughing together as they drew what appeared to be a large troll onto a slab of gingerbread with green frosting. I smiled to myself as I watched the trio, and when I took another step forward, I didn't check my path and wound up bumping into someone. Oh, jingle bells, I'm so sorry, I sputtered, only to realize the person I'd run into was Sven. Hey, Lumi, he said, offering a warm smile. It's no problem. He was bundled up in a navy blue coat with large buttons down the front and a red scarf tied around his neck. Are you entering the contest? He asked. My niece and nephew did earlier, I replied. They just left with their mom, so I thought I'd come in and check out the other displays before heading back to the sanctuary. How about you? Do you have some kind of secret artsy streak? Oh, no, I was just kind of looking around. He paused and slipped his hands into his pockets, his gaze wandering for a moment before he looked at me again. When he met my eyes again, his expression looked almost pained. Lumi, there's something I've been
wanting to tell you for a while now.
Okay? He drew in a shaky breath.
Lumi, I think I'm in love with you.
I froze, not even blinking, as the words echoed through my head. Sven hurried to press on.
When my business tanked and I had to move back to my parents' place, I was a mess. But there was a silver lining. You. I used to think about you all the time when I was living in the Pole. So when I bumped into your mom at the market and she thought you might like to go to the Yule Ball with me, well, it felt like maybe there was a reason for the way things went with my business. That maybe I was meant to come back.
My stomach coiled into a ball as I glanced around. We stood alone in the small hallway between the exhibit and the main event space.
I know I'm not a prince,
Sven continued, his cheeks redder than usual,
but I've recently come into some money, and I put an offer down on a house right here in Holiday Haven. I'd be happy to help run your parents' farm, maybe even move there someday. I could take care of you, Lumi. You wouldn't have to change who you are to be with me.
The last words hit me like a smack upside the head, and I took a step backward, my hands going up in front of me to create some space. Sven, please, just stop right there. Sven reached for my wrist.
Lumi, please, he's not right for you.
I tore out of his grasp. With all due respect, you couldn't possibly know that. You and I barely know each other. I mean, sure, we work together at the sanctuary, and I think you're a great guy. You were always well-liked and a hard worker. You have a lot to offer any girl, but I'm happy with Corbin. I love him. At the fringes of the room, a few people had stopped to look, including Eli and his two friends. Heat crept up my throat, and I could only imagine how red and blotchy my face and chest were. Sven, I'm sorry, but I'm not interested. Turning, I hurried out of the hall, not stopping until I was outside on the front steps, gasping in the cold air like I'd just surfaced from underneath a tidal wave. When someone tapped on my shoulder, I nearly jumped out of my skin as I spun around. Expecting Sven, I gasped when I saw a tall elf towering over me. Lumi, are you all right?
Eli,
I breathed, clutching one hand to my chest. You scared me half to death. He took a step back and slipped his hands into the pockets on his jeans.
Sorry, I just saw you with Sven. It seemed kind of tense.
I exhaled slowly, taking a beat to gather my thoughts. It's fine. I'm fine. He was just... My words trailed off when I realized I wasn't sure how to finish the sentence. Squeezing my eyes closed, I shook my head.
He's been a little edgy lately, Eli said. I've seen it happen before. People get in over their heads and start doing crazy things. Whatever he said to upset you, I wouldn't take it personally.
I opened my eyes and peered up at the elf. What do you mean?
Sven's a huge gambling addict.
The way he said it made me feel as if it was information I should have already known.
I'm not sure how much he owes Charlene, but it's a lot.
I frowned. But he just told me he came into some money and that he'd put an offer in on a house.
Eli shook his head. He's lying to you. The night I lost big, he was down just as bad. Charlene was threatening to cut him off.
Unless... You don't think he could have been the one who... Eli glanced over his shoulder, his expression grave. The doors of the hall burst open, and Sven appeared.
Lumi, please, can you just listen?
I folded my arms. It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who broke in and stole the ice flame from Doc's clinic. Sven reared back, his eyes wild as they bounced from Eli to me and back again.
What? What is he even doing here? He sputtered.
Eli folded his arms and leveled Sven with a hard stare.
Did you steal from my granddad to pay your debts to Charlene?
Sven backed up a step, but his shoe hit awkwardly and he slipped. With a yelp, he grabbed the railing at the last moment and righted himself.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I pulled my phone out of my pocket. I can call Jack right now and have him find out for me. He and Charlene seem to be pretty friendly again, so I'm sure she'd tell him if you suddenly found a way to settle your account. And unless you've got one heck of a side hustle, I can't see how your job at the clinic is enough to cover your wagers at Charlene's games and buy a house. Sven's eyes flashed, turning dark and menacing.
You don't know what you're talking about.
I can call the Holiday Haven PD if you'd prefer, I said sweetly, pretending to dial. Sven lunged toward me, and given his placement on the stairs, he had the advantage. Eli snapped his fingers, and a crack of magic sent Sven reeling backward. This time he couldn't catch himself in time and landed on his rear. Thanks, I told the elf. He inclined his chin. No problem. I think calling the police is a good idea. Because if they don't deal with you, I will. And while I haven't always given my granddad the respect he deserves, I'm not about to stand by and let someone steal from him. Sven crumpled, dropping his face into his hands.
You may as well, he wailed. My life is already a complete disaster. What difference would being in jail really make? It already feels like I'm in prison.
I glanced at Eli. He rolled his eyes.
Oh, come on, you big baby. It can't be all that bad.
He stomped up the stairs and hauled Sven to his feet with one brisk movement.
Stop the crocodile tears. Where is the ice flame? It's at my parents' house. I've been living with them for the past year since coming back to town. Charlene said she'd take it and clear my debts and even give me some extra. Enough that I could buy a house like I've always wanted.
Sven paused and looked up at me.
I thought that's what you would want, Lumi. It's what you deserve. Someone who can give you the things you need and want in life.
I appreciate that, Sven. But don't try and blame this on me. You made your own choices here.
The only reason I even went to the games was to try and get some dirt on Corbin. Everyone knew Jack played.
A surge of anger spiked through me, and I pursed my lips to keep myself from saying something I'd regret.
Tell you what, Eli said. I know what it's like being in your shoes. I'm not trying to kick you while you're down. If you give me the ice flame and come clean with my granddad, I won't call the police. We can sort this out between ourselves.
I was surprised by Eli's level-headed response. But then, after what he'd told Corbin and me, it made sense. He could relate to the way Sven was feeling, probably better than most.
You're serious?
Sven asked Eli. The elf held up one spindly finger.
You've got to get some help, though. Promise me that, and you've got yourself a deal.
Sven blinked, but he extended his hand toward the elf and nodded in earnest.
I promise.
Good. Eli smiled and clapped Sven on the shoulder.
Besides, that's kind of the spirit of this whole place, isn't it? Forgiveness and good cheer.
I couldn't help but smile at him. I couldn't have said it better myself. 8. It was the night before the big sponsor appreciation banquet, and everyone gathered at the farmhouse for dinner after a long day of preparations. No one had the energy left to cook, so my mom ordered pizza and Stephen picked it up on his way home with the kids. We ate in the living room, a rare treat in the Northrop household, and when we finished, I volunteered to wash the plates we'd used. Mom came to join me while Dad and Stephen got the kids settled in with a movie. We were just about done when Sugar Plum leaped through the cat flap built into the back door and shook off a dusting of fresh snow. "Oh, Sugar Plum," Mom scolded. "Can't you do that outside?" The hare glanced down at himself, as though unsure what she meant. After a moment, he twitched his nose and looked up at me. "Lumi, Corbin is looking for you. He's out in the maid barn." "Corbin's here?" I laughed and set down the plate I'd been drying. I guess he was serious about shoveling stalls. "Go on," Mom said, patting me on the hip to shoo me away from the sink. "I'll finish up in here." "Thanks for the pizza," I said, as I dried off my hands. "I'll see you bright and early." Mom smiled. "It's going to be a big day." I said goodnight to everyone as I bundled into my coat, then followed Sugar Plum down to the barn. Uller was standing in an open stall, happily munching hay. He offered me a whinny as a greeting, and I stopped to run a hand down his nose. "Good to see you, boy." A titter rang out from the other side of the barn, and I left the stall to see what was going on. "Don't tell me the pixies got into some weird candy again," I muttered. That is absolutely the last thing we need. Sugarplum scampered down the aisleway between the stalls. The pixies are fine, he said. Come and see. Alongside the wall, to the right of the barn doors, a large drop cloth was held in place by a quartet of frost pixies. They all began smiling and fluttering their wings at my approach. She's here, one of them called. Another flurry of pixies swooped in to watch from inside Starly's stall. What's going on here? Corbin, are you out here? My handsome beau appeared in the entry to the barn.
You were supposed to be keeping a lookout, he whispered up at the pixies.
Oh, oops,
Astrid said with a giggle.
I got distracted.
What are you doing here? I asked with a laugh. Did you have something painted on the wall? I asked, gesturing at the drop cloth. Corbin swept his stocking cap off his head and held it between his gloved hands.
A painting? No. Well, not exactly.
I quirked one brow. Okay. Is this something to do with my Christmas gift? Am I not allowed to be out here? Sugarplum said you were looking for me. Corbin rushed forward, nearly tripping over his own feet.
No, I wanted you here.
He shot a quick scowl up at the pixies.
I just wanted a little notice. Oh, never mind.
He turned back to me and reached for my hands.
Lumi,
he said, before pausing to clear his throat.
There is something I wanted to show you.
My curiosity swelled to bursting as he led me closer to whatever was concealed behind the large swath of fabric.
I know that neither of us can be in two places at once, and it's been a little tricky lately to make time for each other.
The words seemed to be some kind of code, because the pixies went all aflutter again and dropped their grasp on the cloth. It fell to a pool of fabric on the barn floor, revealing a large circle of script painted onto the wall. I recognized the runes because they were the same ones that glowed in my staff whenever I used an incantation. Frowning, I glanced up at Corbin. What does that mean? Corbin smiled, and then spoke a few words in a language I didn't know. As the last one left his mouth, the runes glowed to life, and the circle was filled with glowing blue and white lights, and an image of the Frost Castle came into focus.
This is our own personal portal. It takes you right from this barn to the gate outside the castle.
My eyes widened. You're serious? He laughed.
We can take it for a spin right now if you'd like.
I stepped nearer to the portal. It looked just like the one we used outside of town, but I never imagined something could be installed in a barn or house. The amount of magic that must have been poured into those runes was more than I could even comprehend. No wonder Mom had kept me in the guest pavilion the past few days and hadn't let me tend to my normal chores. Corbin took my hands, drawing my attention back to him.
I don't want to miss you anymore, Lumi. And I never want you to feel like you have to choose between me and your life here. I know how much this place means to you. And now you can come and go from one place to the next as easy as taking a step.
And just like that, exactly the way my dad had described it, a new warmth spread through my chest, driving out any shadow of a doubt that Corbin wasn't the one for me, or that somehow our worlds were too different. Tears sprang to my eyes. But before I could find the words to express myself, Corbin threw me for one more loop. He took a sweeping step backward and dropped to one knee. Right there, in the midst of scattered straw and muddy boot prints and stray reindeer fur.
Selfishly, I thought that maybe showing you the portal first would help sway your answer, Corbin said,
smiling up at me as he reached into the inner pocket of his coat and retrieved a small, black jewelry box.
Lumi Northrop, you mean the absolute world to me, and I never want to lose you. You give me hope that life can be so much more beautiful than I ever thought possible. Will you marry me?
With a subtle flourish, he opened the ring box, revealing a stunning, pear-shaped diamond solitaire. My hands flew to cover my face as jittery waves ran up and down my spine. Peeking out at him, I couldn't help but laugh, my hand still pressed to my mouth. This is crazy. I mean, I saw the article in the Inquirer, but they were saying you'd propose at the Yule Ball, and even then I didn't really believe it. Corbin pulled a face. Why would I propose to you at the Yule Ball? There are already way too many eyeballs on us at an event like that. I mean, for all I know, you're about to tell me to kick rocks, he added with a grin. I couldn't risk that happening in public. I lowered my hands and beamed at him. My answer is yes, Corbin. His eyes shone as he took my hand and slid the ring onto my finger. Best news I've heard all year. Epilogue. Autumn had arrived in Holiday Haven. Normally, this was when Christmas plans would kick into high gear and consume everyone's attention. This year was a little different, as there was one other event taking place beforehand that had tongues wagging. In less than 24 hours, Corbin Frost and I would exchange our vows in front of our friends, family, and a whole bunch of people I'd never met before. And with a royal wedding on the horizon, talk of Christmas had faded to the background. Good afternoon, Lumi. Or should I say, Princess Lumi? Turning, I smiled at a blue-haired fairy as she fluttered into the barn. Lumi is fine, I told her. Believe me, I'd like people to use my official title as little as possible. Arabella smiled. Understood. Although I doubt you'll have much luck with that. Everyone in town is so excited that one of our own is joining the royal family. People here have known your family for decades. Most have watched you grow up. And now, you'll be a princess. Starly poked her nose above her stall and immediately began rooting around the pockets of my thick winter coat. I smiled and stroked a hand down her fuzzy white nose. At least some things never change, huh, girl? You'll always just see me as a walking treat dispenser. Arabella laughed. Speaking of treats, we're all set up for the rehearsal dinner. Your mom sent me down to see if I could talk you into coming inside and getting ready for the party. I rolled my eyes. Of course she did. And yet I noticed she didn't come out here herself to volunteer to finish up the evening chores on my behalf. Arabella gave a knowing smile. She worked closely with my mother, as she was one of our longest-term vendors for the visitor events we hosted at the North Star Reindeer Sanctuary throughout the Christmas season. The fairy knew as well as I did, Mom was allergic to anything dirty. She wasn't afraid of hard work. There were times she pulled longer hours than the rest of us, in fact, working into the night to balance budgets and organize schedules. She was the brains behind the expansion of the sanctuary into becoming a full-fledged event space. And now, with my wedding nearly done, she'd start ruminating over the idea of expanding the sanctuary's tourist operation even further by converting the old barn into a year-round wedding destination. I can help, Arabella offered. I took one look at her black party dress, carefully manicured nails, and expensive-looking watch. It's okay, really. I'm nearly finished. Dad's out rounding up the last few stragglers. I keep telling them we have a large enough herd we could use a border collie or something. Arabella chuckled. Sounds like Sugar Plum needs to start earning his carrot cake. Hey! A voice called from one of the reindeer stalls on the other side of the barn. I heard that. Arabella winced. Oops. Sorry, Sugar Plum. Didn't know you were out here. The Arctic hare hopped into view, one foot thumping on the concrete floor as he came to a stop beside my ankles. He had straw stuck in his velvety brown and white fur. As you can see, I've been hard at work all afternoon. He gave a shake and threw off most of the straw pieces. These reindeer make a royal mess of their stalls. I pressed my lips together to hold back a laugh. The hare was my familiar and could speak, but that was where his magic capabilities ended. He couldn't do a lot of work around the farm, but he was very good at spreading fresh straw. So that was his task, once I finished shoveling the muck out. It wasn't much, but it saved me a little time and made him feel productive. But maybe Arabella was onto something. Perhaps the hare could give reindeer wrangling a try. Starly poked at my lower right pocket with more insistence. "Hey there," I said with a giggle. "There's nothing in there for you." I dug into the pocket to show her. "All I have is Corbin's—" My smile froze, then shattered with a lash of panic as my fingers wriggled deeper into the pocket. "Lumi, is everything all right?" Arabella asked. "It's gone!" I exclaimed, still frantically digging in my coat. There, at the bottom of the pocket, was a tear in the threads. A hole just big enough. "Corbin's ring is gone." "Oh no." Arabella flew closer, leaving a trail of sparkling blue fairy dust in her wake. "Are you sure?" Nodding, I quickly searched my other pockets, though I knew they were empty, save a small peppermint which Starly quickly gobbled. "The jeweler dropped it off today. There was a mistake in the engraving on the first one I purchased, so they had to redo it. He came here to the sanctuary to hand-deliver it to me. I was in the middle of chores, so I stuffed it into my pocket. The box," I gestured across the barn, "is over there. It was too big to fit." My eyes squeezed shut. How could I be so stupid? I should have just taken the 5 minutes to walk it up to the house. No, you're not stupid, Lumi. Still cringing, I met the fairy's wide eyes. "Arabella, what am I going to do? That ring could be anywhere." The fairy's wings fluttered a little faster, scattering glittery dust everywhere. Starly snuffled a half-sneeze. "Oops, sorry." Her cheeks tinged with pink as she calmed her wings and landed gently on the floor. "Well, I have my staff up at the barn. There's your parents, Corbin. Jack should be here soon enough." Sugarplum snorted. "Yeah, like Mr. Fashionably Late will be any help." "There isn't time to get a new ring made, but we can call the jeweler," Arabella continued, glossing over Sugarplum's remark. "Maybe he has one you can use as a stand-in." I shook my head. "Not like Corbin's. It was a special order with engravings on the outside and inside. The pictures from the ceremony will be everywhere. People will notice if he starts wearing a different ring. The tabloids will write articles. The gossip machine will whirl. Ugh. No, we just have to find the ring." I exhaled and set my shoulders with newfound determination. "Sugarplum, can you go search the cabin? It might have fallen out when I was there for a quick lunch." The hare nodded, then bounded off to begin the hunt. Arabella fluttered back off the ground. "I'll go get my staff," she began. "No, please. I don't want anyone to know. Just go keep my mother busy for me. Tell her I'll be up shortly." I glanced at my watch. "We still have an hour and a half, and it won't take me long to change." "Are you sure?" Arabella asked, her brow furrowing as much as her preternaturally smooth skin would allow. "Yes. Buy me 45 minutes. For all we know, it's somewhere here in the barn. Plus, I have the frost pixies. They love looking for shiny things, like little icy magpies." Arabella smiled, though concern lingered in her eyes. "Okay, Lumi. I'll do my best. Thank you." She fluttered away, leaving me to call upon the pixies. Despite an hour of searching and half a dozen false alarms, by the time I finally relented and went to my cabin to get dressed for the rehearsal dinner, the ring was still missing. The frost pixies promised to keep up the hunt, but I told them to put a pin in things and attend the dinner. They'd all helped so much in the wedding preparations. I didn't want them to miss seeing their efforts finally come to fruition. We planned the wedding over the past 9 months, following Corbin's proposal before the Yule Ball. Even with the convenience of owning the venue and having established connections with vendors, it was amazing how much work had still been required to pull it together. Granted, many of the complications arose because of the sheer size of the event. While Corbin and I would have been content with a small affair, with only our family and closest friends in attendance, that simply wasn't an option. There were centuries of protocol and precedent to uphold when it came to throwing a royal wedding. For once, Jack's lackadaisical approach to ruling had played in our favor. Not only had he enthusiastically given us royal permission to marry, though it bucked tradition, Corbin being the younger brother and only a prince, whereas Jack was the crowned king, but he'd also not blinked an eye when we requested to marry outside the Frost Kingdom. and had pulled strings to ensure our union would be legally recognized with the swipe of a pen stroke. "It will be all right, Lumi," Sugarplum assured me as I slipped on a pair of pale pink satin slippers. As part of the preparation for the wedding, my parents had worked with a contractor to convert one of the old barns into a proper event space, which included adding 2 separate dressing suites and half a dozen bathrooms. The building kept its rustic charm, while adding modern conveniences that would make the place more accessible and desirable to potential brides and grooms for years to come. The bridal suite was decorated with elegant touches of pink and ivory, with a vanity table long enough to seat a whole gaggle of bridesmaids. On the opposite wall was a large, ornately framed, full-length mirror. The center of the room featured a generous seating area, with 2 overstuffed sofas and matching wingback chairs. A fireplace mirrored an enormous picture window, with sheer curtains to keep guests, or curious grooms, from sneaking a peek at the bride before the ceremony. An adjoining private bathroom made for a convenient changing area. As I lowered my foot back to the thick rug underneath the seating area, my attention shifted to the mirror. I was the first bride to use the suite, and there was something nice about being able to christen the place. The sanctuary was so important to my family and to the community of Holiday Haven at large, and I was endlessly grateful to start my next chapter of life at the place where all the previous ones had been written. Aunt Vivian had gone into overdrive mode upon learning of my engagement, and somehow I wound up agreeing to 4 custom dresses. Tonight, I wore a soft pink gown with long sleeves. My dark brown hair fell in loose waves, piled to one side with the help of a bejeweled comb, also compliments of Aunt Viv. Tomorrow, I would have 3 looks: the wedding gown, a reception dress, and a going-away silk jumpsuit. She'd also made a faux fur-lined cape. I couldn't help but laugh. "This all feels like a dream," I said, finding Sugarplum in the reflection. The hare hopped closer, his ears alert. I feel like someone should pinch me just to make sure it's all real. The hare stood on his hind legs, balancing his rotund body as he peered up at me. "It is very real, Lumi, and very well deserved. I know the idea of being a princess is overwhelming, but if you ask me, the Frost Kingdom could ask for no one better to serve them and look after them. You are kind, fiercely loyal, intelligent, and filled with endless compassion. Corbin is lucky to have you, and so are his royal subjects." Tears sprang to my eyes, and a lump formed in my throat at my familiar's words. As I glanced down, one tear slipped free and splashed onto the carpet. "Thank you, Sugarplum. That means the world to me." The hare inclined his head, his paws folding together in front of his furry chest. "You're most welcome. Now let's get to your party. I'm eager to try some of these hoard treats you and your mother keep talking about." I laughed, sending a few more tears splashing down my cheeks. Wiping them away, I smiled. "Hors d'oeuvres, Sugarplum. Hey, I don't care what you call them. I just want a plate to myself. After that, I'll go see if I can't find that ring." "Oh, you don't have to do that," I told him, exhaling as I reached for the doorknob. "We can use the placeholder. I took Arabella's suggestion and called the jeweler. He's bringing a different ring first thing tomorrow morning." "I want to help, Louie. I just know we could find it." The hare's determined tone told me there was no point in trying to talk him out of it at this point. He was on a mission. All I could do was make sure he got an extra big portion of appetizers for his trouble. He was going to go nuts over the maple roasted carrots. "Remind me to thank your Aunt Viv at some point tonight," Corbin said with a wide grin as he spun me in a twirl out on the dance floor. I laughed as he pulled me in close once more. "Just wait until you see the wedding gown. She must have changed the design half a dozen times along the way, but I have to admit the end result is pretty stunning." "She's a perfectionist," Corbin said with a smile. "Although, as I've said before, I'd marry you even if you showed up in a gown made of burlap." "Oh, yes, imagine the gossip columnist's delight," I said with a giggle. "They'd have something to write about until the next solstice. You could sew a little lace on it, I suppose. Maybe set off some kind of trend," Corbin teased.
Uh-huh. Because who wouldn't want a garment with tiny holes all over it while living in the North Pole? We laughed together as we took another turn around the dance floor. My parents smiled over at us as they waltzed slightly out of step with the music. Despite her best efforts, Mom hadn't convinced my dad to take a series of dance classes ahead of the wedding. The rehearsal dinner had gone off without a hitch. Well, aside from the missing ring. Luckily, we'd glossed over that part of the practice ceremony, with the minister simply making a note of where that portion would occur. The ceremony was rather lengthy, including several traditions that were new to me, as I'd never attended a wedding in the Frost Kingdom, let alone a royal one. Afterward, we'd gathered for a lovely catered meal, courtesy of the head chef of the best restaurant in the entire Frost Kingdom. Then, we'd taken to the dance floor, as the string band ran through a few songs that would play during the reception. It all felt a little surreal, even as I relished every step. The past 9 months suddenly seemed like a blur. Every decision and painstaking moment of planning had led to this magical evening, and it was only a small slice of what tomorrow would bring. When the song ended, Corbin and I broke apart to applaud the musicians. The leader of the band took a deep bow. "Thank you for allowing us to play for your most special day, Your Grace," he said, addressing Corbin specifically. He smiled as he straightened. "I know that I speak for many in the Frost Kingdom when I raise a glass to our future princess, Lumi." "Hear, hear," Corbin called. Around us, people raised glasses and joined the toast. A server rushed over to provide Corbin and me with flutes of champagne. "To Princess Lumi!" A flutter of emotion tangled with panic in my chest as the words echoed through the beautifully adorned barn. My cheeks warmed as I lifted my glass a few inches. "Thank you." Corbin smiled at me and placed his free hand on my back, the warmth reassuring. "Thank you all for being here tonight," he said, directing his attention to everyone in the room. His eyes caught his brother's, and he paused. "It means so much to us that you were all here to attend this gathering, and even more so that you'll be standing by our sides tomorrow when we make things official. Jack, thank you for giving Lumi and me your blessing." Jack flashed his signature grin. "Hey, whatever it takes to keep me out of the hot seat. With you two planning a wedding, the press has been delightfully distracted, leaving me to indulge myself freely." Laughter rippled through the room, and I couldn't help but notice a trio of female servers primping and preening from their place behind one of the banquet tables. Corbin gave a long-suffering sigh before raising his glass aloft. "In any case, none of this would have happened without you. In fact, Lumi and I might not have met if not for you getting your royal behind kidnapped." That drew more laughter, and Jack joined in. Yeah, you're welcome. Now come on, let's get the music going again. And someone bring me another bottle of bubbly." The trio of servers practically tripped over one another in their hurry to fulfill the request. Corbin shook his head as the band resumed their music. "Some things never change, I guess." I leaned into his side and rested my head against his chest. "No, I suppose not. But then maybe that's for the best. I don't know how much more change I can take right now." Corbin chuckled, his muscles moving under my cheek. "Fair enough. Just think, this time tomorrow, we'll be making our getaway. And the day after that, we'll be on a beach, slathered in sunscreen, sipping a couple of fruity cocktails with little umbrellas in them." I laughed. "Oh, believe me, I can't wait." We'd decided to escape the North entirely for our honeymoon and would be spending 2 sun-soaked weeks in the Seychelles. I'd never left the North before, and aside from the annual summer solstice party, had never been somewhere tropical and warm before. As visions of sailboats and seashells danced through my head, I spotted Sugarplum hopping into view from down the hall. My heart swelled with hope, and I straightened. "I'll be right back," I told Corbin. "All right. I think I'm going to get another slice of cake. Do you want one too?" he asked as I started to walk away. Sure, thanks."
I managed to keep myself composed enough to avoid scurrying over to the hair, but as soon as we stepped out of sight of the guests, I twisted my hands together. Did you find it? Sugarplum's ears drooped, and I had my answer. Oh no, I groaned. Looks like we're going to have to officially go with Plan B, huh? I'm so sorry, Lumi. I can't find it anywhere, Sugarplum said, still downcast. It's okay, I told him, even as I struggled to bottle up my disappointment. It's my fault, not yours. Footsteps sounded behind me, and I turned to find Jack strolling down the hall, his hands tucked into the pockets of his gray slacks. Now, what's this? A secret meeting? Are you planning to prank Corbin? I've been debating between drawing something on his forehead and tricking him into thinking it's permanent ink or filling his wedding shoes with whipped cream. Thoughts? Jack. My eyes widened. You cannot be serious. This isn't some kind of joke. This is our wedding. Jack chuckled and leaned casually against the wall. Relax, Lumi. I'm only kidding. Besides, if I was planning something, I certainly wouldn't tell you. I peered at him, one brow raised. Sugarplum stamped one hind foot. We don't have time for your tricks. We have a real crisis, so unless you're going to help, scram. I cringed. Besides Corbin, the last person I wanted to tell about the missing ring was Jack. A crisis? Jack purred, his smile spreading. What kind of crisis? It's nothing, I snapped. Please, Jack, just go, and don't say anything about this. It's important, okay? Jack's amusement lingered, but he managed to somewhat contain his Cheshire grin. Come on, Lumi. Tell me what's going on. I can probably help. Besides, you're about to be my sister-in-law. You should trust me. I choked back a sarcastic burst of laughter. No thanks. No offense, but no thanks. We've got it under control. Sugarplum nodded his head in one definitive motion. That's right. Just then, a tiny frost pixie blew into view over Jack's shoulder. The tiny winged creature made a beeline over to us, a flurry of snowflakes sailing in her wake. Lumi, there you are. We looked everywhere. There's no sign of the ring. Ring, eh? Jack met my gaze. You lost a ring? I sighed. Yes. I had Corbin's ring in my pocket while I was out doing chores today, and somewhere along the way, it slipped out through a tear in the lining. It could be anywhere. We've had a good 2 inches of fresh snowfall, so any hope of finding it is, well, pretty pointless. Well, why didn't you just say so? Jack gave me a wink, then tugged my arm as he headed for the door. Come on. Jack, where are we going? To find the ring, of course. You got a pair of boots around here somewhere? My protesting fell on deaf ears as I hurried to follow Jack. We made a pit stop at the bridal suite to get my waterproof boots and coat, then stumbled outside through a side entrance and began trudging toward the pasture. Jack seemed immune to the cold. But then, that made sense. Corbin was often like that, too. Jack, I've already been out here looking. The pixies have been looking. So is Sugarplum. Even the reindeer were out here nosing around, trying to find it. Jack shot me an impish grin and lifted his hands. Trust me. I got this. Exhaling a frustrated puff of white air, I wrapped my arms more tightly around myself. Even with my longest winter coat, it wasn't doing much to keep my legs from rapidly turning into icicles. Corbin said he would marry me in a burlap sack. I wondered how he'd feel about a bride with severe frostbite. I was about to plead with Jack once more, but he was muttering something under his breath. Crackles of energy and magic coursed through the air as Jack chanted some kind of spell. Slowly, a whirl of snow built up around him, enclosing him in a cyclone of ice. With a final word, he threw out his hands and sent the fierce wind out across the pasture. Sugarplum and I both gasped as the blanket of snow covering the pasture rolled away as effortlessly as a well-loved rug. With a clap of his hands, the scattering of frost pixies zipped over, all aflutter. There, Jack said, turning back to me, his grin firmly back in place.
That should help. Pixies, light it up. The pixies flapped their wings, sending bits of moonlight over the bare field. A glint caught my eye, and I nearly tripped as I hurried toward it. Sugarplum got there first and let out a triumphant cheer. "It's here, Lumi! It's here!" I plucked the ring from a frozen dirt clod and held it up to the moonlight reflecting off the nearest pixie's wings. Jack chuckled as he sauntered over. "Now see, aren't you glad you confided in me?" Bewildered, I met his glittering eyes. "Thank you, Jack. Well, I don't really know what to say." A laugh bubbled freely. "This really means a lot to me." He hitched one shoulder. "Hey, that's what brothers are for, right?" Smiling, I launched myself at him, crushing him in an embrace. When we parted, he held out one hand, palm up. "You want me to hold on to that for you?" His promises of a prank echoed through my mind, and I clutched the ring a little tighter. "I think I'd best keep a hold of it." Jack pulled a face as he slapped the palm to his chest. "I'm wounded." I rolled my eyes. "Come on, Your Grace. I'm sure it's nothing a little more cake can't fix." I started back toward the barn without waiting for him. He caught up within a few seconds, chuckling to himself. "You know, Lumi, nothing is official yet. You still have time to ditch old man Corby and run away with me." "Jack." "Only kidding," he laughed. "Now tell me more about your friend Hannah. She looked rather fetching in that dress." The day of the wedding arrived in a quiet fashion. My eyes fluttered awake, and for a long moment I lay in my bed, alone, smiling up at the ceiling. Of course, that bubble of peace quickly popped. My mom had insisted on me sleeping in the guest room at the main house the night before, and as soon as she heard me say good morning to Sugarplum, she threw open the door and entered the room with a flurry of excitement. Aunt Viv wasn't too far behind her. "Wake up, Sleeping Beauty," Aunt Viv declared. "Your prince is waiting on you." I groaned as I sat up in bed and rubbed my eyes. "You two are just as bad as the paparazzi. Can we just be Corbin and Lumi today?" Mom smiled as she came to sit on the side of my bed. She cupped my cheek with one soft, warm hand, the gesture reminiscent of my childhood goodnight ritual when she and Dad used to tuck me in after shooing away any monsters that might lurk in the closet. "How are you feeling? Did you get a good night's sleep?" "More or less," I replied. I'd slept a lot more soundly than I would have had Jack not found Corbin's ring. But by some miracle, he'd kept his end of the bargain and hadn't said another word about it after we returned to the rehearsal dinner. "Lumi, dear, it's your wedding day," Aunt Viv reminded me. "Cheer up. You're not getting cold feet, are you? Well, beyond the normal chill around here." "No," I exclaimed. "No, it's not that. I love Corbin. It's just a lot to process, I guess. Everything has happened so fast. In the beginning, it seemed far away, but then it's like someone stepped on the cosmic fast-forward button, and now it's here. It's today." Aunt Viv and Mom exchanged a knowing smile. "Lumi," Mom said, returning her gaze to me, "I know you think you're an unlikely princess, and that you're not crazy about the spotlight, but I believe everything happens for a reason. I've watched you over these past months, the way you've diplomatically handled all the challenges of your new life as a member of the Frost family. You're already a princess, dear. Today, we're just making it official." She smiled, her eyes glistening, as she gently patted my cheek before taking my hands. "I'm so proud of you, honey." Emotion swelled in my chest, and I had to clear my throat. "Diana, don't make the girl cry," Aunt Viv chided. "Her eyes will get all puffy." I laughed. "Hey, at least I don't have my makeup on yet. No mascara to ruin." I swiped at a stray tear, and then gave my mom's hands another squeeze. "Thank you, Mom. Thank you for everything. I know it's been a lot these past few months,
with the construction and the royal wedding planners all piled on top of everything else you do around here. Oh, honey, think nothing of it. I'd do anything for you, to see you happy. She rose from the bed and stood beside Aunt Viv. All right. Aunt Viv clapped her hands together once, and a surge of fairies flew into the room. Time to make the magic happen. We have 4 hours before the ceremony. Sterling, Winterbell, let's do a final dress fitting in case we need to make any changes. Perry and Magnus, let's let Lumi eat a little breakfast before we start hair and makeup. The fairies all gave Aunt Viv a nod, their demeanor that of soldiers preparing to go to the front lines. I couldn't help but laugh. Mom was right. My life had already changed. It was time to fully step into my destiny. You ready for this? Dad asked, as he offered me the crook of his arm. He looked dapper in his dark gray suit, with a pine and juniper boutonniere affixed to his breast pocket. Smiling, I took his arm, grateful for the warmth and steadiness. As ready as I'll ever be, I said with a shaky exhale. I hadn't sneaked a peek at the crowd waiting inside the barn. Logically, I knew how many guests would be in attendance, as I'd helped oversee the invitations. But there was a difference between seeing a number printed on a page and actually beholding that many people in one place. Knowing their eyes would all be on me. Dad patted the back of my hand. You'll be great. At the end of today, it will be you and Corbin, and all of this pomp will be a blur of happy memories for the two of you to cherish for all of your years together. Thanks, Dad. He sniffed, the emotion catching me off guard. Imagine, my little Lumi, all grown up and off to live in a castle. Oh, Dad, not you too, I said with a giggle. Come on, I'm counting on you to help me keep it together. He chuckled, and after a brief moment to wipe at his eyes with a handkerchief, he rallied. A royal assistant ran over with my bouquet, and I wrapped my hands around the burlap-wrapped stems of the juniper, holly, and snow roses. It was simple, but elegant. We'd done our best to merge the simplicity of life on a reindeer sanctuary in the middle of the frozen woods with the opulence of Corbin's life back in the Frost Kingdom. The flowers were simple, but they were abundant, with large arrangements placed throughout both the ceremony and reception spaces. Twinkle lights had been swapped for crystal chandeliers, hay bales replaced by white chairs and artfully arranged tablescapes. I'd slipped in little mementos of my upbringing, with the decked-out hot cocoa station Arabella was running for all the guests. Outside, there were fire pits set up with tree stump seats and s'mores fixings packaged up in small boxes. My dress was fit for a princess, that was a given, but I'd steered Aunt Viv away from a full-on cupcake princess look. It was sleek, with a mermaid silhouette and long lace sleeves. The chapel train was hand-stitched lace as well, with the frost crest embroidered at the end. Naturally, I also wore a tiara, but Corbin had ordered the most understated one he could get by the powers that be who made those sorts of decisions for the royal family. Ahead of me, 2 wreath-trimmed doors stood closed, the wreaths festooned with the same delicate roses that comprised most of my bridal bouquet. A line of bridesmaids in burgundy stood before me, most of them ladies I'd never met before, but members of the extended royal family who had earned their places in the procession by some other set of mysterious rules and centuries of tradition. A woman in a chic pantsuit raised one hand and began counting down from 5. 2 assistants in suits matching my dad took their places, one on each door. I held my breath. The doors opened, and soft string music swept over me. The flower girl began her journey down the aisle. I closed my eyes as we inched forward, still not ready to see the full mass of the audience. We'd banned cameras for all but the royal photographers, but even so, there were flashbulbs snapping off in rapid-fire succession. Lumi, it's time, Dad whispered. My eyes fluttered open, and my feet began moving. The music changed. The crowd got to their feet. We took our first steps inside the hall, and the bottom of my stomach dropped out, sending my heart into free fall. Everyone was smiling, their hands clasped in front of their chests or pressing tissues to their eyes. It took me several long moments before I even spotted one familiar face. Dad kept moving us forward as I did my best to smile, even as I hoped the photographers would be skilled enough to edit out any deer-in-the-headlights panic in my eyes. After it seemed like we'd walked a mile, I finally tore my eyes away from the crowd, and I found my groom standing at the end of the white satin aisle runner. Time screeched to a halt, and my heart ricocheted back to where it belonged. We reached the end of the aisle, and my dad kissed my cheek. Hannah, my maid of honor, took the bouquet as I stepped toward Corbin. He took my trembling hands, and with one simple smile, everything else melted away. The reception was every bit as magical as the ceremony itself. Love and support overwhelmed us from our families, friends, and residents of both Holiday Haven and the Frost Kingdom. It was a perfect mirror of the ceremony and its implications, seeing the two parts of my life blend into one. I'd even spotted Eli, the young elf, seated with Doc Patches and Mrs. Patches at their reception table. It seemed they'd found a way to mend their broken relationship after all. When we'd cut the cake and danced until our feet hurt, we finally retreated to our place at the head banquet table to snack on cake and await the myriad of toasts to come. As I sipped from my glass of spiced wine, I nudged my chin toward the other end of the table where Jack was smiling at a striking brunette seated beside him. Who is that over there speaking with Jack? They look pretty cozy. Corbin leaned forward, following my gaze, then chuckled. Looks like my plan is working. Frowning, I glanced up at him. Plan? He grinned. I haven't had a chance to tell you about it quite yet. Hey, we're married now. You can't go around making sneaky plans without including me, I teased, needling him in the ribs with my elbow. So cough it up. Who is she? She's his matchmaker. My brows creased even further. Jack agreed to work with a matchmaker? Well, not exactly. Corbin's grin turned conspiratorial as he lowered his voice. Her name is Noelle, and I've hired her to find Jack a wife, and thereby the kingdom a queen. Phew! I took a sip from my wine glass. Whatever you're paying her, it's not nearly enough. Probably not, Corbin agreed with a laugh. I set things in motion last year, before Jack agreed to let me marry before he did. Tradition might not mean much to Jack, but I must say I didn't expect him to bulldoze over it the way he did, and I was eager to propose. So, I had a crazy idea and ran with it. My heart warmed at the lengths he'd gone simply to marry me. I squeezed his hand under the table. That's really sweet. Anything for you, Lumi. I rested my cheek on his shoulder and watched Jack and the brunette laughing together as Jack told an animated story. My eyes narrowed slightly as I watched Jack continue his tale. There was something in his eyes that plucked at my curiosity. Was it my imagination? Or did it look like maybe there was something more brewing between the matchmaker and the elusive royal bachelor? Nah. Surely it resulted from my matrimonial love goggles. Today, all that mattered was that I finally had my prince. For this Christmas, and all of the Christmases to come. As for Jack, well, that's a story for another winter. Author's note. I hope you enjoyed Lumi and Corbin's final adventure in Holiday Haven. This series was such a joy to work on, mostly thanks to my fellow winter witches, Bella, Jerry, Elle, and Aaron. It's always bittersweet to end a series and say goodbye to beloved characters, but I have a feeling this isn't the last you'll see of Lumi, Corbin, and Jack Frost. We might be leaving Holiday Haven behind, but there is more to explore in the Frost Kingdom, including the tale of a plucky matchmaking witch who just might thaw the walls of ice around Jack Frost's heart.